Chapter 2566. Territorial Lord Stonian's move was really powerful. Infinite black hole. The destructive attack of the heavy artillery could not threaten the infinite black hole at all. It was easily diverted away. It could be said that with this move, he was already in an invincible position. The experts from the big families who came from afar saw the fight. They were not surprised by Territorial Lord Stonian's strength. There was no doubt about the strength of the strongest person. Those look like heavy artillery. There are too many of them. They must be from the Avengers. Extravagant, truly extravagant. When those experts saw this, they secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. All this time, all along, the news about the Avengers had been scattered. This time, it was undoubtedly the first time that they mobilized hundreds of heavy artillery to carry out a carpet attack. Looking at the ruins of Tianji City, everyone realized how scary the Avengers alliance was. Everyone knew how scary this place was. It was like a dragon's lair and tiger's den. Even they had to be careful. Yet, the Avengers alliance easily destroyed everything in Tianji City. Now they even forced Territorial Lord Stonian, the King of Hell, to take action. Your Excellency, surrender. Territorial Lord Stonian's voice came from the black hole. Seeing that you are from the Avengers, I can spare your life. Territorial Lord Stonian gave face to the mysterious Avengers. If it was any other time, he would have killed him without saying a word. An Avengers that could mobilize hundreds of heavy artillery was a threat to any force. Territorial Lord Stonian was also worried about the Avengers' large-scale revenge. Not killing him was already showing mercy. Ordinary people really did not have this kind of treatment. Ha 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 ha, Territorial Lord Stonian really knows how to talk. Tianji Hall ambushed Lord Mu Yan, the person in charge of the Avengers. So what if we come for revenge? It's impossible for us to surrender. Tonight, Tianji City must be destroyed. I also advise Territorial Lord Stonian, you'd better not interfere in this mess, lest you find trouble for yourself. Lin Fei's loud voice spread out all at once. This was considered a self-introduction. So it's revenge. Region Lord Shuryen had more or less heard some rumors, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. If it was possible, he really did not need to go against the Avengers. Just look at the situation of Tianji City, it was almost completely destroyed. Countless disciples of Tianji City had died, and it was a mess. The three experts of the consecrated realm were beaten to the point where they could not fight back. This is His Majesty's empire, and it is also under my jurisdiction. I will give you one more chance. Stop your attacks and I will let you go. Region Lord Stoneblaze changed his words. He had learned his lesson. Tianji Hall could not be offended. The Avengers could not be offended either. This was the consensus of the Empire. It wasn't worth it to offend anyone. The three consecrated experts who were hiding from the attacks of the heavy cannons were happy at first. Region Master Rock Yen was famous for his decisiveness in killing anyone who came to cause trouble. As long as the Region Master took action, would definitely die. They were still very happy. King of Hell was a stinky rock, but at the critical moment, he was still reliable. As long as they killed the people of the Avengers, even if they lost half of the 500 heavy cannons, they would still have made a great contribution. Moreover, in the future, if the Avengers came again, Region Lord Shuryen would be at the forefront, blocking in front of them. It would be an additional layer of protection. Region Master, this won't do. We can't let them go. How many disciples of our Tianji City have died because of them? Zhang Yang's expression changed, and he immediately shouted. The Avengers broke into the field of Rock Yin Star. They are looking down on you, Region Master, and they have offended the great empire. People like them must be killed without mercy. None of them can be spared. They could not sit back and watch the people of the Avengers leave. Region Lord Shuryen was strong, and the three experts of the consecrated realm could only talk. They really did not dare to use Tianji Hall to pressure him. They were not that stupid. Humph, it is not your turn to decide how to deal with them. If it were not for you, they would not have come to the field of Rock Yen to make trouble. Region Lord Shuryen snorted coldly, and a cold light burst out, and the void exploded. The three experts of the consecrated realm felt a chill in their hearts, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. They no longer dared to look at Region Lord Shuryen. When King of Hell was angry, that was the most terrifying thing. Lin Fei would not accept the kindness of the other party. Have you analyzed it? I don't believe that his infinite black hole can withstand a large number of attacks and transfer them. Since he was here, Lin Fei really wanted to make a name for himself. If they were scared off by Region Lord Shi Yan's words, who would care about the Avengers? Maybe a large group of tigers and wolves would pounce on them and swallow them whole. Soon, Master, continue to attack, and I will be able to measure the specific data. After Region Lord Shi Yan displayed this move, Lin Fei let the little devil analyze the limits of the infinite black hole. This kind of move must have a tolerance range. On this point, Lin Fei was very confident. Leave? That's impossible. Unless Region Lord personally defeats me, they will die today. Lin Fei's attitude was very unyielding. All 500 heavy cannons were taken back. If he did not crack the infinite black hole move, Lin Fei would really have some pressure if he wanted to destroy Tianji City. The 500 heavy cannons changed direction without any hesitation, and all locked on to Region Lord Shi Yan. The sky was full of destructive light beams, and the whole night turned into day. This was a big movement. Who had seen 500 heavy cannons firing at the same time? That was a spectacular scene. This also caused the surrounding experts to pull back one by one. They all had different expressions. At least they had seen the horror of the Avengers. This kind of method to deal with people and families was completely one-sided. Let's go and kill that guy. The pressure on Zhang Yong and the others was relieved, and they realized that their opportunity had come. They were in a sorry state and looked terrible. They were no longer as calm and composed as before. They looked like stray dogs. If it weren't for the arrival of Region Master Shi Yan, they would have been buried in the ruins tonight. Yes, now is the time to kill that guy. Without that guy to control these heavy cannons, he is nothing. The three of them were very experienced. How could they swallow such a big grievance? The three of them each took out a part of a large volume and quickly assembled it into a piece. It was not much different from the heavy cannons. It seemed to be a cannon, but a special energy card was installed on it. Vacuum Million Flames Cannon Kill. A red light beam shot out from the cannon and landed heavily in the area where Lin Fei was. With a crash, everyone seemed to hear the sound of breathing, and the area was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Whoosh! 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 Large tracts of the void were burned. Chapter 2567. Vacuum 10,000 Flames Cannon. The expressions of the bigwigs in the distance turned solemn, revealing a deep sense of dread. It's rumored that this is one of the 10 greatest treasures of Tianji Hall. It can instantly produce a terrifyingly high temperature that can burn anything into nothingness. Even a 9th transition professional expert wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. One of the big shots said with lingering fear. The scene was filled with the sound of people drawing in cold breaths. The big shots had different thoughts. Of the 10 great treasures of the Heavenly Secrets Hall, most of the people present had only seen a few of them. Those who had actually seen them were mostly non-existent. This treasure made them extremely fearful. How could it be possible to research such a destructive attack? If it was used against an entire clan, wouldn't that clan's name be erased? Ha ha ha, the Avengers Alliance is nothing. This time you must die. Zhang Yong shouted excitedly. No one has ever survived the vacuum 10,000 flames cannon. Humph. This is what happens to those who offend our Tianji Hall. The three consecrated experts were very agitated. Although they had wasted a precious special energy card, it was still a great achievement to be able to eliminate a leader of the Avengers Alliance. After all, there were still 500 heavy cannons waiting for them. They were really looking forward to the other party dying in their hands. They were very confident in the power of the 10 greatest treasures. They were famous. If the other party hadn't gained the upper hand right from the start, they wouldn't have used this treasure. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before they could get over their joy, the 500 heavy cannons suddenly changed directions and instantly fired. 500 beams of light rained down, completely drowning them in it. Loud booms rang out incessantly. The scene turned into a huge crater. This was only the first wave. The second wave of attacks came. Before the attack stopped, the third wave came. It was a truly destructive attack. This made those people's scalps go numb. Under such an attack, no treasure could defend against it. The big shots felt a tinge of fear. They decided to instruct their clansmen not to offend the Avengers Alliance, let alone intervene in the battle between the two. No matter if it was Tianji Hall or the Avengers, they were both special forces. The entire Tianji city was almost in ruins, and this was the best proof. After 3 consecutive waves of attacks, that area was too horrible to look at. The third expert sent by Tianji Hall had disappeared without a trace. There was no doubt that he had been turned into ashes. Such a way of dying was absolutely terrifying. There was nothing more terrifying than this. They had died without being able to retaliate. Those were 3 consecrated experts, 9th job professionals. Who would have thought that a 9th stage professional expert would be reduced to ashes in just 3 waves of heavy artillery attacks? There's no way to compare. Even if it's us, it's the same. Fortunately, we didn't go up to help Tianji Hall. Who could withstand a heavy artillery attack? Right now, everyone was paying attention to that area. Was the leader of the Avengers dead? He had just been attacked by one of the 10 great treasures, and very few people could withstand it. The power that exploded out in that instant was enough to destroy an entire city. Tianji Hall was guarded by powerful forces, and these treasures were the key to establishing its reputation. The vacuum cannon of 10,000 flames was one of the treasures with a fearsome reputation. Basically, people or forces that had been attacked by this treasure had all ceased to exist. Therefore, it had left behind a terrifying reputation. Upon hearing about this treasure, everyone's first impression was that it was terrifying. Yes, it was terrifying. It was a truly terrifying treasure. They did not think that the other party would survive. Domain Lord Stoneblaze had returned to his true form. He did not care about the death of the 3 consecrated experts from Tianji Hall at all. When they were attacked by the second wave of heavy artillery attacks, the 3 consecrated experts had been reduced to ashes. Under such a lock-on attack, it was impossible for them to escape. Domain Lord Stoneblaze only cared about whether the leader of the Avengers was all right or not. In fact, even he did not expect this. He did not expect that the 3 consecrated experts would bring out such a treasure. The surrounding 500 heavy artillery attacks were still very tempting to Domain Lord Stoneblaze. The 10 great treasures of Tianji Hall are indeed powerful, but it's a pity that they are still a little lacking. Under everyone's attention, a young man walked out from the ball of fire. There was not a trace of him on his body. The flames that could burn people into nothingness were automatically isolated from the young man. I'm really sorry. They are dead, but I am alive. Lin Fei walked out calmly and said to Domain Lord Stoneblaze, I don't know if Domain Lord Stoneblaze still intends to obstruct me. After all, they are all dead. There seems to be no reason to intervene. In fact, Lin Fei wanted to curse. He had almost been tricked. This treasure of his opponent's was so lethal that it had almost cost him his life. In this wave of consumption, Lin Fei's energy consumption had reached a terrifying figure. Anyone who saw this would feel heartache. In this short period of time, he had consumed more than 100,000 black crystal cards. At this time, Lin Fei was in a very bad mood. If not for the recent increase in his wealth, Lin Fei would have been killed on the spot just for this treasure. In fact, even he did not expect that the destructive power of this treasure would be so great. It had forcefully consumed more than 100,000 black crystal cards. What kind of concept was that? Domain Lord Stoneblaze looked calm on the surface, but his heart was not. Others might not know the power of this treasure, but he knew it clearly. He knew its power better than anyone else. What treasure did he use to block the power of the vacuum 10,000 flames cannon? Could it be that the Avengers are so strong? This was something that Domain Lord Stoneblaze could not figure out. Because the lethality of this treasure was so overbearing, even he could not use his divine sense to check it out. This is the star area under the jurisdiction of the Expeditionary Empire. Your Excellency has started a massacre here. If I do not give an explanation, I will not be able to explain it to everyone. As long as you come with me, I promise that nothing will happen to you. This was in fact a compromise in disguise. Since the vacuum 10,000 flames cannon had been blocked, Domain Lord Stoneblaze naturally did not dare to take it lightly. If he really killed the other party, there would be more trouble. He might as well ask him to go back. Please go back. Domain Lord, show me your true strength. Domain Lord Stoneblaze said. Then I am coming. Although he had only fought with Domain Lord Stoneblaze once, Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. Heavy artillery attack. 500 light beams bombarded Domain Lord Stoneblaze. Infinite black hole. Just like last time, the black hole appeared and diverted all the attacks. You are going to lose. An indifferent voice. It came from behind Lin Fei. Domain Lord Stoneblaze walked out. God's Seal. Chapter 2568. T. H. F. K. I. V. S. I. R. 4. 2. I. R. 6. U. S. GXING are Region Lord Stoneblaze. Your doppelganger is not bad. R. Facing the sudden attack of Region Lord Stoneblaze, Lin Fei's expression did not change much. Now I'll show you the formation scrolls of our Avengers. R. Activate. RA formation scroll was torn apart by Lin Fei. R. Whoosh. A huge shield appeared in front of Lin Fei, protecting him tightly. R. The God Seal fell on the shield and released a terrifying power. The entire shield exploded into pieces in an instant. It was so powerful that it was a complete mess. R. Crash. As soon as the formation exploded, another shield appeared. There was almost no time to stop and it was perfectly connected. R. The power of the God Seal was too great. It was like a king who ruled over the world, constantly smashing the shields formed by the formation scrolls. One shield after another was torn apart, and then another was formed. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze was a little surprised. The God Seal was something he had researched for thousands of years. It could seal any master, but he did not expect it to be so easily blocked by his opponent. Our Heavy Mountain Seal. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze put his hands together and formed another seal, pressing towards Lin Fei. As soon as this handprint appeared, it was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Even the onlookers who were not facing it could feel the weight of a mountain, as if they were facing a chain of mountains. Hurriedly, Lin Fei took out a dozen or so formation scrolls. Have a taste of the power of my formation scrolls. /R more than 10 formation scrolls were all opened, releasing a terrifying power in front of Region Lord Stoneblaze. When one of the array scrolls was opened, Domain Master Stoneflame sensed that his hand seals had become slower, as if his speed was being restricted. This was just the beginning. Another formation scroll turned into a gravitational force that pressed down from the sky. Another formation scroll was opened, and a blazing high temperature formed in the surroundings. The entire space was burning with crackling sounds, and the temperature was unbearable. Increase your power to the limit and destroy this doppelganger in one go. Lin Fei threw out another handful of array scrolls. There were about 30 to 40 of them, and they formed a dazzling attack that dazzled the eyes of the crowd. Is that a weakening formation scroll? Also that's clearly a highly toxic effect. There seems to be a gravity scroll. This is too complete. /R seeing the large number of array formation scrolls attacking with different effects. The powerhouses watching outside frowned. Not easy to deal with. They really could not think of a solution. There's me inside and you inside. It's extremely dangerous, and you might fall into a trap if you're not careful. Many people had heard of array formation scrolls, but not many had actually seen them. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze was not able to dodge the attack of the array formation scrolls. He was still hit by many of the scroll's effects, which affected his speed. Boom! At this moment, the 500 heavy cannons changed directions and attacked. The change was too fast. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze knew that things were not going well. He was locked on by 500 chi movements and was drowned in them. After 3 consecutive waves of attacks, he finally killed this doppelganger. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze, thank you for letting me win. Lin Fei continued to stand inside the shield. He cupped his hands and said to Region Lord Stoneblaze, who had recovered his figure in the distance. After losing a doppelganger, Region Lord Stoneblaze's face turned a little pale. Ree's invincible attack had been defeated for the first time, and he lost a doppelganger. He could not believe it was real. Your moves are indeed brilliant. You controlled 500 heavy cannons by yourself and you did it so smoothly. This is an eye-opener for me. Region Lord Stoneblaze said calmly, however, I'm afraid you can't leave the Stoneblaze Star Zone. Our people had always said that the Avengers were very mysterious. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze had never believed it. Tonight he finally believed it. The Avengers were indeed very capable. It was not easy for them to control 500 heavy cannons so smoothly. It was even more commendable that they could hit accurately in an instant. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze could not help but worry about Tianji Hall. Was it worth it to offend such a powerful and mysterious force? The answer did not seem to be very good. However, Region Lord Stoneblaze was a little unwilling to let the other party leave just like that. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Since Region Lord Stoneblaze is unwilling, let's continue. I have many array formation scrolls. I just don't know how many doppelgangers you can release." Boom! The 500 heavy cannons increased their power and shot again. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze opened the infinite black hole again. This time Region Lord Stoneblaze felt a little strained. It seemed that the power had increased a lot. How is this possible? The power of the heavy cannons has increased again. This time the voice of the other party came to Lord Stoneblaze's ears. "Region Lord, the power of the heavy cannons of the Avengers is different from that of Tianji Hall. For example, the power that attacked you just now was at level 3, but now it is at level 4. Although this move of yours is very powerful, if the 500 heavy cannons become 1,000, I don't know if it will reach your limit. According to my speculation, your infinite black hole can only support the attack of 600 or 700 heavy cannons." Our Region Lord Stoneblaze's heart skipped a beat. How did he guess that? He knew the limits of the infinite black hole best. Although it was easy now, the attack of 500 heavy cannons was almost at its limit. Especially after losing one doppelganger, it was much more difficult to deal with it. The fact that the other party could see through and guess the limit in such a short time made Region Lord Stoneblaze worried. Moreover, the power of the heavy cannon seemed to be more than level 4. If it was level 5 or even level 6, Region Lord Stoneblaze could not guarantee. This was a huge headache for him. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze, this move of yours can deal with level 4 heavy cannons. It's still very good. Why don't you let me change it to level 5 heavy cannons? I'll help you test the extent of your limit. The voice of the other party came again. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze's heart sank. The power of level 4 was obvious to all. If it was level 5, it would be really embarrassing. After some hesitation, Region Lord Stoneblaze felt that there was no need to fight to the end with the people of the Avengers. In order to resolve this matter, he had paid a great price, especially to support the infinite black hole. If Region Lord is willing to make peace, I can make my own decision and give you 20% of the profits of Tianji City. How about it? Are you tempted? Our Region Lord Stoneblaze was stunned. Is this a bribe? 20% of the profits? Region Lord Stoneblaze was a little tempted. As the Region Lord of this star region, there were many good things in Tianji City. Although it seemed to have been destroyed, there were probably still a lot left. How about it? Have you thought it through, Master? Actually, the enmity between the Heavenly Mystery Hall and the Avengers has nothing to do with you, Master. You even tried to stop it personally, but you were powerless. Don't you think so? After all, everyone saw it. Lin Fei continued. Our fine 20% of the profits won't do. 30%. Chapter 2569. V. N2. D. C. S. U. CJKJCK, E, D, R and B. The battle between the Lord and the leader of the Avengers shocked all the big shots present. The terrifying power of 500 heavy cannons was enough to make anyone stop underestimating the Avengers and start to take the infinite power of the Avengers seriously. For the first time, they realized that martial prowess was not the only deterrent to the outside world. The powerhouses of the 8 and 9 refinement classes realized that there was a new way to attack in the future. Those who were well informed began to understand the true meaning of the path of science and technology. We really can't be enemies. The local tyrant of the Tianji Hall has finally met his match. The Avengers destroyed Tianji City and uprooted one of their external headquarters. They are mortal enemies now. Everyone thought that the Stonian zone leader would take the other side down, but no one expected that after a series of attacks, the zone leader would take the initiative to retreat and leave a cold sentence. Your Excellency's strength is astonishing, but I don't want to see both sides suffer. You may leave now. The Stonian zone leader's words stunned everyone. Archie gave up just like that? They had never seen the king of hell, the Stonian zone leader, be so amiable. Last time he was not ruthless. This time the sun really rose from the west. The Tianji Hall has offended us. Although we have destroyed all of them, the things here will be the Avengers' compensation. I hope the zone leader has no objections. The Stonian zone leader turned around and left without saying a word. The big shots of the various factions were shaken. They had hoped that the Stonian zone leader would stand up and say a few words. In fact, they also coveted the treasures of Tianji City. What? You seem to have objections. Lin Fei glanced at them. Fear crept into the hearts of all the big shots when they were glanced at. The master of the Flaming Stone region was known as the King of Hell, and he didn't dare to make a move. Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to go against him. 500 heavy cannons? Do you think it's a joke? No problem. Why would we have any objections? Lin Fei really didn't take them seriously. Zhao Fu activated 200 of the cannons and ordered the soldiers to wipe out the remaining forces of Heaven's secret city. In less than an hour, the people of Heaven's secret city had either been captured or killed. The entire Heaven's secret city had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. The big shots could only watch helplessly. Arch really didn't have the courage to snatch it. The 200 heavy cannons were constantly emitting a terrifying aura from their black muzzles. No one could guarantee that they would survive the bombardment of 200 heavy cannons. The 3 enshrined masters of the Tianji Hall were the best proof. After 3 waves of attacks, not even their bones were left behind. Really in the morning. The news that Heaven's secret city had been destroyed by the Avengers spread throughout the Flaming Stone region, causing an uproar. Who didn't know how powerful Heaven's secret city was? It was filled with all kinds of traps and treasures. In the Flaming Stone region, it was known as the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. No one had expected Heaven's secret city to be destroyed just like that. The people from the Flaming Stone Starfield heard the news and came. When they saw the ruins of the Tianji city, they couldn't imagine that this was the Tianji city of the past. They couldn't help but gasp. It was too terrifying. That was everyone's thought. When they found out that it was the long-range bombardment of 500 heavy cannons, they were stunned speechless. The Avengers. At noon, a white-haired old man appeared, followed by several angry people. When they appeared, the people around them shuddered involuntarily. Their killing intent was too strong. They really destroyed a heavily guarded Heaven's secret city. They won't rest until we're dead. A young man behind him exclaimed. Several fierce gazes shot over, and the young man didn't dare speak. Elder Yuan, I just found out. I heard that the Avengers use 500 heavy cannons to bombard the city. We couldn't fight back at all. A middle-aged man said with a frown. 500 heavy cannons? Yuan Kuan shook his head. They really did come for revenge. When the 5 Elements envoy failed, I knew it was going to be bad. I didn't expect them to have so many trump cards. They destroyed Heaven's secret city as soon as they arrived. We all underestimated them. Ever since the Avengers appeared, they had become the nightmare of the Tianji Hall. Even now they were still the nightmare. They had destroyed a Heaven's secret city for a person in charge. That was a slap in the face. Didn't Yama do anything? He did, but he couldn't do anything to the people who came this time. The middle-aged man said with a hint of anger. I think Yama didn't even plan to use his full strength. He just wanted to see the Tianji Hall suffer. Only the Heavenly Secrets Hall would dare to say such words without care. Let's go. Yuan Kuan turned around. Let's withdraw our branches immediately. Don't leave a single one behind. We don't want to become targets of revenge again. Elder Yuan, but we'll lose too much if we do that. The Tianji Hall covered a large area of business in the 2 empires. Once they withdrew, they would lose a lot of business. Everyone would realize that the Tianji Hall was afraid of the Avengers. Losses? What are those losses? Yuan Kuan snorted. If the Avengers hadn't interfered, we would have left this place anyway. Now they've done us a huge favor and saved us a lot of trouble. But before we leave, we still have to pay King of Hell Shi Yan a visit. Are the domain leader's mansion, the capital city of the Shanyan Starfield. Our domain leader, Yuan Kuan of the Tianji Hall, has gone too far. Rin, the meeting room of the domain leader's mansion. Ras, the domain leader's personal steward. He was very angry. Yuan Kuan and the others had come to criticize him. The domain leader Shi Yan was very calm. Yuan Kuan is an old fox. He wouldn't come to our domain leader's mansion if he didn't have a reason. Look at how angry he was from the beginning to the end. It was just an act. Our Yuan Kuan was in charge of managing the Tianji Hall. He had a lot of prestige in the two empires. Many people wanted to curry favor with him. Everyone in the two empires knew this white-haired old man, Yuan Kuan. No one dared to underestimate this person. He was too good at scheming. They didn't know when they were being schemed against. So Yuan Kuan is just here to go through the motions. Is he plotting against the Avengers again? This explanation doesn't make sense. Yuan Kuan is powerful, but he may not be able to withstand the revenge of the Avengers. The steward continued to frown. They can do whatever they want in the Shanyan Starfield, unless I'm not here. Chapter 2570. The Stoneflame Starfield was in an uproar. Tianji City was a dangerous place, but it was easily breached by the Avengers. Many people died and many were injured. The huge treasures fell into the hands of the Avengers. This naturally made countless people envious, but at the thought of the terrifying deterrence of 500 heavy cannons, they completely gave up on that idea. Not many people would be willing to throw away their lives. Even the Stoneflame Territory Lord did not care. Even if they went, the result would be the same. Night fell. Domain Chief Manor, capital city of the Stoneflame Territory. The Stoneflame Territory Lord sat alone in the back garden of the Domain Chief Manor. He was enjoying himself, and the serious aura he had during the day was gone. Lord, you are in a good mood. Without warning, a voice came from the back garden. Lin Fei, dressed in black, quietly appeared. You really came. The people of the Avengers are really bold. The Stoneflame Territory Lord was slightly surprised. Since coming to the back garden, the Stoneflame Territory Lord had been paying attention. He quietly released his divine perception, but still did not find anything. The other party has a treasure that can hide his aura. This is the only explanation. The Stoneflame Territory Lord thought to himself. Lin Fei swaggered over to the Stoneflame Territory Lord and sat down. If you are not bold, you can't do anything. You can only guard your achievements for the rest of your life. There won't be too much risk. You are quite confident in yourself. Region Lord Stoneblaze sneered. Now you've become famous again. Tomorrow the entire empire will know about it. This is like roasting this region lord. You should know that the person in charge of external affairs of the Heavenly Secrets Hall came in person. This matter had caused a lot of commotion. The Stoneflame Territory Lord was more or less in trouble. This trouble naturally came from Tianji Hall, and it was not easy to deal with. Everyone has to have confidence in themselves. Lin Fei smiled, not caring about the change in the Stoneflame Territory Lord. So I came. Won't you buy me a drink? After all, we still have a chance to be partners. Ever since the Stoneflame Territory Lord was given the title of King of Hell, he could not remember anyone who dared to speak to him like this. You're really not bad. Region Lord Stoneblaze took the initiative to pour a cup of wine for the other party. Drink this cup of wine and leave the things behind. You can leave. I'm afraid that if this continues, I won't be able to control myself and kill you. He had always been a fair and serious person. Region Lord Stoneflame did not like the person in front of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wary of the mysterious Avengers backing him up, he might have already killed him. That person sat in front of him with a grimace. I don't think you'll let me go even if I drink this glass of wine. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, picked up the cup, and drained it in one gulp, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Good wine. This must be at least 1,000 years old. 3,200 years. Lin Fei praised. Good wine. As a region lord, Stoneflame region lord naturally wouldn't drink wine that was too bad. The 3,200-year-old collection wasn't too good. Now I can take the item. Here you go. I'm a man of my word. I mean it. Lin Fei threw out a storage ring, an extra large one. Check it yourself. There's a list here. I believe you'll like it. Region Lord Stoneflame was indeed a little surprised. It seems that the Avengers really don't care much about the things in Tianji Hall. They took 30% of the items just like that. Holding the list in his hand, Region Lord Stoneflame glanced at it casually. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It seemed that his 30% of the items were a little too generous. Everyone knew the heritage of the headquarters in Tianji City, but they would never have thought that the collection inside would be such a terrifying figure. It was unimaginably rich. How about it, Region Lord? Are you satisfied? Lin Fei could easily sense the slight emotional change of Region Lord Stoneflame. This is a genuine 30% of the items. I believe it will greatly improve the strength of the Region Lord's subordinates. The 30% of the items in the large storage ring were very substantial. This made Region Lord Stoneflame very happy. With this 30% of the items, the strength of the Region Lord's mansion would be greatly improved. The items in Tianji Hall were still very reliable. Not bad. The Avengers are really a little unusual. The 30% of the items that Region Lord Stoneflame mentioned was nothing more than to express his attitude. If both sides were to suffer, no one would benefit. He had to maintain his peak strength at all times. It could be said that the 30% of the items was nothing more than to save face. The only thing he didn't expect was that the other party really came and gave him 30% of the items. The amount was substantial and the sincerity was full. Lin Fei really didn't think much of it, but it didn't mean that others didn't. It's fine as long as the Region Lord is satisfied with the items. Actually, I came here tonight to discuss something with Region Lord. I believe you will be very interested in this. Lin Fei said. Looking at the 30% of the items, Region Lord Stoneflame was in a much better mood. At least the Avengers were very good at doing things. It was not in vain that he helped them block Yuan Kuan. Say it. Region Lord Stoneflame was rarely in a good mood. We swept the headquarters of Tianji City and collected a lot of treasures. Although we gave 30% to Region Lord, we still have 70% of the items. I just don't know if Region Lord has the guts to eat the remaining 70%. Lin Fei said lightly. Region Lord Stoneflame's pupils shrank slightly and returned to normal. He was shocked. You want to get rid of this batch of items? 30% of the items was enough to make Region Lord Stoneflame's life worthwhile. The doppelganger that had been destroyed previously was now a trivial matter. He didn't need to care about it. Now the other party wanted to sell the remaining 70% of the items in Tianji City. Region Lord Stoneflame was really moved. Even if he ate 30% of the items, the strength of the Stoneflame Star territory would also grow to a terrifying level. As for whether Yuan Kuan would come looking for trouble, it would depend on whether they had the guts to do so. Your Excellency, do you think I can eat it all? Region Lord Stoneflame said calmly. Lin Fei said, in this world there are many people or forces that can eat this amount of resources. Region Lord, you have the support of the great emperor of the imperial family. A mere batch of items is nothing. As long as you digest it, your strength will increase greatly. And this is because I think Region Lord is not bad. Otherwise, I would turn around and look for other buyers. I believe they will be very interested. For example, the Demon God Empire. They have been making a lot of noise recently. Such a batch of items can have a great impact on the situation. How dare you? Region Lord Stoneflame was furious, and his cold eyes swept over. Chapter 2571. Region Lord Stone Yen finally bought 70% of the resources of Tianji City from Lin Fei. 70% of the resources was very meaningful. Even if he had to pay a high price, Region Lord Stone Yen had to buy it. Lin Fei also gave him a preferential price. 70% of the resources would only cost him 30 million black crystal cards. It sounded like an astronomical figure, but it was a very favorable price. No matter what, I made a profit this time. After watching the other party leave, Region Lord Stone Yen announced to the public that he was going to go into seclusion. In fact, his real body went to the capital to meet the doppelganger of the great emperor. Master, you are so bad. You said it was 70% of the resources, but it was only 40%. After leaving the Domain Lord's mansion, the little devil's voice was heard, followed by a smirk. We have to maximize the benefits. Anyway, Regent Lord Stone Yen doesn't know the real situation. He will only believe that we are honest. Lin Fei smirked. Master is so bad. It seemed that 70% of the resources were sold to Regent Lord Stone Yen, but in fact Lin Fei still had 30% of the resources. It was not the best way to give everything to one person. Lin Fei directly chose two buyers. One was the Expeditionary Empire behind Regent Lord Stone Yen, and the other was the Demon God Empire. It would be best if the two empires were evenly matched. If it was one-sided, he would have nothing left. After returning to Xiaoyao Palace, Lin Fei contacted Demon General He Yi of Black Iron City. Now that he was in control of Black Iron City, he had absolute power here. This time Lin Fei was going to give this credit to He Yi. As long as he handled it a little, it would be hard for the Demon God Empire not to be moved. After all, the Expeditionary Empire had invested 30 million black crystal cards in one go. They would definitely be able to suppress the Demon God Empire in a short time. Lin Fei needed to wait a little longer. He would make the most out of the remaining benefits. This was also a talent that a businessman should have. After resting for a day, when Lin Fei continued to pick out a few branches of Tianji Hall outside, he was surprised to find that the Tianji Hall branches outside were all closed and empty. Even the treasure of Tianji Hall had been taken away. This made Lin Fei a little puzzled. Are they going to retreat or are they going to retreat? After going around in circles, Lin Fei gave up on the idea of continuing to sweep through Tianji Hall's branch. Who knew what they were up to? He had destroyed one of Tianji Hall's headquarters outside, and collected tens of millions of black crystal cards. He was quite satisfied. In the Xiaoyao Palace, Lin Fei opened the system and displayed the information of a new batch of treasures. These were all contributed by Tianji Hall. For Lin Fei, who did not have many treasures on hand, this contribution from Tianji Hall was enough to satisfy the needs of a chamber of commerce. It was more than enough to satisfy the needs of a chamber of commerce. Although each of the treasures had to be modified and consumed a certain amount of energy, it was not a problem for him. The advanced energy gun is not suitable. A top-notch energy gun is a must. The top-notch energy gun had been copied and modified. It was extremely lethal and had a terrifying and dangerous aura. A shot like this would consume a lot of energy. Each shot would consume 10,000 black crystal cards. Such a huge consumption. Naturally, its power was ridiculously great. For the time being, Lin Fei planned to equip a small part of it. Such a consumption was a little too much for him. Hundreds of thousands of black crystal cards were gone in a blink of an eye. The news of the destruction of one of Tianji Hall's headquarters outside spread to the two empires and the nearby star fields. The news of the bombardment of 500 heavy cannons caused an uproar among all the forces. Usually, the forces with 40 to 50 heavy cannons were complacent. However, when they heard that the Avengers had deployed 500 powerful heavy cannons to deal with Tianji Hall, they completely lost the desire to show off. Comparisons were odious. The Avengers bared their fangs. No one was willing to face the attack of 500 heavy cannons. It was not that easy to avoid. Tianji City in the Rockflame Starfield was like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. But it was still blasted open. Even the three consecrated experts were killed. The Avengers were indeed too terrifying. Even the Rockflame Domain Master, who was known as the King of Hell, could not defeat them. In the end, he could only let them go. This was enough to show how powerful the Avengers were. Just when everyone was looking forward to Tianji Hall's reaction, something unexpected happened. On the other hand, the Heavenly Secrets Hall had evacuated all of their branches. They had disappeared without a trace in a single night. They almost suspected that they had been wiped out overnight. This situation was completely beyond everyone's imagination. Was Tianji Hall retreating? If not, how could they explain it? This fact was somewhat beyond everyone's imagination. No matter how they looked at it, this situation did not match the swift and decisive style of Tianji Hall. It could be said that Tianji Hall's action had dumbfounded everyone. Tianji Hall's action instantly boosted the momentum of the Avengers. The word retreat could easily be associated with another word. Everyone thought that the person in charge, Yuan Kuan, would fly into a rage and counterattack the Avengers. His actions caused others to suspect that something had gone wrong within the Heavenly Secrets Hall. For a moment there were all kinds of guesses and rumors. Surprisingly, after Tianji Hall chose to retreat, the Avengers did not seem to make any moves. It was as if they had mysteriously disappeared. Those forces that were looking forward to the Avengers opening a chamber of commerce in other starfields were happy for nothing. For example, the royal family and even the royal family of the Demon God Empire. No one was more eager than them. Emperor Peak. After Tianji Hall evacuated, Lin Fei stayed for a few days before returning to Emperor Peak silently. Although he had disappeared for a few days, the people in the academy did not know about it. As soon as Lin Fei came out, he was immediately surrounded by gossips, which made Lin Fei speechless. What was there to be surrounded by gossips? Perhaps because he had not seen anyone for a few days, the gossips were extremely excited, so Lin Fei could only return to Emperor Peak, wondering if he should return to the ancient desolation world. After all, he had done what he had to do. Tianji Hall had suffered a huge loss and they had all evacuated. They might be plotting something. As Lin Fei was preparing to return to the ancient desolation world, a few days later, a piece of news spread in the imperial capital, shocking everyone. The 9th princess wants to form a marriage alliance with the ancient Xiao family? Listening to the information they had gathered, Lin Fei was quite surprised. That which was right. At that time, Lin Fei did not quite believe it. After hearing the news, he immediately thought of a person. Looks like it's that Xiao Ran. He's fair and clean, but I don't like him. Anyway, he's not a good person. The 9th princess Fan Luyu was beautiful, but Lin Fei did not really care. This was equivalent to her marrying into a rich family. Chapter 2572. Empire Expedition, Princess Residence. No, I will not marry a disciple of the Xiao family. Her cold voice was filled with unprecedented firmness. The sudden marriage had broken all of Fan Luoyu's preparations. Before she could think of a solution, her brother had already negotiated with the Xiao family on behalf of their father. This was a marriage based on power. Fan Luoyu was naturally disgusted. Even though Xiao Ran was very handsome, for some reason, she always had a slight resistance in her heart. Fan Luoyu expressed her thoughts directly when her brother Fan Qingyun came to the princess residence. 9th sister, actually, it's not a bad thing for you to marry Xiao Ran. As one of the more outstanding disciples of the Xiao family, your future is bright. Fan Qingyuan consoled. Empire Expedition was a big country, and their father was a great emperor with great influence. However, compared to the ancient Xiao family, it was really nothing. Recently, that old fifth seemed to have given up, but Fan Qingyuan didn't think so. That younger brother of his would definitely not give up. Sooner or later, he would have to face him. Subconsciously, he wanted to find a strong helper. If this matter could be handled well, Fan Qingyuan would be able to form a relationship with the Xiao family, and he would be more confident in going against his brother. Therefore, Fan Qingyuan came to do the ideological work. This time, Fan Qingyuan was a little disappointed. No matter what, he had tried all sorts of methods, but 9th sister still had a cold expression and was determined not to agree. The marriage between the royal family and the Xiao family was their father's idea. As the executor, if Fan Qingyuan did not handle this matter well, who knew what kind of bad impression he would leave? This matter had to be successful. 9th sister, your marriage was approved by father. Whether you agree or not, as a member of the royal family, father has the right to decide everything about you. From today onwards, you can stay in the princess residence until the day of the engagement. Hearing her brother's words, Fan Luoyu was unhappy. What right do you have to restrict me? Even though you are the eldest brother and the eldest prince, it does not mean that you have the right to control me. Fan Luoyu resisted fiercely. Now you can leave. My princess residence does not welcome you. Fan Qingyuan had no choice but to say something harsh. If you can't leave, then you can't leave. I have already mobilized a team of guards. You just have to wait for the engagement. After a while, Fan Luoyu's maidservant returned from outside. Princess, the outside is already guarded by the guards. Tell the outside world that someone is here to cause trouble, and we are not allowed to go out. Fan Luoyu had never thought that her elder brother would be so determined. Princess, the first prince has sealed off the outside world. What should we do then? Fan Luoyu said angrily, even if you beat me to death, I will never marry that Xiao Ran. He's a sanctimonious person, but he's just a villain. But this is His Majesty's will, Princess, the maid carefully said. Fan Luoyu's petite body trembled slightly. She was not afraid of anything except that extremely strict father. It did not matter which prince it was. You are not allowed to come in. This is the princess mansion. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, followed by the voice of a maid. I'm the fiancé of the princess. Can't I come to take a look? This is something that your first prince has agreed to. All right, you can step aside now. A refined and courteous young man walked in from outside the door. It was the elegant Xiao Ran. What are you doing here? Fan Luoyu said snappily. When he saw Xiao Ran, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Xiao Ran was not angry at all. He said calmly, Your Highness, please don't be angry. I know that this matter has developed too quickly. You and I haven't known each other for long and we are very unfamiliar with each other. However, from the moment I saw you in the ancient desolation world, I realized that I had fallen deeply in love with you, and I was unable to extricate myself. Hence I'm here. I don't wish for you to marry someone you don't like, and I am the person you will like. In terms of talent, those geniuses are not my match, because their horizons are too narrow, and they won't be able to achieve much in the future. However, I'm different. I'm a member of the ancient Xiao family. Fan Luoyu was not like those ordinary girls who would be tempted with just a few words. It was because Xiao Ran was very eloquent. His tongue was like a lotus flower, and one would be tempted by his words if they were not paying attention, and would unknowingly lose their judgment. Unfortunately, Fan Luoyu was very determined, and would not be tricked so easily. Young Master Xiao, I still have matters to deal with today, so I won't be receiving you. Men, send the guest off. Fan Luoyu turned and left, leaving her back to Xiao Ran. Please, the maidservant said coldly. A hint of displeasure flashed in the depths of Xiao Ran's eyes, before returning to normal. Then tell the princess that when I'm in a good mood, I'll visit her again. After leaving the princess residence, Xiao Ran shot out a cold glare. I was born in the ancient Xiao family. Logically, Fan Luoyu, who was born in the royal family, should not have any resistance. There must be something strange about this. Xiao Ran was very good at analyzing people, and very quickly he felt that something was wrong. With his status, basically no woman could escape from his grasp. Fan Luoyu's huge reaction was not right. Wait, could it be because of that lad? Xiao Ran very quickly caught a clue, and a person appeared in his mind. Could it be that the newcomer King Lin Fei has unknowingly stolen the princess' heart? Xiao Ran had always been very confident in his judgment. It can't be wrong. It must be that Lin Fei. Princess, it's not good to agitate him like this, the trusted maidservant beside her said worriedly. Fan Luoyu resisted this marriage from the bottom of her heart. Logically, this situation should not have happened, but for some reason, she subconsciously resisted this young and promising Xiao Ran. Isn't Xiao Ran outstanding? Fan Luoyu asked herself, and at this moment a person appeared in her mind. How could it be him? Lin Fei's image appeared in her mind. On Emperor Peak, he had used the heaven-ascending steps and heaven-defying 9 steps, suppressing everyone with unparalleled elegance. Fan Luoyu was momentarily stunned. How could I like someone like Lin Fei? He's shameless, thick-skinned, and chauvinistic. At this moment, Fan Luoyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. She was a princess, and yet she was attracted to a poor disciple. She had unknowingly compared the two of them. In comparison, the gap between Xiao Ran, the direct descendant of the Xiao family, and Lin Fei was not as great as she had imagined. The Xiao family, an ancient family. Chapter 2573. Lin Fei did not know that he was being targeted. 9th Princess Fan Luoyu wanted to have a marriage alliance with the Xiao family's Gu family, but Lin Fei did not feel much about it. Instead, he felt that the two of them were a good match. In this world, there were still many people who dreamed of marrying into a large faction and becoming a young madam. They could also help their family and enjoy limitless glory. This was the dream of many people. Lin Fei only wanted Fan Luoyu to not harass him. Fortunately, the Emperor Peak's formation was always open, so Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu did not come. This saved him a lot of trouble. The trouble did not leave as expected. Before Lin Fei could return to the ancient desolate great world, Qin Lan took the initiative to look for him. She stood outside the Emperor Peak and attracted many people to watch. Why is she here? Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Lin Fei did not care much about this, but he was not happy about it. What is this witch trying to do? With no other choice, Lin Fei opened the formation and let Qin Lan in. I knew that my man would let me in. Qin Lan changed her tone and became delicate. She even wanted to lean on him. Her fragrance was very tempting. Is she trying to use a beauty trap? Feeling the fragrance, Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He clearly understood that the matter in the Flaming Stone Star region must have spread. The Fiend God Empire must be tempted by that batch of resources. Apart from this reason, Lin Fei could not think of any other explanation. Stop. This can easily cause misunderstandings. I don't want to be surrounded by Senior Sister's pursuers. Lin Fei waved his hand. Just say it. I still need to go into seclusion. Qin Lan did not believe Lin Fei's words. Last time she hated him to the point of gnashing her teeth. He actually left a beauty like her outside and did not know how to take pity on her. He was too hateful. My man really knows how to joke. Those experts of the academy have all gone to the ancient desolate great world. How many of them are your match? Qin Lan laughed. Every time Qin Lan saw the helpless look on Lin Fei's face, she felt very proud. Lin Fei had always believed that as long as a girl was open, no one would be able to resist her. For example, Qin Lan in front of him. This kind of action was very unbearable. Well, I'm not that easy to be fooled. Just tell me your intention. If you don't want to tell me, I will send you out of here. I'm quite capable in the territory of Monarch Peak. Lin Fei quickly interrupted Qin Lan. Qin Lan rolled her eyes and said bitterly, You are the weirdest person I have ever seen. In the Demon God Empire, Qin Lan had countless pursuers, but none of them were like Lin Fei. She was just short of saying, I've already sent myself to you, so why don't you do it? Are you really a saint? To be able to make Qin Lan have such thoughts, one could see how angry she was. She almost suspected that her appearance was not good enough. However, when she was outside, everything returned to normal. Actually, my goal is to maintain world peace. Before I achieve my goal, I am not interested in anything. Lin Fei said seriously. Qin Lan rolled her eyes again. She really did not believe Lin Fei's words. In this world, how many people could really maintain world peace? I'm here for the batch of resources from Tianji City. I wonder if you are interested in selling them to our Demon God Empire? Qin Lan said seriously. That batch of resources is useless to your Avengers Alliance, but it is very useful to our Demon God Empire. As long as you ask, we will buy it. The matter in the Flaming Stone Star Field was too shocking. Especially when it happened in the Empire, it was hard for the Demon God Empire not to pay attention. Tianji City was the headquarters of the Tianji Hall to the outside world. It was a dragon's den and a tiger's den. Many famous people had died in it. In the eyes of the public, it was an unbreakable fortress. However, this unbreakable fortress was turned into ashes under the artillery fire of the Avengers Alliance. The entire Tianji Hall was also razed to the ground. It was really an earth-shattering matter. The abnormal behavior of the Heavenly Secret Hall had left the spectators dumbstruck. This was different from the usual behavior of the Heavenly Secret Hall. However, they could see that the Heavenly Secret Hall seemed to be afraid of the Heavenly Secret Hall. This also caused some forces to become restless. For example, the higher-ups of the Demon God Empire. After tasting the benefits of the technological weapons, their ambitions began to grow. Especially after many small-scale battles, they fell in love with the superiority of the technological weapons. They loved them so much that they could not put them down. As a headquarters, Tianji City had accumulated countless resources. Now that all of them had fallen into the hands of the Avengers Alliance, the Demon God Empire naturally had thoughts. If they could buy it, it would definitely play a terrifying role in the future war. They might even be able to suppress the Expedition Empire in one fell swoop. Qin Lan came. As the person who contacted the Avengers Alliance the most, Qin Lan acted as the contact person without hesitation. The Demon God Empire also paid more and more attention to it. You're late. The things have been disposed of. Lin Fei shook his head and said regretfully. Lin Fei was naturally aware of the ambition of the Demon God Empire. They had always aimed to defeat the Expedition Empire. How could they miss such a good opportunity? How is that possible? Qinlan was a little incredulous. There were not many people or forces who could buy this batch of materials. Even if it was cheap, it would still be a huge number. Lin Fei spread his hands. I really don't have to lie to you about this. There are many ambitious people. There will always be some who are hiding their strength. It's normal for them to join forces and take it all. Qinlan almost believed him, but on second thought, she seemed to have realized something. Then she smiled sweetly and said, Junior brother, you said before that you were just a small leader. How can you be so clear about this kind of thing? You must know the quantity of this batch of materials. In such a short time you might not sell all of them. Moreover, even if you do, you definitely won't sell all of them. You need to maintain the balance of power. Lin Fei really admired Qinlan. She could think of so many things in such a short time. As she said, a one-sided situation would definitely not happen. That would be equivalent to missing out on huge benefits. I didn't expect senior sister to be so smart, Lin Fei said. Listening to the vague words, Qinlan knew that she guessed right. Lin Fei definitely still had things in his hands. His position might be much higher than she thought. The Demon God Empire is very sincere in buying the remaining batch of materials in Junior's hands. You can name the price. The Demon God Empire will not have any objections. Qinlan was very concerned about this batch of materials. The higher-ups had also said that the other party could name the price. Technological weapons now determine the balance of the battlefield. Chapter 2574. P.S. I accompanied my wife to the northwest and was delayed for 2 days. I'm sorry, I was supposed to update in the morning. 21. What was the reason? His account password was wrong, and he had been troubled until now. Sad. In the end, Qinlan still returned empty-handed. She left with a tinge of disappointment. However, as she left, scenes flashed before her eyes. There was a hidden meaning in Lin Fei's words, which gave Qinlan a glimmer of hope. What a cunning junior! From the beginning to the end, he never rejected the Empire's request. All he did was raise the price for the Avengers. What a good-for-nothing fellow. It won't be easy for the Empire to obtain this batch of resources from Tianji City. Knowing that Lin Fei was preparing to demand an exorbitant price, Qinlan couldn't help but feel hatred. The Empire needed this batch of resources. The news spread at the fastest speed. The Demon God Empire was generous for once. They held a secret meeting on the same day to discuss this matter. In the end, they unanimously agreed that no matter what price they had to pay, they had to obtain this batch of resources. The abnormal actions of the Heavenly Secrets Hall caused all the other powers to have different thoughts. If they couldn't do it in public, they could do it in private. Qinlan's side undoubtedly had the advantage of being in a favorable position. Their chances were greater than any other power. No matter what the price is, as long as it's reasonable, the Demon God Empire will agree. After receiving the news, Qinlan revealed an expression that said, I knew it. As her status rose in the Empire, the upper echelons of the Empire had no choice but to pay attention to the relationship between Qinlan and Lin Fei. Especially after witnessing the capabilities of the Avengers, some of their actions in private had been restrained. In the Empire of Expedition, a side hall in the palace was now the resting place for VIPs. Our Shao clan also needs the batch of resources in the hands of the Avengers? Shao Ran was sitting opposite someone. In front of them was a chessboard with black and white playing. He held a round black chess piece in his hand and revealed a hint of surprise. Then he placed a chess piece in one of the positions. Recently, the shocking news of Tianji Hall's headquarters being destroyed by the Avengers had spread to both the outside world and the outside world. The Shao family had their own intelligence agency, so they knew the situation in more detail than outsiders. The middle-aged man on the opposite side smiled. Originally, our Shao family didn't need to care about this. However, the Gu family, Tian family, and other families are secretly preparing for war to enhance their family's overall strength. If our Shao family doesn't want to fall behind others, then we need to arm ourselves. No one can stop the storm of technology. Since we can't resist, we might as well accept it. Shao Ran was silent for a moment and put down a chess piece. Has the family found the contact of the Avengers? The middle-aged man paused and said an unexpected name. The new star of Imperial College, Lin Fei. Xiao Zigong took out a chess piece and couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. It's actually him. How is this possible? First, we didn't quite believe it either. Later, after a secret investigation by our spies, we confirmed the other party's identity. That new star is very likely to be a chess piece supported by the Avengers. A glint flashed in Xiao Ran's eyes. So he has such an identity. No wonder Fan Luyu is so interested in a disciple from a poor family. Xiao Ran, that Qin Lan you met is not simple either. She is the saintess candidate of the demon god empire. According to our intelligence analysis, Qin Lan is currently very strong among the saintess candidates. At the same time, she is also the biggest competitor to become the future saintess. Before this saintess candidate was not well known. The reason why she could become the biggest competitor is because of the Avengers. Saintess candidate Qin Lan. This time, the clan requests that you must obtain that batch of resources from Lin Fei's hands. This will be of great help to our Xiao clan. At the very least, we can close the gap between the other clans. Furthermore, apart from our 8 great clans, not many other clans would dare to take this batch of resources. The middle-aged man said solemnly. In that case, I will go and meet this Lin Fei, the new star of Imperial College. Father. The Imperial Palace was the most powerful place in the empire. The eldest prince, Fan Qingyuan, showed a rare look of respect and sincerity, and his eyes were shining with admiration. Not far from him on a tall throne sat a middle-aged man. He looked like he was in his 30s and was very young. The only difference was that his deep eyes were like a vast starry sky, making people not dare to look directly at them. This person was the emperor of the expedition to the empire, Fan Zhanlei. Even though this Fan Zhanlei was only a doppelganger, he still had unfathomable strength. You have been doing well recently. This doppelganger was the same as the real person. His tone was neither light nor heavy, but it gave Fan Qingyuan a lot of pressure. Even though his strength had increased a lot recently, he was still very afraid of his father. This is what I should do. Fan Qingyuan did not dare to raise his head. Ever since he could remember, Fan Qingyuan was very afraid. Even after he grew up, it was still the same. Fan Zhanlei held the throne with both hands, and his eyes shone with a deep gaze. What should be yours will be yours. Don't reach out for what isn't yours. As long as you remember this, you will never be at a disadvantage. Fan Qingyuan felt a little guilty. I understand. During this period of time with the Avengers Alliance's auction, he had made great contributions to the empire, and the power in his hands had become very big. Even many families had subtly leaned towards him. His power had reached its limit, and there was a certain degree of self-aggrandizement. When his father said this, he naturally felt guilty. Father, are you saying that I should get in touch with those big families? Fan Qingyuan did not dare to be sure, but he still had to pretend to be honest and fearful. Now I will give you a task. You must handle it well. Fan Zhanlei's doppelganger said. You must handle this matter well. Fan Qingyuan was delighted. I will definitely complete the task. The Capital Institute's newcomer king Lin Fei. According to the analysis of the spies, he should be the person in charge of the Avengers Alliance's expedition to the Empire. What you need to do is to get in touch with this Lin Fei, and get this batch of resources from Tianji City. He is the person in charge? How is that possible? Fan Qingyuan cried out. The Avengers Alliance's influence was getting bigger and bigger. Fan Qingyuan was very clear of their importance, but he had never expected it. That Lin Fei of the commoner family was a member of the Avengers Alliance, and from the looks of it, he was the person in charge. There is nothing impossible in this world. The voice from the throne rang out. There are only things that you can't think of. Although the batch of resources in Tianji City is nothing compared to the Avengers Alliance's, it is still a very impressive product. No matter what, you must get it. The 8 big families have also received the news, and will probably send people to get in touch with Lin Fei. You must be prepared, in case they catch you off guard. Chapter 2575. In the suburbs of the imperial capital. In a luxurious mansion. Such a luxurious mansion in the imperial capital? 21. In the minority, they were either nouveau riche that had just risen to prominence or local tycoons from foreign star fields. The mansion in front of them was one of them. Holy Virgin, the news has spread. I believe that all the forces know about Lin Fei. The show is about to start. I heard that the eldest prince and the Xiao family are about to make a move. A low voice was heard in the secret chamber of the mansion. If anyone heard this, they would be shocked. The news of a person was actually leaked by a saintess. Well done. Now let's see how that little bitch can compete. Opposite the man in the secret chamber sat an enchanting woman. A hint of resentment flashed in the depths of her green eyes. If Qinlan were here, she would definitely recognize her. This enchanting woman was one of the saintess candidates, and she was originally one of the 3 saintess candidates. Now, with Qinlan's ascension, she was forced to be the 3rd saintess candidate. She had stolen the limelight that belonged to them, and her influence was increasing day by day. She had vaguely become a great worry for them. This was not good news for them. Therefore, after some maneuvering, they finally found a clue and discovered the secret behind it. Therefore, this scene happened. Whether it was the Demon God's Empire or the Expeditionary Empire, the news that Lin Fei was a member of the Avengers began to spread through all kinds of intelligence. After all, Lin Fei was too famous. It was impossible not to notice him. After contacting each other, no one doubted the news at all. They believed it to be true. Holy Virgin, we just need to sit back and watch the fight. I'm really looking forward to this day. Qinlan thinks that she can reach the heavens in a single step. Then, I'll make her fall from wherever she stands up. I'll make her suffer a crushing defeat. If I do it well, maybe. Ha ha ha. Giggles echoed in the secret chamber. The speed at which the news spread was very fast. Especially when it was done deliberately, it was difficult not to be noticed. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was the head of the Avengers. Everyone was quite interested in Lin Fei, who was born in a poor family. Before this, there had been people who wanted to study him but to no avail. Now that the news had spread, everyone came to a sudden realization. It turned out that Lin Fei was a member of the Avengers. After connecting the dots, everyone no longer had any doubts. It's hard to imagine. It turns out that Lin Fei is from the Avengers. It's normal for someone from the Avengers to have this talent. Maybe the Avengers have some kind of potion to enhance their talent. Lin Fei didn't leave Emperor Peak. My information has been exposed? As the news spread outside, Lin Fei was also the first to know. Don't forget about the existence of the little devil, who was constantly collecting information. When the news spread, the system would know and quickly gather information about it to Lin Fei. Seeing this news, Lin Fei was stunned. F***ck, how did it get leaked? Could it be that Qinlan, or the 9th princess of the empire? Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. So far, only the 2 of them knew about his information. As for the rest, no one knew about it for the time being. However, now that it had been exposed, Lin Fei really didn't want to see it happen. Master, news about you can't be hidden from everyone, especially from your whereabouts. Moreover, the identity of the 9th princess and Qinlan may be a secret in the eyes of ordinary people, but it's not a secret in the eyes of those big families and even the domain lords. It's hard for them to not know that they're close to you. The little devil attacked mercilessly. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Actually, I think so too. It's only a matter of time before it gets exposed. After all, I have many secrets on me. If I meet someone with ulterior motives, it'll be easy for them to see through me. I really can't blame anyone. The news had spread without warning. Lin Fei really wasn't that unhappy. Lin Fei, who was originally prepared to watch Tianji Hall's action, had to deal with what was coming next. Find out for me who leaked the news. I believe that person must still be in the imperial capital. They must be hiding somewhere, sitting back and watching the show. They might even be watching the tigers fight. Lin Fei had almost all the news in the empire. And if such news was leaked, it would definitely be someone's enemy. Such a person would definitely not leave easily. This gave him a chance. I'll check it right away. I promise I'll find out who it is. Who can tell me what this means? Why would Lin Fei's news be leaked? In a luxurious mansion. Qinlan was furious, her face filled with murderous intent. At this time, Qinlan really wanted to kill someone. Just in the morning, Qinlan received news that Lin Fei was an Avengers. This was not a small blow to her, and it would completely affect the upcoming cooperation deal. Qinlan's subordinates all lowered their heads. Everyone could feel the endless murderous intent from the saintess. They had rarely seen the Saintess angry. Saintess, this news spread too fast. We didn't have time to investigate. One of the subordinates said in a low voice. Qinlan's face was frosty. It was just as the subordinate said. After knowing the news, it spread too fast. No one had time to stop it. Coupled with Lin Fei's identity, it was hard not to take it seriously. Go and investigate it right away. Qinlan hated this troublemaker to the core. Right. Use our Demon God Empire's secret intelligence department to investigate which saintess of the Demon God Empire has been absent recently. Qinlan quickly calmed herself down and looked for the mastermind. She immediately suspected those saintess candidates. So far, those saintess candidates were the most unwilling to see her take the throne. I hope it's not you otherwise. Qinlan's murderous intent flashed. How did he get exposed? Ninth Princess Fanluyu also received the news immediately. Could it be Qinlan who leaked it? No, it can't be her. There's no need for her to do this. This doesn't fit her style. Fanluyu was rather surprised. Princess, the entire imperial capital is basically discussing this matter now. It's said that many forces are beginning to stir, seemingly wanting to gain benefits from Lin Fei. Chapter 2576. Capital Institute Director's Office. The news had spread to the outside world. As the director of the Capital Institute, he was naturally the first to know about it. Old director, I didn't expect such a person to be hiding in our institute. The Avengers are really generous. I wonder what they're planning and what they're plotting. The old director could not help but sigh as he listened to the people around him. I'm surprised as well. Everyone knows that the Avengers can produce such a talent. It's a pity that the news was leaked at the wrong time. As someone who had been through this, the old director knew better than anyone else that someone was pushing this from behind the scenes targeting Lin Fei. That's right. Indeed, it's not the right time. All the major forces will have their eyes on Lin Fei, especially since the Avengers have been quite active recently. The disciples of Tianji Hall in the Capital Institute will probably be the first to make things difficult for him. The Capital Institute was very famous in both the inner and outer worlds. Naturally, many of the disciples of Tianji Hall studied here. Once the news spread, it was inevitable that they would make things difficult for Lin Fei. The old director smiled. Since Lin Fei is a member of our institute, I have a duty to protect him. As long as I'm around, no one from the outside can interfere. As for those inside, Lin Fei will have to deal with them himself. I think he should be able to handle them easily. After all, he's this year's newcomer king. The news spread very quickly. The people in the Capital Institute soon found out. Although the most powerful batch of Capital Institute students had gone to the ancient region, the Capital Institute was still full of geniuses. No one dared to underestimate them. In one of the courtyards of the Capital Institute, there were many people standing inside and outside the courtyard. They all looked at the person in the innermost circle, their eyes filled with reverence. Tianji Hall's most powerful genius in the Capital Institute, Ji Shanglin. This genius was recognized as one of the geniuses in the Capital Institute. He was no weaker than the geniuses of the Long family, Su family and Nangong family. In fact, he was much stronger. Brother Ji, the Avengers destroyed our Tianji city. We must avenge them no matter what. It would have been fine if we didn't know about Lin Fei's background, but now that we know whether it's true or not, we have to vent our anger on Lin Fei. That's right, even the academy can't stop us. Everyone was very excited. Many of the disciples of Tianji Hall, who were present, were from Tianji City. They were usually in groups, and even disciples from big clans did not dare to provoke them. Naturally, they had developed a domineering temperament. Ji Shanglin was one of the best among them. Ji Shanglin, who was born in Tianji Hall, was a handsome man with an elegant demeanor. At the same time, he was also a very scheming person. He had always been firmly in the forefront. Brothers, I'm already aware of this matter. Ji Shanglin waved his hand at them, and the crowd quietened down. Tianji City was destroyed, and our relatives were killed. This is a blood feud. No matter where the news came from, it can at least prove one thing. Lin Fei must be in contact with them. Since everyone is looking up to me, let's go together and let Lin Fei know how powerful Tianji Hall is. With that, he stood up. Once the people from Tianji Hall moved, Everyone's attention was on them. In the college, people from Tianji Hall had always been very domineering and could not be offended. After all, Tianji Hall had a strong backing and was feared by everyone. The Heavenly Secrets Hall was famous for being overbearing and domineering. However, this time many people were delighted, especially those who had suffered under Lin Fei. They finally had a chance to vent their anger. No matter what the outcome was, Lin Fei would definitely be at a disadvantage in this college. Tianji Hall had many people and was powerful. It would not be easy for Lin Fei to deal with Tianji Hall alone. There were originally dozens of people in the group. As they walked, more and more people joined in. They were all disciples of families who could not stand the sight of Lin Fei. There were too few opportunities to beat up the other party. By the time the people from Tianji Hall arrived at the front of Emperor's Peak, it was packed with thousands of people. Most of them were here to join in the fun. In the sky, there were talents who were activating their treasures. They wanted to see how Lin Fei would deal with this crisis. Lin Fei, come out! Lin Fei, come out! Their voices joined together in a mighty and shocking manner, reverberating in the air above the Capital Institute. Fortunately, they were in the cultivation grounds. If they were outside, the entire capital city would be able to hear the voices of Tianji Hall. That would be interesting. The people from Tianji Hall are really persistent. Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Fei gulped down the tea in his cup and casually tossed it to the side. He stood up unhurriedly and stretched his body. This is earlier than I expected. I wonder what the Academy's upper echelons think of this matter. As the news spread, Lin Fei had asked the system to analyze the trouble they would be in. The internal problems of the college were the top priority for now. Actually, Master, there's no need for you to go out. Let me go out and wipe them out. I guarantee that they'll behave themselves and not dare to say a word. The little fiend stretched its body and revealed its sharp teeth. Lin Fei was speechless. He pointed at the little fiend's body and said, "Save it. Those people won't be able to withstand your attacks. They'll become minced meat if you attack them." "Ha ha ha ha, actually, I'm not as violent and cruel as you make me out to be," the little fiend said innocently. Lin Fei immediately exposed the little devil's lie. "No, the people who invaded last time were all turned into minced meat by you. You still have the nerve to say that you weren't? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You can't go out today, but when we get to the ancient wasteland world, I'll let you have fun. It's a deal." The little fiend's eyes lit up and it created mini tornadoes around it. They whistled and cut through the air. Outside Emperor Peak, the voices of dissent did not stop. "Looks like that Lin Fei won't dare to come out. Hee, this isn't the Avengers. This is Imperial College. Even if the experts from the Avengers come to cause trouble, they'll have to ask the Emperor if he'll allow it. I heard that Lin Fei's cultivation level isn't high." "Of course not. I think he's only at his second job transition." Although everyone was shocked by Lin Fei's identity, no one in the college was afraid of Lin Fei. Ji Shenglin's lips curled up as he was surrounded by the crowd. "Lin Fei, don't disappoint me." The formation on Emperor Peak was very powerful. Ji Shenglin knew that he would not force his way in. He believed that Lin Fei would definitely come out. Based on his analysis, Lin Fei was not the kind of person who would hide. Others might be shocked by Lin Fei's identity and background, but Ji Shenglin had nothing to fear. In his eyes, Lin Fei was a treasure. "You have to come out. I've prepared something for you. It's open, it's open. The formation has been removed. No way, he's really coming out." A voice that was not particularly loud rang out. The clouds above Monarch Peak scattered, and the black-clad Lin Fei walked over unhurriedly. Then he appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 2577. You want to cause trouble? Under everyone's gazes, Lin Fei's words made everyone feel like they had been struck by lightning. "Cause trouble?" Everyone could not help but be taken aback. What an arrogant tone. Did he not know that he was facing an expert from Tianji Hall? In order to denounce Lin Fei, almost all the experts from Tianji Hall had come. At least all of them from Capital Institute were here. The prodigies in the sky almost fell from the clouds. Was that a bold statement? Or was it a provocation to everyone? In the depths of the void, he's still as hot-tempered as before. A senile old man smiled subconsciously. I wonder how you're going to deal with those elites from Tianji Hall. This old man was the dean of Capital Institute. As for his name, it had almost been forgotten. Basically, everyone called him Dean. After a long time, it had almost become a new name. Dean, what do you think your chances of Lin Fei winning are? A middle-aged man stood beside him. If the higher-ups of the institute were to see this, they would definitely be very surprised. This was the current Dean Xiao Qingshan. He was also one of the dean's disciples and looked like an old friend. You think Lin Fei can't do it? The dean turned around and looked at Xiao Qingshan with a faint smile. Xiao Qingshan had not been in the academy for a period of time, so he had only just heard of Lin Fei. He was a second transition job, and although his talent was good, his high-profile personality was not to Xiao Qingshan's liking. Xiao Qingshan had rarely seen his teacher think so highly of someone. He even came to see him personally. It was really rare and naturally made Xiao Qingshan feel a little jealous. The dean laughed. He's quite an interesting person. Xiao Qingshan was at a loss. What does that mean? Lin Fei's words immediately caused a commotion. The one who made the noise was naturally a disciple of Tianji Hall. Lin Fei, you're finally willing to come out. You're acting like a man. I thought you would dare to come out. Tell me, what's your relationship with the Avengers? As long as you kneel down and admit your mistake, publicly saying that the Avengers are not as good as Tianji Hall, we will give you a lighter sentence. One by one, the disciples of Tianji Hall made things difficult for Lin Fei. Lin Fei stopped. You guys have a lot of questions. I don't even know which one to answer first. So, I've decided not to answer any of them. You guys can do whatever you want. This is pretty good. Everyone had seen their fair share of willful people. However, it was rare to see someone like Lin Fei. For a time, Lin Fei pulled a lot of hatred. The disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Hall glared angrily at him. He wanted to eat fruits, but he was ignoring them. In the face of Tianji Hall, the most powerful group in Imperial College, no one dared to ignore the existence of Tianji Hall. Rumor has it that Junior Lin Fei has a personality. I didn't believe it at first, but now I've seen it for myself. You're the first person who dares to ignore Tianji Hall in Imperial College. Ji Shenglin looked at Lin Fei and shot him a cold glare. You're really courageous. Very courageous. However, you've also offended all the disciples of Tianji Hall. This proves that you're related to the Avengers. I wonder if I'm right. Lin Fei was not very interested in the disciples of Tianji Hall in Imperial College. Even though this heavenly son of heaven Ji Shenglin was a seventh-job professional with considerable strength and was worthy of being called a heavenly son of heaven, he was still quite weak in Lin Fei's eyes. This is a smart person. He stood on the opposite side from the start and won everyone's support. He's quite scheming. Lin Fei thought to himself. He had learned a lot. Not a bad speech. I still stand by my words. Whether I'm from the Avengers or not, it's up to you to guess. Lin Fei said with a smile. Of course you can ask me in another way. For example, defeat me personally. Maybe I'll tell you the truth. These words once again provoked the disciples of Tianji Hall. Even Ji Shenglin realized that Lin Fei was making fun of them. He did not care about the disciples of Tianji Hall at all. No one could withstand such a careless provocation. So Junior Lin Fei doesn't want to reveal anything. Ji Shenglin stared at Lin Fei. You should know that this is not your turf. This is Imperial College. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Since you know what kind of place this is, do you think that I will be afraid just because you brought a large group of people here? I only wanted to see what kind of tricks you guys have up your sleeves. It's just that from the looks of it, your actions are extremely childish. Or could it be that you guys are planning to swarm me? Then you've made up your mind. Ji Shenglin suppressed his anger. You're going to make an enemy of Tianji Hall. Now, regardless of whether the other party was the Avengers or not, Ji Shenglin had subconsciously classified him as one of them. If he retreated today, the influence they had painstakingly built up in Imperial College would suffer a huge blow. When the news got out, Lin Fei was also full of anger. Now that the people of Tianji Hall had come knocking on his door, he had to be prepared to be the punching bag. He even knew that several powerful auras in the air were watching him. They were definitely the higher-ups of the college. Even if Lin Fei did not explain this matter, those people would definitely link it to the Avengers. Now that they had finally found a breakthrough, as long as they were not fools, they would make use of Lin Fei. As for why so many people had come, a portion of them were disciples of the various clans. They were unwilling to accept Lin Fei's defeat. As for the rest, they had come to observe Lin Fei and interact with him at close range. Ha ha ha. So what if I really become your enemy? Lin Fei flicked his long hair and stood with his hands behind his back. Today I'll say it here. As long as any of you can injure me, I'll tell you everything I know. Let's see who has the ability. I wonder if anyone is interested in trying. Lin Fei, you're too arrogant. You're just a junior who's a few years younger than us. A family disciple in the distance couldn't help but mock Lin Fei. Then come up. Lin Fei hooked his finger at the other party. I'll stand here. You can try and see if you can do it or not. Damn it. That family disciple didn't like Lin Fei to begin with, especially after knowing the background of the Avengers. No, because it was a meteoric rise, he felt even more uncomfortable. Eat my fist. Lightning fist. That person soared into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A beam of light shot out, leaving behind a thunderous roar in everyone's ears, followed by tinnitus. He is the son of lightning, Ben Lei. Suddenly someone shouted. Chapter 2578. The person who had rushed out was immediately recognized. The crowd was in an uproar. This person, who was surrounded by lightning, was quite famous. He was one of the best among the geniuses. Known as the Son of Thunder, Ben Lei was ridiculously strong and had mastered a lightning-related vocation. Thunder had always been known as the most destructive existence. When Ben Lei's fist struck out, lightning bolts tore through the void. When it landed in the ears of the crowd, it was a deafening sound. It was a terrifying punch. Could destroy everything. Everyone looked in Lin Fei's direction. That area was engulfed by the lightning released by the punch. The Son of Thunder stood amidst the roaring lightning, looking exceptionally holy. He's not dodging. Is he going to use his body to resist the power of thunder? He's crazy. How strong is his body? What a fool. The disciples of Tianji Hall were about to witness Lin Fei's body being torn apart by the power of thunder. They might not be able to deal with the Avengers, but they could still deal with Lin Fei. Even if they killed him, the higher-ups of the Capital Institute would not make things difficult for them. Clatter, clatter. The power of thunder tore through the air. Ben Lei's punch tore through the air and landed heavily on Lin Fei. The terrifying power tore through the air, causing the entire space to tremble. Quite a scene. It's a pity that your power of thunder has not reached the level where it can destroy everything. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei shattered the power of thunder around him and appeared in front of everyone unscathed. Thunderstorm. The thunder raged, and the world immediately darkened. Large amounts of thunder roared and surged. Come, come, I'll take it. His body had reached the terrifying early stage of the 8th rank. Lin Fei did not care about such attacks. Unless his opponent was a top fighter of the 9th profession transition level. How can his body be so strong? Ji Shenglin had a rare look of seriousness on his face. With his strength, he could see with his own eyes that the thunderbolts that could tear apart bodies were bounced off when they landed on the other party's body. There was no effect at all. To have such a body, he has to be at least a 6th order, or even 7th order. Could it be that the Avengers have poured all their resources into Lin Fei? How many resources would that be? Ji Shenglin was starting to feel envious. He realized that the operation against Lin Fei today was probably going to fail. With such a strong physique, even if he just stood there and didn't move, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Once this thought came to his mind, he could no longer suppress it. To the others, Lin Fei's performance was enough to shock all the seniors and juniors present. They stared dumbfoundedly at the whistling lightning that came crashing down one after another. Lin Fei, this year's newcomer king, seemed to be bathing in the lightning completely unharmed. Just a little bit more, it's still a long way off. Running Thunder's rage points instantly dropped to the ground. I don't believe it. Rushing Thunder soared into the sky, and after a flash of lightning, he arrived in front of Lin Fei. He grabbed out with one hand, and a lightning sword appeared. A resplendent light erupted from the body of the sword, and it slashed at Lin Fei's left arm. With a loud kacha sound, the lightning sword was shaken off. Again, Running Thunder was unwilling to give up. He had always been cultivating in seclusion, and he believed that he had mastered the power of thunderbolts to the extreme. He had come back from seclusion to defeat the geniuses of the Capital Institute. The only thing he hadn't expected was that before he met the geniuses, he would first encounter a powerful opponent who could easily deflect his thunderbolts. Running Thunder was unwilling to give up just like that. A terrifying power was unleashed from Running Thunder's hands. The crowd could only see a flash of lightning in the sky. They couldn't see Running Thunder's figure at all, except for a limited number of people. In the depths of the void, Teacher, his fleshly body, Qiao Qingshan was rather surprised. His expression was rich with surprise and a hint of bewilderment. This is the level that only a 7th or 8th level body can have. How old is he? The old dean smiled happily. I've already said. This kid is a rather interesting person. Qiao Qingshan laughed bitterly. Teacher, you're still the sharpest. That kid Running Thunder's ability isn't bad, but it's a pity that he's met a powerful opponent. This kid is indeed a monster. He hides his strength well. However, as a student of the institute, the more outstanding his performance, the better it is for our institute. The old dean continued to smile. Qiao Qingshan looked at the flash of lightning in the distance, and the figure within it. The people from Tianji Hall are destined to have worked for nothing. However, this is also good. With someone suppressing Tianji Hall, at least we can suppress their arrogance a little. As the dean of the Capital Institute, Qiao Qingshan really didn't like the disciples of Tianji Hall. Because of their formidable background, they banded together and acted arrogantly in the Capital Institute. He could only turn a blind eye and tolerate them. The stronger Lin Fei's performance was, the happier Qiao Qingshan was. From the information he had gathered, this Lin Fei was a rather reliable person. At the very least, he wasn't arrogant or overbearing in his actions. Up until now, he hadn't gotten close to any of the groups. Running Thunder, I admit defeat, the old dean suddenly said. In the sky below, the lightning dissipated, but the destructive power of lightning still pervaded the air. Your body is very strong. Up until now, I haven't been able to break your body. I want to know what level your body is at. Running Thunder stopped. Even though he was unwilling, he knew that the other party's body was too strong. He couldn't tear it apart at all. After a round of attacks, Che Tua gave up on the idea of fighting. At the very least, he couldn't right now. Running Thunder taking the initiative to admit defeat caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. The power of lightning was known for its destructive power, but in front of Lin Fei he still lost. And this was under the premise that the other party didn't retaliate. You can be unwilling, but if you can't injure Lin Fei, the other party was in an invincible position. Early stage of the 8th level. Lin Fei didn't hide it. Early stage of the 8th level, I didn't lose unjustly. Running Thunder had long expected this. Hearing Lin Fei's words, his heart still trembled. He felt that his own abilities weren't bad. Up until now, relying on the power of lightning, he had already tempered his body to the 6th level. Compared to the other party, the gap was huge. However, I won't give up. In the future, you will be the target I want to defeat. Anytime. Lin Fei was very clear that if Running Thunder didn't have a fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to break his body in this lifetime. He might even fail himself. Running Thunder turned and left, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing without a trace. Lin Fei's gaze turned to Ji Shenglin. He's gone. Your Tianji Hall doesn't intend to come up and try? I heard that you're the strongest one from Tianji Hall here. You have to be a role model. Lin Fei looked at Ji Shenglin with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ji Shenglin's scalp went numb from being looked at. Until now, those few words still echoed in his mind. How can he have a Tier 8 physical body? I'm only at the 5th level right now, and I've already expended a large amount of resources. The more Ji Shenglin thought, the angrier he got. Senior apprentice brother Ji, go up and get him. Who's afraid of who? The Tianji Hall disciples at the back egged Ji Shenglin on. They really couldn't watch on anymore. Chapter 2579. From the start, Ji Shenglin had indeed felt that he had defeated Lin Fei. Whether in terms of cultivation realm or physical body, He had completely crushed the other party, and used this to make a great contribution to Tianji Hall. Lin Fei's early-stage 8th-level physical body was like a huge mountain pressing down, pressuring Ji Shanglin to the point that he could not breathe. Who was Bin Lei? That was the power of thunder that controlled destruction, and was still unable to break through an early-stage 8th-level physical body. If he went up, wouldn't it be the same? In terms of strength, he and Bin Lei were about the same, and even he could not do it, let alone himself. Lin Fei's blatant act of looking down on the Heavenly Secrets Hall had undoubtedly provoked the disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Hall. Ji Shanglin laughed bitterly in his heart. This was really lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet. He had bitterness that he could not speak of. Lin Fei, you only rely on your early-stage 8th-level physical body. Other than this, what other abilities do you have? Ji Shanglin raised his hand, suppressing the voices behind him. Lin Fei was very disappointed in Tianji Hall. Bin Lei's defeat had caused them to lose their morale. Abilities, I have plenty. Lin Fei laughed. Originally, it would have been fine if you didn't come, but now that you came, you don't dare to make a move. It really makes me look down on you. So, I've decided to teach you a deep lesson, lest you think that you are infallible, and think that just because you are from Tianji Hall, you can be unbridled. Ji Shanglin secretly raised his guard and laughed out loud. Your cultivation realm is not high. If not for your strong physical body, any disciple of our Tianji Hall can easily defeat you. I really want to know, what other abilities do you have? Our Tianji Hall will take you on. If it was one-on-one, Ji Shanglin did not have the confidence a rank 8 physical body. Even if it was the early stage in the ancient Desolation Great World, it was a level that many people could not achieve in their entire lives. Then I will do as you wish. Lin Fei could not be bothered to continue speaking against them. He really could not muster up any thoughts. Grand formation, banish. Lin Fei let out a low growl as he pointed his hand at Ji Shanglin. He raised his hand, spread his fingers and clenched his fist. Then a shocking scene unfolded. The space around Ji Shanglin collapsed, forming a huge black hole. Let's go. The first to react was Ji Shanglin. A bad feeling rose in his heart. The space beneath him collapsed, and a black hole formed. Before he could react, a huge suction force enveloped him, and he was sucked into the black hole. Damn it, how could I forget that Lin Fei knows how to set up formations? He's too cunning. Ji Shanglin's voice was drowned out. As a result, everyone saw the following scene. The members of Tianji Hall, including the academy students who tried to take advantage of the situation, were swallowed by the black hole and disappeared completely. Is this a formation? It's too scary. Where did they go? Fool, didn't you hear that it's banishment? They must have been sent to some damn place. If they're lucky, they can still return. If they're unlucky, they might encounter danger. They can't be banished to the ancient wilderness great world, right? Everyone looked at each other. From Ji Shanglin's last words, they remembered something. Lin Fei's realm was not high, but he knew a powerful formation. That was clearly the power of an array formation. In one go, he had banished hundreds of people, or even close to 1,000. Finally, it's quiet. Lin Fei clapped his hands. He had gained a lot. Although banishing these people at once had consumed a large amount of energy, he did not feel the pinch at all. Although it would not cause any trouble for them, they would definitely be in a bad mood. That was because Lin Fei himself did not know where the array formation had banished them. If they were lucky, they would suffer less. If they were not lucky, it would depend on their luck. Lin Fei felt that they were definitely unlucky. At the same time, on a desolate star field, a large group of people were teleported out. All of them looked very disheveled as they sized up the desolate environment around them. Lin Fei, you bastard! Ji Shanglin could no longer control himself and roared at the sky. He could not sense the aura of the treasures he had left in the academy, which was enough to prove that they had come to a very desolate place. Ji Shanglin roared, and so did the others, especially when they knew that they were in a desolate star field without any markings. Woo 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 woo! Suddenly, a ghostly wail and wolf howl came from afar, causing everyone to tremble in fear. They subconsciously looked over and saw a large dark cloud covering the sky. Oh no, that's not a dark cloud. It's a heaven tiger bee, one of the 10 special star beasts. Everyone run. Ji Shanglin's eyes suddenly widened, and his breathing became rapid. After saying that, He fled into the distance. Lin Fei, you've caused our deaths. Run! Damn, that's a heaven tiger bee. Lin Fei did not know that they were unlucky enough to encounter a special star beast. Moreover, it was a group of heaven tiger bees, a very domineering special creature. Now you still want to come up and try? Lin Fei swept his gaze across the crowd. Those who met Lin Fei's gaze all lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. The rest of the people were mostly here to watch the show. They had no grudges with Lin Fei. Go up and spar? Who would have the leisure to do that? Didn't they see that Ji Shanglin and the others from Tianji Hall were in trouble? So there's no more. Lin Fei revealed his white teeth. Then why are you guys still standing here? Go and do what you need to do. It's very interesting to stay here. Swish. Everyone dispersed. They did not want to be banished. The consequences were terrifying. Lin Fei was very satisfied with his own words. If you don't show some of your strength, you guys will show off. Teacher, he actually knows array formations. Even I can sense how he set them up. Is he an array formation grandmaster? Xiao Qingshan revealed a rare trace of emotion. An early-stage 8th grade physical body was already very heaven-defying. He did not expect that he actually knew how to set up array formations. That's why I said that this kid is very interested. The old dean was used to it. However, this time, his move is a little too big. If he banishes them all at once, there might be casualties among Tianji Hall's disciples. Xiao Qingshan's face sank. Then I'll hurry over to prevent too many casualties. The old dean shook his head. No rush. This old man has already left an imprint on Ji Xinglin's body. You just have to follow the imprint to find him later. Don't you think that we should go and meet this Lin Fei? He has caused quite a big trouble. Xiao Qingshan did not recognize this teacher of his. It sounded like there was a hidden meaning in his words. Xiao Qingshan rarely saw his teacher in such a relaxed mood. Chapter 2580. Imperial College. Everyone had fled after Lin Fei's attack. The banishment array was far more terrifying than they had imagined. No one dared to stay and be the unlucky ones. Only a few people are left now. Lin Fei smiled when he returned to Emperor Peak. Even the big clans would not dare to barge into the Capital Institute, especially since they had a working relationship with the Avengers. No one would be so foolish as to cause trouble. In Lin Fei's eyes, he had to deal with the royal family. Someone's here. When Ol Amos and Xiao Qingshan got close to Emperor Peak, Lin Fei received a system notification to open the array. Welcome to my humble abode, presidents. Lin Fei greeted them with a smile. Ol Amos was also smiling. You're quite something. You knew as soon as we arrived. You must have set up an array around here. Lin Fei chuckled and said, It's just a senseless piece of work that can't be displayed in public. Xiao Qingshan was shocked. Both of them were experts. They had come without a sound, but Lin Fei had found out immediately. It was not easy. He was getting more and more curious about Lin Fei. If word got out, those array grandmasters would be crying for their mommy and daddy. Ol Amos cracked a joke which was rare. Presidents, it's rare for you to visit. Let's have a seat inside. I have some good stuff here. Let's have a taste. Lin Fei was not nervous at all in front of the new and old presidents. In a pavilion on the Emperor Peak, the faint aroma of tea permeated the air. One sniff would make one feel refreshed and lightheaded. Great tea. It's an immortal tea. Ol Amos squinted and looked intoxicated. When he opened his eyes, he was full of praises. I wonder where you got this. I'm also an expert in the way of tea. I've never heard of this tea before. It's a rare thing. Lin Fei chuckled. If you like it, you can bring some back later. Anyway, it's not suitable for me. It's too wasteful. That's very kind of you, kid. Ol Amos did not reject it and accepted it with a smile. Xiao Qingshan was also surprised. The old dean rarely accepted gifts, which meant that he admired Lin Fei a lot. Lin Fei poured a cup of tea for the two of them. May I know why the two of you are here to look for me? Xiao Qingshan finally found a chance to speak. He said in a low voice, Lin Fei, don't you think you've made a big mistake today? They're all from Tianji Hall. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to them? If anything happens, not even Imperial College will be able to protect you. Lin Fei was indeed very surprised to see the two new and old deans. The old dean was very influential in the Capital Institute. Countless powerful cultivators had studied under him. As time went by, everyone forgot his name and just called him Old Dean. That was not something that ordinary people could do. Lin Fei said innocently, "Dean Xiao, it's not that I want to mess with them, but I really don't have any tricks up my sleeves. I can't just let them swarm me and beat me up." Xiao Qingshan had finally witnessed Lin Fei's glib tongue. "You're talking nonsense. No one can break your defense with your early-stage 8th rank body." "Principal Qiao, haven't you heard of the saying, 'There is strength in numbers'? What if I can't hold on? What if they have some kind of treasure in their hands? In order to prevent any danger from arising, I believe that they will enjoy this trip very much. Furthermore, it will be a free trip." Xiao Qingshan realized that he could not win against Lin Fei in an argument. Lin Fei's glib tongue was indeed impressive. With just a few words, he was able to put himself in a good position. Ji Shanglin and the others from Tianji Hall had lost for no reason. "Qingshan, what do you think? This kid is quite interesting, just like how he was when he became the newcomer king." The old dean smiled. To him, Lin Fei was someone who did not lose his edge, but at the same time he knew how to keep a low profile. The Heavenly Secrets Hall had underestimated Lin Fei, and suffered a great loss in the end. "Old Dean, you have a good eye. I admit that I'm not as good as you." Xiao Qingshan admitted his inadequacies. Lin Fei had to deal with the old dean now. As for Xiao Qingshan, he did not care much about him. In the entire Capital Institute, the old dean was the one who had the right to speak. Although he had not been in charge for a long time, he could see everything clearly. Now that the old dean was here, Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. "Xiao Lin, do you mind if I call you that?" The old dean smiled. "I don't mind. In terms of seniority, I'm still your junior. I'm more than happy that you call me Xiao Lin." Lin Fei could tell that the old dean was sincere. He did not treat him like a child. This was an old dean who deserved respect. "I just want to know why you're here." The old dean looked at Lin Fei with a smile. Lin Fei had expected the old dean to ask this question. The meaning behind it was obvious. "Old dean, I'm actually here to learn and broaden my horizons. I don't know if you're satisfied with my answer. As you can see, I'm not the kind of person who would cause trouble. Everything happened because of fate, and I didn't want to do that." Lin Fei said with a serious expression. "You're quite slippery, but I like your character." The old dean laughed. "I wonder if our institute can cooperate with the Revenge Chamber of Commerce?" Lin Fei smiled inwardly. "That's what you really want to say." Lin Fei did not think that the two new and old deans were here just to ask him a few questions. They were here for the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Qingshan's expression also became much more solemn. The dazzling appearance of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce had brought about a technological storm. The most obvious example was that the Demon God Empire, which had been suppressed for a long time, had a great increase in its combat power with the help of technological weapons. There were constant battles at the borders of the Star Sector. As the cradle of talents, the Capital Institute was also aware of the impact of the technological storm. This was just the beginning. As time passed, the technological storm would affect everyone. After knowing that Lin Fei was from the Avengers, the two new and old deans had their own ideas. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of fragrant tea and said unhurriedly, "Since you're here with sincerity, I'll be frank. I'm indeed a special envoy of the Avengers, a liaison. The deal you mentioned is not impossible. I just don't know what benefits I can get from it, and what benefits the Avengers behind me can get." Lin Fei admitted it readily in front of the two deans. He did not mince words. He was straightforward and confident. Chapter 2581. Lin Fei admitted it without hesitation. Once word got out, someone would definitely notice some clues. Even if he wanted to hide it, he might not be able to do so for long. Everyone would find out sooner or later. There was no need for Lin Fei to be secretive in front of the new and old directors. This was Emperor Peak Lin Fei's territory. Even if the two directors had any ideas, they would not be able to do so here. The concealment formations were enough to make them lose a layer of skin. Lin Fei was very confident about this. "Xiao Lin, you're really a straightforward person. You're very straightforward. This old man likes your personality." The old director was a little surprised by Lin Fei's admission. Since you've said it, we'll be straightforward too. If we work together, no one will be able to do anything to you in the Capital College. This is my guarantee. If you're willing, you can even set up a branch of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce in the Capital College. Xiao Qingshan was stunned. This was different from what he had said previously. Everyone understood the meaning of this sentence. The Capital College was backing up Lin Fei. What if the emperor comes? Lin Fei's lips curled up as he asked the dean. My words are as good as gold. As long as you're in the college, no one will be able to do anything. The old director's voice was sonorous and powerful like an alarm clock. Lin Fei stretched out his hand. Let's work well together. The old director was stunned. Understanding what he meant, he stretched out his hand as well. Let's work well together. Old director, if we do this, will it? Xiao Qingshan was still concerned about certain aspects. For example, the royal family. After all, the Capital College was founded by the emperor in his previous life. O.L. Amos had a calm expression on his face. You don't understand. Even if the great emperor finds out, he'll still allow us to do it. The storm of technology. No one can stop it. If we don't hurry up and prepare now, we'll fall behind in the future. Xiao Qingshan was deep in thought. We're on an expedition to the empire. Those big clans won't dare to act recklessly. We don't need to do anything. Moreover, that brat is very cunning. He won't let himself get hurt so easily. We don't need to worry about him. Xiao Qingshan could tell that this Lin Fei was very cunning. The people from Tianji Hall came aggressively, but in the end, they were still defeated by Lin Fei. This old headmaster is very resourceful. If he can set up a revenge chamber of commerce in the Capital Institute, the influence of the institute will be great. After sending off the two deans, Lin Fei drank 3 cups of fragrant tea in a row. The old dean's words meant that Lin Fei did not have to worry about anything in the Capital Institute. The next time someone from Tianji Hall came to make trouble, he would not have to worry about it. Lin Fei didn't care who he sold his technological weapons to. The Capital Institute definitely wanted to have a better foothold in the ancient wilderness world. Naturally, they needed technological weapons. Of course, it was inevitable that some of them would lean towards the royal family. Lin Fei did not care. It was all the same. Now that he had benefited and could develop, why not? Originally, Lin Fei wanted to set up a branch of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce in another place. Now, it seemed that there was no place more suitable than the Capital Institute. The old dean had said that he could open up an area to set up the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. Just because of the name of the Capital Institute, there was an invisible form of protection. Now, all that's left is the royal family. On the side of the royal family, the eldest prince, Fan Qingyan, was the first to receive the news. Those idiots from Tianji Hall. They knew that Lin Fei knew a raise, but they still went to their deaths. In the end, it was all for nothing. Fan Qingyuan had participated in the grand auction of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. With the contributions he had made at the auction, he was in charge of a new technological army. He was more eager than anyone else to get on the good side of the Avengers. Now the opportunity had come, and it lay with Lin Fei. Over the past few days, Fan Qingyuan had been looking through Lin Fei's information. The more he read, the more he felt that something was amiss. Lin Fei's background was very mysterious, and it seemed that he really had connections with the Avengers. I'm going to make a trip to the Capital Institute and have a good chat with Junior Lin Fei. A glint flashed across Fan Qingyuan's eyes. It's a pity that I haven't been able to find Lin Fei's weakness yet. In Fan Qingyuan's opinion, to deal with a person, it was either money, a woman's beauty, or power. There were no more than these 3 methods. He could not see any of these on Lin Fei. It seemed that he had been keeping a low profile. The array on Emperor Peak was dense, and almost no one knew what he was doing. In a mansion in the suburbs, Qin Lan charged in with a menacing aura, sending the few people who tried to stop him flying. They went all the way to the back garden and stood in front of a pavilion. Stop right there. As soon as Qin Lan charged in, 7 or 8 men in black stood in front of her with weapons in hand, blocking her way. Scram if you don't want to die. Qin Lan was in a bad mood, and her face was frosty. Not long ago, she had finally found the mastermind. It was one of the 3 Saintess candidates, the Snake Demoness. Lan found the snake demoness hiding place in a rage and attacked her in public, demanding an explanation from the snake demoness. "My good sister, what wind blew you here? Look at your anger." A faint voice came from the pavilion. "You can all leave now. Otherwise, Sister Lan might really kill you." Swoosh! Everyone retreated. There was a large bed in the middle of the pavilion. The snake demoness with green eyes was lying on her side, revealing her slender curves. She exuded an exotic charm. "I'm not your good sister. Let me ask you, were you the one who spread the news that Lin Fei is a member of the Avengers?" Lan believed in her judgment. Although she was now one of the 3 Saintess candidates, the competition was still very fierce. It was normal for the snake demoness to drag her down. Such important news. Why didn't I know about it?" The snake demoness was surprised and looked ignorant. "However, I have to thank Sister Lan for telling me such important news. It turns out that Lin Fei is a member of the Avengers. I remember that he is from the Capital Institute." Lan said angrily. "Snake demoness, stop pretending. No one else could do this except you. Otherwise, how can you explain that you would come here for no reason? Aren't you afraid that the experts of the Expeditionary Empire will find out and capture you to be someone's exclusive slave?" The snake demoness giggled. "I really don't know what you're talking about. I came here for a mission. As for what the mission is, it's a secret. You should know, so it's not convenient for me to say more." Lan didn't believe the snake demoness. The snake demoness was famous for being cunning and fickle. They were very good at disguising. "Snake witch, you know very well that you can hide what you've done from everyone, but you can't hide it from me. I'm sure it's you, so you're the mastermind behind the scenes." Lan said coldly. "I'll remember this debt." The snake demoness said weakly. "I really didn't do this." Chapter 2582. As soon as the 2 Saintess-in-waiting exchanged blows, the luxurious mansion in the suburbs immediately suffered a huge impact. Lan wanted to vent her anger on the snake demoness. If it wasn't for the fact that this was human territory, she wouldn't have held back at all. She would have gone all out and ruthlessly dealt with the snake demoness. Even so, the battle between the 2 Saintesses was still quite shocking. In the end, the battle ended in a draw. Everyone had their own considerations and had held back. "I won't let this go just like that. I'll settle this score sooner or later." Lan turned around and left without looking at the snake witch, who looked a little disheveled. "Sister Lan, I won't see you out." The snake witch's clothes were a little disheveled, but she smiled beautifully until Lan disappeared. Her expression turned cold. "Lan, so what if you know? The news has already spread. You must be very anxious without this thigh, ha ha ha." For the snake witch, there was nothing more satisfying than this. "I have to find a time to meet this Lin Fei. If I can snatch him from Lan, it might be even better. Lan's expression will definitely be very pleasant then." The serpent witch giggled. Back at Imperial College, Lan immediately heard about Tianji Hall's attack on Lin Fei. A bunch of idiots. Ever since she had made the deal with Lin Fei, Lan had been studying Lin Fei. She discovered that Lin Fei's body was shrouded in a mysterious aura. The people from Tianji Hall would definitely not have a good ending if they went looking for trouble with Lin Fei. After some hesitation, Lan still went in the direction of the Emperor Peak. This matter had started because of her. She had to go and explain it. She hated the snake witch to death. A good situation had been ruined just like that. "Have you thought it through?" Lan did not wait outside for long. She entered the Emperor Peak and saw a very leisurely Lin Fei. "I'm here to apologize." Lan did not think that this matter could be hidden from Lin Fei. Up until now, everyone's understanding of the Avengers was limited to a very small range. It could be seen how well they kept their secrets. It was just a small matter, and he only needed to say a word to settle it. Since the other party was so relaxed, it was clear that he did not take this matter to heart. "Apologize? That's not the style of senior sister." Lin Fei was a little curious. Lan seemed to have changed today. She was different from usual. "Are you mistaken? Keep pretending, keep pretending." Lan felt that Lin Fei must have known that the people of the Demon God Empire were making a move, and was intentionally waiting for her to express her opinion. However, she couldn't bring herself to be angry. This matter was on their side regardless of who it was. We, the Demon God Empire, were the ones who leaked the news that Junior Brother is a member of the Avengers. I sincerely apologize for this. Please forgive us. Qinlan bit her lip lightly. To be honest, at the beginning, Lin Fei was quite angry. This was all caused by that bastard. Later, Lin Fei figured it out. This matter could not be hidden. Everyone would find out sooner or later. In this critical period with the protection of the Avengers, it was enough to threaten those with ulterior motives. At the same time, it could attract some firepower. After Lin Fei figured it out, he did not care anymore. Your Demon God Empire is quite daring. Are you saying that I should report this to my superiors or? Lin Fei subconsciously showed a hint of anger. Although Lin Fei had figured it out, he was still very concerned. Qinlan was afraid that if Lin Fei reported it, it would mean that the Demon God Empire had entered the sights of the Avengers. If they were destroyed like Tianji City, that was not what she wanted. No, Qinlan blurted out. At this time, Qinlan was in the wrong. However, she realized one thing. It was not that she could not report this matter. She would never expect that the person controlling the people of the Avengers was Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. I finally get to see you suffer a setback. It's not easy. In Lin Fei's eyes, Qinlan had always been a strong woman. Especially recently, her aura was getting stronger and stronger. Even a fool could tell that Qinlan's influence among the Saintess candidates was growing. I was having a good time working with Senior Sister. However, the Demon God Empire is too unscrupulous. After working together, you exposed me. Tell me, am I not hurt? I've decided to report this matter and blacklist the Demon God Empire. I'll never work with you again. Lin Fei said with a straight face. At this moment, Qinlan was really panicking. Although she did not know Lin Fei's exact position in the Avengers, the fact that he was able to host several major transactions showed that his position was not low. He might even have the support of the upper echelons. If this matter were to spread, the upper echelons of the Avengers would be furious. The Demon God Empire might really be blacklisted. Without the supply of technological weapons, the morale of the army, which had been working so hard to build up, would return to its original state. They would be suppressed by the human race again. As time went by, the human army might tear apart the defense line of the empire and attack the hinterland. At that time, the huge empire would collapse and there would be no more Demon God Empire. Qinlan immediately suppressed this terrifying thought. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. Junior Brother, please don't report it. I'm willing to atone for the empire. I'll agree to whatever you want me to do. Qinlan decided to go all out. She had to make Lin Fei give up this idea no matter what. Seeing Qinlan wavering, Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly. Senior Sister, are you sure you want to do anything for me? You're not fooling me, are you? I'm a woman of my word. I've always been a woman of my word. Qinlan secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the change in Lin Fei's expression. I'm not afraid that you won't be moved. I'm afraid that you won't be moved. Qinlan had a lot of confidence in her looks. Within the Capital Institute, there was a long line of geniuses circling around her. She only needed to say the word and it would be over. Lin Fei had not expected Qinlan to be so resolute. It made sense. The Demon God Empire had finally changed the unchanging war situation with their technological weapons. If they lost the opportunity to cooperate with the Avengers, the Demon God Empire would be pushed back. Senior Sister Qinlan is indeed from the Demon God Empire. She's willing to put down her pride and build a long-term relationship with me. Lin Fei was deep in thought. That depends on whether you can do it or not. Lin Fei suddenly smiled. I heard that you're good at dancing. Why don't you dance and let me broaden my horizons? Men are all the same. Qinlan secretly despised him. She put on a tactful expression. Junior Brother, do you really want me to dance for you? Of course. Chapter 2583. From that day onwards, Qinlan moved into the Emperor's Peak temporarily. According to Lin Fei, she would let this matter go when she was in a good mood. Lin Fei's words nearly infuriated Qinlan. In the end, she endured it and stayed on Monarch Peak to think of a way to calm Lin Fei down. Qinlan's resentment towards the snake which deepened every day she stayed on the Emperor's Peak. She wouldn't have stayed on the Emperor's Peak if she hadn't spread the news. dancing, pouring tea, and serving water. These became a part of her daily life. Qianlan had never served anyone in her life. Lin Fei, on the other hand, had broken that rule. In the beginning, she was still a little resistant, but as a few days passed, the shame in her heart slowly disappeared. She could observe Lin Fei up close every day. The snake witch was here. He did not know what method the snake demoness had used to openly enter the Capital Institute and arrive at the foot of Emperor Peak unhurriedly. The snake demoness had changed into a tight-fitting black dress that wrapped around her perfect figure. Her curves were everywhere, and her curves were everywhere. She was extremely alluring. Many people were staring at her when she came in from the outside. When they saw the black-clothed, tight-fitting beauty outside the Monarch Peak, they immediately gave up on the idea and vanished in a flash. A few days had passed, but the people from Tianji Hall hadn't returned. It was a reminder. I don't think I know her. Lin Fei saw the snake witch standing outside through the system, but he couldn't remember her. Someone's here. Go and handle it. Since that day, some good-looking beauties had arrived outside the Emperor's Peak. Lin Fei didn't have to think to know that it was a honey trap. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested in it for the time being. Now that there was a beauty outside, Lin Fei asked Qianlan to handle it. All right. Qianlan was used to Lin Fei's orders. She was good except that she wouldn't do anything. Lin Fei reclined on a chair, his entire body exuding a lazy aura. Honey trap again. Don't they feel bored? Lin Fei was speechless. Couldn't they change their way of doing things? Snake Witch stood outside the Emperor's Peak. She was very confident in her own beauty. She had even prepared a special method for it. As long as she could see Lin Fei once, she would have plenty of ways to do so. He's here. With a whoosh, a path opened up in the huge formation. Although the Snake Witch really wanted to go in, she still suppressed it. She had received information about the Emperor Peak's array formation. The array formations here were one after another, and they were all interconnected. The Snake Witch was not confident that she could come out alive if she barged in at this time. You can go now. Qianlan walked out and said coldly. Ever since Qianlan was at the Monarch Peak, Lin Fei had been used as a shield. Qianlan was speechless. What was going on in his head? It's you. The Snake Witch found the voice familiar. She looked up and her expression changed. The smile on her face froze. I was wondering who it was. It's you. Qianlan recognized the Snake Witch at first glance. She was also a Saintess candidate. She was very familiar with the aura on her. Snake Witch, you're really not bad. You actually managed to sneak in. You're quite bold. Why are you on the Emperor's Peak? It shouldn't be. The Snake Witch couldn't figure it out. Ever since Qianlan left that day, the Snake Witch didn't arrange for anyone to keep an eye on him. Qianlan definitely wouldn't tell anyone about it. However, the current situation wasn't right. Back then, the Snake Witch released the news to make Lin Fei suspect that it was Qianlan who leaked it. Then she could take advantage of the situation and replace Qianlan. Qianlan looked at the uncertain expression on the Snake Witch's face. She smiled happily and puffed out her chest. Why can't I be here? I'm sorry to tell you that you can't go up the Emperor's Peak. You can go back now. Why can't you let me go up? The Snake Witch was exasperated. Whether she could see Lin Fei was related to the next plan. The Snake Witch definitely had to go up the Emperor's Peak. Qianlan was very happy. The more unwilling the Snake Witch was, the more comfortable she felt. Because I'm Lin Fei's woman. Do you think you can still go up the Emperor's Peak? Qianlan threw out a sentence that the Snake Witch couldn't believe. Woman. The Snake Witch took a step back. How can you become Lin Fei's woman? At this moment, the Snake Witch didn't notice that Qianlan's ears were blushing. It happened to be covered by a few strands of hair. Otherwise, the effect of Qianlan's words would be greatly reduced. There's no reason. It's just because I'm prettier than you. How about it? Is that enough? Qianlan said to the Snake Witch in a condescending manner. The Snake Witch was very proud of her beauty. She didn't think she would lose to anyone. Qianlan, you're using your position to take revenge. We're all here for the same goal. Do you have to be so heartless? The Snake Witch's face was cold as she stared at Qianlan. Qianlan shook her head. I'm not using my position to take revenge. Furthermore, do you think it's useful for you to go up? Perhaps he's waiting for you to come. You have to think carefully. The snake witch's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Qinlan, that bitch, told everything to Lin Fei? The snake witch was cunning by nature. She was also very vigilant. She immediately became gloomy. Lin Fei's realm wasn't high. No one dared to say that they could suppress him. Who knew what was hidden on the emperor's peak? The first prince has arrived. Before the snake witch could say anything, a golden chariot came from afar. More than 10 huge wild beasts galloped over, leaving behind a ferocious aura. In an instant, the horrifying evil aura arrived at the foot of the emperor's peak. Oh, it's Sister Qinlan. Why are you here? Today, Fan Qingyuan had changed into casual clothes. He looked casual and comfortable, but compared to a while ago, his spirit, energy and spirit had changed a lot. Most importantly, he was confident. Your Highness, Qinlan is already Lin Fei's woman. If you want to go up the emperor's peak, you have to get her permission. The snake witch wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. The snake witch, who was about to give up on going up, immediately understood that the first prince's goal was similar to hers. He wanted to rope in Lin Fei. The snake witch had the thought of going up again. It would be a waste if she didn't make use of such a good opportunity. Fan Qingyuan casually glanced at the snake witch. He was rather stunned. You are. Chapter 2584. Qinlan fiercely glared at the snake witch. Originally, she didn't plan to let the snake witch in, but now that the first prince is here, Qinlan can't stop him. She doesn't want to expose too much of her relationship with the snake, which so as not to attract too much speculation. Fan Qingyuan's eyes flickered. He knows that Qinlan is a beauty. She is also very powerful and her background is also mysterious. The only thing he didn't expect was that Qinlan actually became Lin Fei's woman. Could it be that senior sister got there first? Lin Fei is currently a person that Fan Qingyuan wants to rope in. Before this, he didn't want Lin Fei to be roped in by anyone as it will affect his future plans. Sister Qinlan, I wonder if Junior Lin Fei is here. I want to pay him a visit. Fan Qingyuan also changed the way he addressed Qinlan. Let him come up. Just when Qinlan doesn't know how to answer, Lin Fei's voice came into her ears. Of course you can. Qinlan smiled. Thank you. Please come in. Qinlan quickly got into character. Fan Qingyuan came down from the war chariot and didn't enter the chariot, giving enough face to Lin Fei. Snake witch, you better not act recklessly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you won't come down. After Fan Qingyuan went up, Qinlan secretly transmitted her voice to the snake witch. My sister Qinlan, don't worry. I won't act recklessly. The snake witch giggled. I am not someone who doesn't know the rules. The first prince is finally here. The reason why Lin Fei didn't leave is actually because he was waiting for the first prince to arrive. Among them, the one that interests Lin Fei the most is the first prince. As for the other princes, he isn't interested. After all, he has cooperated with the first prince before. The first prince is still as elegant as ever. The moment you come, my emperor peak is honored by your presence. Lin Fei greeted with a smile. This is one of the big customers. Junior Lin Fei, you really know how to joke. Fan Qingyuan was startled, then he laughed. Junior brother, on the other hand, you didn't say anything, but the moment you came out, you gave people a fright. This is very easy to scare people. This was Fan Qingyuan's test. A lot of evidence pointed to Lin Fei being a member of the Avengers, and his status was not low either. Fan Qingyuan naturally wanted to test him. The snake witch, who was standing beside Qinlan, had a gleam in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Qinlan kept his guard up against the snake witch, afraid that she would cause trouble. Xiaolan, brew a pot of tea. Don't let the first prince just sit there. Qinlan turned around to make tea. The snake demoness kept looking at Qinlan. This little slut. How could she have hooked up with Lin Fei? But so what if you've hooked up with him? This saintess still has her ways. The reason why Qinlan was able to rise to the top was because of Lin Fei. The snake demoness had investigated very clearly. After Qinlan turned around and left, the snake demoness walked over gently. Junior Lin Fei, I'm Qinlan's friend. I heard that you're this year's newcomer king. I really admire you. She sat down beside Lin Fei without leaving a trace and said gently. Lin Fei glanced at her. She was a very charming beauty with a curvy figure and was rather hot. She looked completely different from Qin Lan. "It's nice to meet you, Snake Demoness." Lin Fei nodded slightly. Fan Qingyuan didn't look at the Snake Demoness. Even though Lin Fei didn't answer him just now, he still obtained some information. This trip was the right one. As the first prince of the royal family, Fan Qingyuan was very good with words. He had a scholarly aura and exuded a cordial aura, making people involuntarily want to get close to him. The two of them chatted about all sorts of things. The Snake Demoness was very good with words. She would interject from time to time, making the two of them laugh non-stop. It was the same even after Qin Lan returned. When men and women worked together, work wouldn't be tiring. It was the same even if they were just chatting. Halfway through their conversation, Qin Lan and the Snake Demoness stood up and left. It could be said that the Snake Demoness was dragged away, but the Snake Demoness couldn't resist. Soon the two of them were left behind. "This tea is not bad. I'm in luck today." Fan Qingyuan put down the teacup. "If the first prince likes it, you can come often. My Emperor Peak welcomes your highness at any time. When the time comes, we can drink tea and chat. Isn't that great?" Lin Fei chuckled. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Fan Qingyuan didn't beat around the bush and directly agreed. Lin Fei was a straightforward person. The first prince was a straightforward person. I wonder what Junior Lin Fei thinks about the future? Suddenly, Fan Qingyuan raised a strange question. Lin Fei smiled in his heart. "Is this a test? I think there will be a huge revolution in the future. Those who can't keep up will all be swept into the trash can and become the dust of history." Lin Fei smiled. "Those who keep up will have a good future." Fan Qingyuan was very sure that Lin Fei was a member of the Avengers. This was because he was very confident about the future. "Junior Lin Fei, I'm now representing the Empire and the royal family to discuss a business deal with you." Fan Qingyuan became very sincere. According to his investigation, putting on airs in front of the other party would only backfire. The group of unlucky people in Tianji Hall was the best proof. Lin Fei smiled. "I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to report it to the higher-ups. I believe that we will have a cooperation." Fan Qingyuan did not intend to get a specific answer from Lin Fei. This kind of answer was already very satisfactory. At least this trip was not in vain. "Then I'll have to trouble Junior Lin Fei. Our empire needs your help." Fan Qingyuan was not afraid of being called arrogant. In front of the mysterious Avengers, putting on airs was not a good thing. They had used countless battle records to prove this. Anyone who went against the Avengers did not end up well. "Actually, I've received some information. The higher-ups are planning to open a branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce in the Capital Institute." Lin Fei lowered his voice and dropped a bombshell. "Open a branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce?" Fan Qingyuan tried hard to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. This was definitely good news. After witnessing the terrifying power of those technological weapons, the new army in charge was prepared to equip themselves with technological weapons, preparing to create a brand new army. If he could maintain his cooperation with the Avengers, Fan Qingyuan believed that he would definitely be able to secure his position as the eldest prince. Even if the other princes joined forces, they would not be his match. Now, their success was due to technological weapons, and their failure was also due to technological weapons. As long as one was not an idiot, they would know that the future would be a very stormy revolution. This is only temporary. I hope that the eldest prince will not spread this news, lest it causes unnecessary misunderstandings," Lin Fei said in a very low-key manner. This made the eldest prince even more glad that he had come to the right place. Chapter 2585. Of course, Fan Qingyuan wouldn't tell anyone about it. It was a worthwhile trip to get such news. There was no better news than a Vengeance Chamber of Commerce that was set up right in front of his house. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Right at this moment, the entire Emperor Peak shook slightly. Massive formations were activated one after another, interlocking with each other. "Lin Fei, I'm here. Come and welcome me. Do you want me to come here personally?" The booming voice reverberated through the entire Emperor Peak and the entire Capital Institute's cultivation space. Almost the same voice reverberated through the air. Lin Fei rose into the air and arrived at the highest point of the Emperor Peak. He looked down and saw everything below clearly. Unknowingly, an ancient black chariot had appeared at the foot of the Emperor Peak. It was surrounded by a ferocious aura and the deafening aura of a powerful army. My fifth brother is here. Fan Qingyun also saw the towering figure on the black war chariot standing tall and straight like a mountain. His face could not help but turn dark. Lin Fei, come and welcome him. The loud voice was heard again. Junior Lin Fei, I'll take care of this. It had not been easy for him to obtain good news from Lin Fei, and he had even learned of the latest news. Now that his fifth brother, Fan Qinglong, had appeared, he was immediately displeased. Fan Qingyuan decided to take care of this matter. Moreover, he didn't want his fifth brother to have anything to do with Lin Fei. Recently, there were more strangers in his fifth brother's residence. Based on his understanding of his fifth brother, he was very ambitious and had been eyeing that position covetously. He wouldn't give up just like that. Without giving Lin Fei a chance to say anything, Fan Qingyun turned into a stream of light and didn't dare to tear open the void for fear of triggering the interlocking formations. Fifth brother, who allowed you to make a fuss here? What a disgrace. Fan Qingyuan landed in front of the black chariot and said sternly. In the past, Fan Qingyuan wouldn't have scolded him so harshly. At that time even he lacked confidence. Back then Fan Qinglong was in charge of an army and was the god of war on the battlefield, winning the support of countless people. Apart from that, he also had the support of many galaxies. This was also what Fan Qingyuan was concerned about. Now things were different. He had a new army in his hands, and he had won the appreciation of his father. He had the strength to resist. Many big shots of the star field had also secretly come to contact him and gave him some hints. He was full of confidence. With such a huge commotion, the elites of the cultivation grounds all released their spiritual senses. They saw the fifth Prince Fan Qinglong on the black war chariot and the first Prince Fan Qingyun in front of them. Why are the first prince and the fifth prince here? Is that the fifth prince of the war god? What a powerful killing intent. Rumor has it that he is the war god of the army, and he controls the destruction army. His combat strength is extremely powerful. The first prince isn't too shabby either. It's said that he's in control of a new army, and has received the secret support of many powerful forces. He's completely secured his current position. The first imperial prince has such a temperament. This was the expression of the love-struck girl. Are they all here for Lin Fei? Is Lin Fei really a member of the Avengers? No one dared to move forward. The first prince was amiable and approachable, but the fifth prince was different. He was the war god of the army and was decisive in killing. Not many people dared to offend him. Lin Fei is really popular. He has two beauties by his side. Now that the first prince and the fifth prince are here, it seems like he has chosen to cooperate with the first prince. In a dark loft, Xiao Qingshan had also noticed the situation outside. He didn't plan to go out. He wanted to see how Lin Fei would deal with this matter. The Capital Institute had always stood on the sidelines of such conflicts and was never willing to get involved. The fifth Prince Fan Qinglong's ambitions had been growing rapidly recently. Using his connections, he had secretly obtained the support of 8 to 8 domain lords. He had never made a move himself. Everything was done by his subordinates. It was done very discreetly, and basically no one noticed it. Big brother, what you said is interesting. I came to look for Lin Fei, and I asked him to come out and greet me personally. Is that not allowed? Fan Qinglong was very confident now. He wasn't afraid of his big brother at all. Fan Qingyuan smiled. This is the Capital Institute, not a place where you can do whatever you want. Leave now. If word gets out, how will others look at the royal family? He was scolding him directly. What if I don't leave? Fan Qinglong snorted. You are my big brother, but you have no right to talk to me. Fan Qingyuan's expression darkened. What if I force you to leave? For the first time, Fan Qinglong could ignore his big brother's attitude. That's impossible. If Lin Fei doesn't come out today, I will fight him myself. He's just a commoner. What right does he have to not come out? Fan Qinglong's lips curled up. Big brother, are you going to help Lin Fei? Fan Qinglong had come as soon as he found out that his big brother had come to Emperor Peak. Fan Qingyuan had never expected that his little brother would not listen to him. It seemed like his little brother was going to fight him to the end. However, he really couldn't make a move at this time, because this was the Capital Institute. If he made a move, it would be unreasonable. Fan Qingyuan felt very aggrieved. He didn't know why his little brother would talk back to him. Was it because of the destruction army behind him? Lin Fei and I hit it off the moment we met. I don't like what you're doing. Fan Qingyuan didn't mind pulling Lin Fei aside. It's not that you can't see Lin Fei, but you have to go there yourself. Don't forget that this is where our father the emperor cultivated. If our father hears about this, it won't be good for you. Fan Qinglong didn't want his big brother to feel comfortable. However, after hearing what his big brother said, he realized that Emperor Peak was not an ordinary place. This Lin Fei was the junior brother of the emperor father in name. Moreover, this was their father's cultivation place. It was different. If he barged in, it would be disrespectful to their father. Fan Qinglong suddenly laughed. Big brother, you're right. As a son, how can I destroy the place where our father cultivated? Actually, I was just joking. Fan Qingyuan pursed his lips. He wouldn't believe what his little brother said. Lin Fei had been watching from Emperor Peak all this time. The fifth prince's aura is even stronger than before. It seems like he has gained some benefits. A mere fifth prince was not worthy of Lin Fei's attention. It was enough to rope in the eldest prince. The other party would naturally be happy to suppress the fifth prince. No matter how ambitious the fifth prince was, the result was still the same. No way. Lin Fei could see the ambition in the other party's eyes. Chapter 2586. The fifth prince Fan Qinglong's strength had increased, but it did not affect Lin Fei much. After all, no matter what the empire did, Lin Fei could not be harmed at all. He thought it was only the fifth prince who came to join in the fun, but before the eldest prince and the fifth prince came up, another person barged in. Big brother, fifth brother, wait. Fan Luoyu actually appeared at this moment. Both Fan Qingyuan and Fan Qinglong were slightly stunned. Both of them knew that Fan Luoyu was married. To prevent ninth sister from running around, Fan Qingyuan had specially arranged for people to guard her. His face darkened. Ninth sister, who allowed you to come out? There was a tinge of reprimand in his tone. Fan Luoyu was dressed in palace attire and had a noble aura. Big brother, I don't need you to guard me, so please call those people back. Fan Luoyu did not give face to her big brother. Hearing this, Fan Qingyuan was even more unhappy. To make the Fan family and the Xiao family closer as her big brother, Fan Qingyuan did not want any changes, so naturally, he did not want ninth sister to run around. What are you talking about? Fan Qingyuan said sternly. Go back. Today, Fan Qingyuan did not bring any subordinates to Emperor Peak to show his sincerity. Big brother, there is no harm for ninth sister to come out and play. Once she is married, it will be difficult for her to come out in the future. Fan Qinglong said kindly. Anyway, this place is not outside, so it doesn't matter. No one wanted Fan Luoyu to do something more than him. Ever since he had arranged for someone to pass on the news, although it did not bring any substantial benefits, at least it had planted a seed in Xiao Ran's eyes. Fan Qinglong believed that Xiao Ran probably knew about Fan Luoyu's situation. If nothing went wrong, he might appear too. Ninth sister came at the right time, just in time to add fuel to the fire. From the small details that Lin Fei did not come out, Fan Qinglong knew that his big brother seemed to be trying to rope in Lin Fei. If he could make things difficult for Xiao Ran, that would be the best. Then, he would see how his big brother would handle it. Fan Qingyuan really wanted to kick Fan Qinglong away. Wasn't it obvious that he was opposing them? Big brother, look, fifth brother has already said it. You still want me to go back? Fan Luoyu said happily, without any emotion on her face. Go back. Fan Qingyuan glared at Zhou Mei. She's about to get married. If word gets out, our Fan family will be laughed at. Fan Qinglong argued once again. Ninth sister, don't listen to your big brother. Our Fan clan isn't one of those small clans. Although the Xiao clan is one of the 8 ancient clans, our Fan clan isn't weaker than them. There's no need to care so much. Ninth sister, do you want to go up? Fifth brother, you're the best. Fan Luoyu was also surprised. Her fifth brother's attitude towards her was average, so why would he help her today? However, her goal today was Emperor Peak. This time it was useless no matter how Fan Qingyuan glared at him. Fan Qinglong took the initiative to invite Fan Luoyu. The two of them walked past each other and entered the Emperor Peak. What is Fan Qingyun trying to do? Fan Luoyu's side went up. The news immediately reached Xiao Ran's ears. Lin Fei again. Xiao Ran's face was very calm, as though he was indifferent. Fan Luoyu, if you think that an unknown Lin Fei can escape from me, then you're going to be disappointed. Xiao Ran was born in the 8 ancient clans and had never been afraid of anything. Even the Avengers didn't dare to think that they could do whatever they wanted. He was very clear about the hidden strength of the 8 ancient clans. One Lin Fei was really not worth him being afraid of. Let's go to Emperor Peak. She's actually here. Fan Luoyu saw Qin Lan standing behind Lin Fei the moment she came up. For some reason she felt uncomfortable. I knew that witch Qin Lan would play tricks. Lin Fei, you've got guts. I've come personally, and you're the first to not come out to welcome me. Fan Qinglong stared at Lin Fei sinisterly. Fan Qinglong shouted fiercely, not giving his elder brother any face, especially after knowing that he was in contact with his elder brother. Why should I come out to welcome you? This is the Capital Institute's cultivation ground, not the royal family's territory. Lin Fei laughed. What can you do to me? Lin Fei's reaction was also beyond the trio's expectations. Strong. Domineering. The rumors are true. You're indeed from the Avengers. Only they would be so lawless and disregard the royal family. Fan Qinglong's eyes lit up. You guessed right. I'm indeed from the Avengers. Lin Fei admitted readily. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm a person who likes to speak frankly. Fan Qingyuan was deep in thought. My 5th brother has no chance. In the entire royal family, Fan Qingyuan cared about Fan Qinglong the most. If he also had Lin Fei's support, then he would be in big trouble. Lin Fei's reply made Fan Qingyuan heave a sigh of relief. Since you've said so, I'm a straightforward person. Your Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's stuff is pretty good. Quite like it. How about we cooperate? Fan Qinglong said it in front of his elder brother. Listening and not listening were two different things. Hearing it in front of his face, Fan Qingyuan looked calm and had a faint smile on his face. He still felt uncomfortable, but he could not stop anything. Otherwise, in the eyes of outsiders, he would be seen as a narrow-minded person. Fan Qingyuan did not want to be involved in such rumors. I'm sorry, I'm on an expedition to the kingdom. For now, I can only cooperate with your elder brother. You're too late. Lin Fei glanced at Fan Qingyuan and said straightforwardly, this bastard. Although it was a good discussion, Lin Fei's words still made Fan Qingyuan feel uneasy. Fan Qinglong's expression changed immediately. It was not a good thing to be rejected in person. So far, this was the first time he had been rejected. Everyone was respectful and flattering. You want to reject me? Are you sure you know the consequences? Because no one has ever dared to say such words in front of me. Lin Fei mercilessly rejected Fan Qinglong, which made him very unhappy. I'm not interested in cooperating with you. As for the consequences, I want to see what you can do. It would also be good to see how powerful the legendary army god is. Fan Qinglong frowned and then relaxed. You really disappoint me. I don't know who gave you the courage. However, I'm very angry now. You should be prepared to bear my anger. Cloud-splitting palm. Fan Qinglong stretched out his palm without any warning. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed as he grabbed at Lin Fei's chest. 5 streaks of black energy tore open 5 cracks in the void space on the spot, giving off a dangerous aura. It took a long time for them to recover. Chapter 2587. Fan Qinglong was very direct. If Lin Fei did not agree to cooperate, then he would kill him on the spot. Even after this, the Avengers might not dare to do anything. Although the Avengers had always been mysterious, Fan Qinglong felt that they were not that strong. This organization might not be as scary as he thought. After Lin Fei did not agree, Fan Qinglong did it himself. The cloud sundering palm was a secret technique of the royal family. It was very powerful, but the most important use of this secret technique was to destroy the physical body. Qinglong, what are you doing? Fan Qingyuan said sternly. If something were to happen to Lin Fei here, Fan Qingyuan could imagine that it would have a great impact on his career. He might even get into a lot of trouble. I knew you would get angry and attack. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of Fan Qinglong. You forgot what this place is. Suppress. Fan Qinglong immediately felt a terrifying force pressing down on him. His straight body was pressed down, and his legs began to tremble. Break for me. Fan Qinglong roared, and a domineering aura rushed into the sky, fiercely attacking the ferocious aura. However, Fan Qinglong's formation was too powerful, and it only shook slightly before it was suppressed again. Fan Qinglong, who had just gathered all his strength, was instantly pressed down. Half of his body bent down and his whole body trembled. It was obvious that he could not hold on any longer. This scene happened too quickly. Fan Qinglong, who had just used the cloud sundering palm, was pressed down and could not fight back. Lin Fei, how dare you suppress me? Fan Qinglong roared and roared continuously. If you dare to cause trouble, I dare not suppress you. Now lie down. Lin Fei waved his hand. This time Fan Qinglong could not take it. With a crack, his legs broke, and he knelt in front of him. At this moment, no matter how Fan Qinglong struggled, he was pressed down by a pair of invisible hands. He could not move at all. Fan Qingyuan had a strange look in his eyes. He opened his mouth to prophesy but stopped. Fan Luoyu's beautiful eyes glowed with excitement. He really dared to suppress a royal prince, and it was fifth brother who controlled the destruction army. Sometimes a single action can change people's minds. Lin Fei seems to be getting more and more domineering. Compared to the fifth prince and those geniuses, there's clearly a gap. Ever since they moved into the Emperor Peak, Qinlan gradually noticed how overbearing Lin Fei was. The only thing that Qinlan had not expected was that Lin Fei would actually dare to suppress the fifth prince in front of everyone. Furthermore, the fifth prince did not even have the ability to retaliate. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you. Ah! Fan Qinglong's face was ferocious, and his killing intent flickered. He was suppressed by the power from beginning to end, and his eyes could not conceal the dense killing intent. The baleful aura around him boiled, and one could vaguely see a magnificent army galloping. You want to kill me? It seems that you don't have the ability for now. Lin Fei didn't care about the murderous Fan Qinglong at all. You can only roar here now. Lin Fei, what kind of ability is that? Fan Qinglong struggled. If you have the ability, don't borrow the power of the array formation. Let's fight one-on-one. I'm not afraid of you. Crack. The power came crashing down again, and the force was stronger than before. Fan Qinglong, who had been kneeling, cried out miserably. His entire body was pressed to the ground, coming into a solid contact. Ah, you're going to die. You're definitely going to die. Fan Qinglong's gaze turned resentful. Big brother, how can you continue watching? He's trampling on the dignity of the royal family. Fan Qingyuan really could not stand Lin Fei's behavior. The royal family was the royal family after all. Even though he was not on good terms with his fifth brother, Fan Qinglong, the current situation was indeed uncomfortable. Junior Lin Fei, can you let Azure Dragon go for my sake? I guarantee that he won't mess around here. Fan Qingyuan could not help but speak up for Azure Dragon. Lin Fei took a look at Fan Qingyuan and said straightforwardly, no problem. However, I'm not someone to be trifled with. For everyone's peace of mind, banish him. Banish? Fan Qingyuan immediately thought of those unlucky fellows from Tianji Hall, who had yet to return. How dare you banish me? In my eyes, your identity as a member of the royal family is not a reason for you to swagger around. Lin Fei did not say anything else. He made a series of seals and a huge black hole immediately appeared below Fan Qinglong, sucking him in instantly. I will be back. The voice suddenly stopped. Lin Fei, how dare you banish my fifth brother? Fan Luoyu had a silly look on her face. A sentence echoed in her mind. How dare he banish my fifth brother? Qinlan was mesmerized by Lin Fei's back view. He's getting more and more domineering. He banished the fifth prince directly. He's too domineering. Lin Fei tilted his head and said to Fan Qingyuan, Your Highness, I'm a straightforward person. If I don't like it, then I don't like it. I hope that we can continue working together. Fan Qingyuan suddenly shivered and thought to himself, what a good Lin Fei. He's trying to pit me and Azure Dragon against each other. What a good move. Happy working together. Now that things had come to this, Fan Qingyuan was also a decisive person. Two hands shook together and everyone laughed. On the other side, Fan Qinglong had been banished to an uninhabited land. Lin Fei, I'll definitely kill you. You bastard. With a loud rumble, the mountains collapsed and the mountains collapsed. Fan Qinglong, who was in a rage, released endless murderous aura, causing an earth-shattering reaction. Ninth sister, let's go back. Fan Qingyuan finally witnessed the domineering nature of the Avengers. They could easily destroy Tianji City. Now, one of their members dared to control the array to banish Fan Qinglong. They had no regard for the imperial power at all. Subconsciously, Fan Qingyuan did not want Ninth Sister to have too much contact with Lin Fei. Who knew what would happen? He was a dangerous person. Fan Luoyu automatically took a few steps back and turned to walk towards Lin Fei. Big brother, I'm not going back. I don't like young Master Xiao at all. The person I like is him, Lin Fei. Lin Fei was about to send the two of them off. But when he said that, he almost vomited blood. You like yourself? What kind of joke is this? Qin Lan was unhappy and put away her charming smile. This little bitch, I knew she was up to no good. She's trying to drag Lin Fei down with her. No one knew Fan Luoyu's goal better than her. This is bad. This is really bad. Fan Qingyuan's expression was very ugly. His eyes kept moving back and forth between Lin Fei and Ninth Sister. He could not figure out when the two of them had hooked up. How was he going to explain this to young Master Xiao? Chapter 2588. Seeing Lin Fei's reaction, Fan Qingyuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It's just wishful thinking. The clever Fan Qingyuan immediately made up an excuse. Junior Lin Fei, don't take it seriously. Ninth Sister is just spouting nonsense. The most important thing now was to bring Ninth Sister back to the palace. Fan Qingyuan believed that as long as he brought her back, what happened today would definitely not spread and Ninth Sister's wedding would proceed smoothly. Ninth Sister, let's go. As he spoke, he went forward to hold Fan Luoyu's hand. Fan Luoyu had finally come out, and it was to get closer to Lin Fei. How could she be willing to follow him back? If she went back today, she would definitely not be able to come out. No matter what, Fan Luoyu would not leave. Big brother, I'm not leaving. I like Lin Fei. Why should I leave? Fan Luoyu moved and stood in front of Fan Qingyuan. She opened her arms and took the initiative to hug Lin Fei. Fan Qingyuan was stunned. Qin Lan's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her mouth could fit an egg. She's throwing caution to the wind. In fact, Fan Luoyu was indeed throwing caution to the wind. The date of the wedding was getting closer, and she had no choice but to make a choice. She had been a little hesitant before, but after seeing Lin Fei's domineering methods, she had completely firmed up her beliefs. Lin Fei was not a bad choice. The sudden scene also stunned Lin Fei. There was a beauty in his arms, and her faint body fragrance wafted into his nostrils, making his soul tremble. Junior Lin Fei, help me. Apart from you, no one can help me. A faint voice was heard. Lin Fei composed himself. Ninth Princess, you think too highly of me. Can't you see that I've already offended the fifth prince? What can I do to you? Help me, I can give you everything. Lin Fei felt that these words were familiar, and Qin Lan's figure flashed before his eyes. It seemed that Qin Lan had said these words before. He subconsciously looked at Qin Lan. Qin Lan felt uncomfortable being stared at. For example, Lin Fei suddenly smirked. Fan Luoyu's identity as the ninth princess was something that many people yearned for. Lin Fei was not a decent person to begin with, so he subconsciously wanted to tease her a little. This bastard is indeed dishonest. Being in the arms of another man for the first time, Fan Luoyu's heart was still rather bashful. For some reason, there was a sliver of pleasure in her heart that even she could not understand. Let's throw caution to the wind. At most, we'll give this bastard some benefits. At the end of the day, Fan Luoyu was still a proud person. If not for Lin Fei's domineering decision to banish Fan Qinglong just now, she would not have made such a quick decision. Not everyone was willing to do such a thing. Lin Fei was waiting to see what Fan Luoyu would do when he suddenly saw Fan Luoyu winking at him. What's the meaning of this? Without waiting for him to understand, Fan Luoyu's face turned red and she opened her mouth to kiss Lin Fei, planting a kiss on his mouth, causing Lin Fei's eyes to widen instantly. This is a forced kiss. After a few short breaths, Lin Fei came back to his senses. This woman was really crazy. Big brother, the person I love is Lin Fei. Even if I have to die, it will be the same. Fan Luoyu said very seriously after their lips parted. Fan Qingyun looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He could not believe it. Was this still his ninth sister? She had actually taken the initiative to kiss another man. This man still made Fan Qingyun a little fearful. Crazy, she's really crazy. For a moment, Fan Qingyun did not know what to say. Yet, it had happened in front of him and he could not stop it in time. The consequences of this matter were serious. Junior Lin Fei, this is my first kiss. You must remember it. Fan Luoyu's strong woman's demeanor was long gone. It was replaced by the usual shyness of a woman. Lin Fei was bitter. This is really troublesome. The old saying is right. When a woman goes crazy, even she is afraid of herself. First kiss. Lin Fei did not doubt it at all. The slight trembling of the other party was the best proof in Lin Fei's eyes. Moreover, it was not an act. It was real. This was what troubled Lin Fei. She's playing with fire. It seemed like this brother-in-law's expression was not very friendly. Lin Fei was very clear that the other party was afraid of the Avengers behind him. If it were someone else, they would probably have started fighting and killed Lin Fei, who had taken advantage of them. Your Highness, can I say that this is a joke? Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders and said innocently. Fan Qingyun would not believe this. He smiled coldly and did not say a word. Big brother, I've already said that I will only be with Lin Fei in this lifetime. It will be useless if it's anyone else. Fan Luoyu pulled Lin Fei's hand and leaned half of her body on it. Lin Fei had not expected to be tricked by a princess. The first kiss was not bad. The trouble that he was about to face was not small. Xiao Ran from the Xiao family is here to visit the newcomer king Lin Fei. At this awkward moment, the last thing they wanted to see happened. Xiao Ran came to visit. Fan Luoyu's expression changed slightly. I did not call him here. Who knows why he would come at this time? Lin Fei and Fan Qingyun were not fools. They knew that someone must have gone to inform them. Ninth sister, don't say anything later. I'll pretend this never happened. Fan Qingyun made a decision immediately. He turned his head and looked at Lin Fei with a complicated gaze. Lin Fei, let's not talk about who is right and who is wrong for now. I don't want this to cause a commotion. What do you think? It was not easy for Fan Luoyu to give her first kiss because of this. It was impossible for her to suppress the matter. Junior Lin Fei, it's up to you now. If you do well, I won't mind. Fan Luoyu made a seductive gesture to tease Lin Fei. Even though the gesture was still very jerky and stiff, it could not hide her beauty and temperament. Lin Fei was not someone who listened to others easily. The Xiao family was part of the 8 great ancient families. Lin Fei would be in contact with them sooner or later in the ancient desolation world. Offending one of them now did not seem to be a big deal. At most, I'll rope in a few other families in the future. I won't be afraid of the Xiao family then. Lin Fei's thoughts were clear. After their last meeting in the restaurant, Lin Fei felt that this Xiao Ran was quite a hypocrite. For example, now that he knew there was news, he still openly invited to visit. This made him seem scheming. Lin Fei did not like this kind of person. Your Highness, I didn't want to do anything at first. But since I've taken the 9th princess first kiss, she's mine now. I can only apologize to that Xiao Ran. Lin Fei ignored Fan Qingyuan's murderous glare and pulled Fan Luoyu over with one hand, half hugging her with one arm. Originally, Fan Luoyu had wanted to break free subconsciously, but the man's domineering voice rang in her ears. Chapter 2589. Fan Qingyun was already regretting letting Jiu Mei come up. I had a feeling that something bad was going to happen, and it's all that bastard Azure Dragon's fault and Lin Fei's fault. The Xiao clan was one of the 8 ancient clans. They had established themselves in the ancient wilderness great world long ago, and had unimaginable power. The Avengers Alliance was just a newly emerged mysterious force. Although they had shown terrifying strength, Fan Qingyun still believed that the final victory would be the Xiao family. It was rumored that the 8 ancient clans were constantly fighting against each other. Once something happened, the 8 ancient clans would stick together and fight against the outsiders. If the Avengers were to make a move, they would have to face the 8 ancient clans. Any force would be torn to pieces by the 8 ancient clans. Fan Qingyun could not stop the current situation at all. I can only take it one step at a time. Is that the young master of the Xiao clan? He's so handsome. He's so charismatic. He's like a natural leader. Xiao Ran stood outside the Emperor Peak. Young master, why don't we go up directly? The Emperor Peak is covered in array formations, but I have the ability to barge in. The old man beside him said softly. Xiao Ran looked at the Emperor Peak that was shrouded in white fog. We can go up, but the Emperor Peak is more dangerous than you can imagine. Don't forget that I'm born with the ability to sense danger. Xiao Ran was extremely calm. Once I go up, I'll be putting myself in danger. The old man beside him was alarmed. Young master, why can't I tell? Tianji Hall is so powerful, but he still suffered a huge loss. Xiao Ran said. Lin Fei is not simple either. He can set up array formations and can be said to be a monster. So let's just wait here. The old man beside him knew that the calmer his young master was, the angrier he was. If we offend young master, we won't be able to make a comeback in the future. They're coming down. Xiao Ran's lips curled up. For people came down from the Emperor Peak. Young master, Fan Qinglong is gone. The gray-robed old man said softly. He's really gone. Xiao Ran was very surprised. The Emperor Peak is really a dangerous place. If I'm not wrong, Fan Qinglong should have been exiled. Young master, he really dares to exile Fan Qinglong. There's nothing strange about it. Lin Fei is a person with a background after all. The imperial power of the expeditionary empire might not be able to suppress Lin Fei. Xiao Ran's gaze landed on Fan Luoyu, who was dressed in palace attire. A haze quickly flashed across Xiao Ran's eyes. Fan Luoyu and Lin Fei actually came down hand in hand. Bitch, bitch, bitch. The veins on Xiao Ran's hands were bulging. He subconsciously clenched his fists, and then slowly released them. Young Master Xiao. Fan Qingyun greeted him awkwardly. He didn't know how this matter would develop. Fan Qingyun really wanted to take Jiu Mei away, but he couldn't unleash any of his strength on the Monarch Peak. It was rumored that the Monarch Peak was filled with formations, and now it seemed to be true. The Emperor Peak was indeed a dangerous place. Xiao Ran did not respond to Fan Qingyuan, his gaze landing directly on Fan Luoyu. Young Master Xiao, there's something I want to make clear to you. Fan Luoyu completely threw caution to the wind, and her chest was trembling slightly. She knew the consequences of this decision. Say it then. Xiao Ran said very calmly. This person is indeed very scheming. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Fan Luoyu clearly knows this, but she can still maintain such a calm expression when she comes to the Emperor Peak. She's really not simple to be able to maintain her composure even under such provocation. She's indeed a member of the 8 ancient families. If Xiao Ran had barged in earlier, Lin Fei wouldn't have minded giving him a hard time. In a place like the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei could easily mobilize all the power, and the interlocking formations would be everyone's nightmare. I like Lin Fei, not you. I hope that young Master Xiao won't come looking for me or pester me again, Fan Luoyu said as she leaned on Lin Fei. Xiao Ran remained calm, neither happy nor sad. We have an engagement. Eldest Prince, what do you think? Fan Qingyuan, who didn't know what to do at the side, laughed bitterly. Are you asking me to make a choice? In theory, Fan Qingyuan needed to support Xiao Ran. The engagement was decided by the Emperor and the Xiao family. This was something that couldn't be changed. Fan Luoyu's body trembled slightly. This was a fact that she couldn't avoid. She looked at her elder brother anxiously. Ninth sister, the engagement between you and young Master Xiao was decided by the Emperor. You can't disobey your father's order. Don't be stubborn and apologize to young Master Xiao. I believe that young Master Xiao won't take offense. Fan Qingyun didn't even know how to say all these. Fan Luoyu couldn't help but feel disappointed. Her elder brother was still biased towards Xiao Ran. Lin Fei finally witnessed Xiao Ran's prowess. He got to the point right from the start and easily crushed Fan Luoyu's faith. Especially when he said that she couldn't disobey her father's order. It was like a thorn in her heart. Young Master Xiao, I won't marry you anyway. He's the one I like. Fan Luoyu pulled Lin Fei's hand and squeezed it hard. Her posture seemed to be saying, hurry up and say it. Lin Fei could feel the slight change in Fan Luoyu. Those who come from the royal family will always feel a little pressured. If not for the first kiss, Lin Fei might have thought that it was a joke at most, taking advantage of her. He wouldn't lose anything anyway. But since she had given him her first kiss, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Senior, you have to remember, you're mine from now on. Secret voice transmission. Bastard, you're still thinking of taking advantage of me at this time. Fan Luoyu was furious. Bastard, you're too much of a bastard. Lin Fei wrapped one arm around Fan Luoyu's slender waist and transmitted his voiceover. Don't move recklessly. This young Master Xiao has very sharp eyes. He won't believe you the moment you reveal a flaw. You won't like it either. Fan Luoyu suppressed the panic in her heart. Young Master Xiao, you're quite interesting. Fan Luoyu is mine, and you have the nerve to mention an engagement. What era are we in now? There's still such a thing as an engagement. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. Fan Qingyuan knew that something bad was about to happen. Lin Fei, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Fei said seriously. I'm really not spouting nonsense. Senior is mine. Can't you see it clearly? Alright, do you still need to prove it? Fan Luoyu tiptoed and kissed Lin Fei. The two of them kissed passionately on the spot. Lin Fei invaded her domineeringly, lingering for a while before the two of them separated. Lin Fei looked intoxicated. Young Master Xiao, now you see it clearly. Fan Luoyu is mine. I don't care if you're from one of the 8 ancient families or what background you have. As long as I'm here, Fan Luoyu is mine. I believe you should be satisfied with this explanation. Chapter 2590. Xiao Ran had left. That was right, he had left. There was no storm that Lin Fei had expected. Xiao Ran, the young master of the Xiao family, turned around and left without saying anything. It was straightforward and straightforward. I've met my match. Lin Fei watched Xiao Ran's departing figure with interest. If he had attacked on the spot, Lin Fei would not have cared about him. However, leaving without a word was something to be wary of. As the saying went, a silent dog was the fiercest. No one knew when it would give you a bite. And that was the situation now. Xiao Ran turned around and left, leaving behind a silhouette and a sentence that proved that this matter was not over yet. Ninth sister. You've really gotten yourself into a lot of trouble this time. Fan Qingyuan was helpless. He shook his head and turned to leave. Ninth princess, I've helped you solve most of the problem. This junior of mine sure knows what to do. Lin Fei chuckled. Fan Luoyu pulled herself away from Lin Fei. Her gaze complicated. You're worse than me. You're not a good person either. No way, I've helped you a lot with this. Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes. But you still benefited from me. That was my first kiss. You gave it to me. I didn't want it. Fan Luoyu blushed at the mention of this. Batty, say no more. From today onwards, I'll be living on your emperor peak. Once everyone left, Fan Luoyu reverted to being a princess. Young master, you should have let this old servant take down that kid just now. He's just a nobody. Even if the experts from the Avengers Alliance came, they might not dare to be presumptuous. The gray-clothed old man said disapprovingly. As a loyal servant of the young master, anyone who offended him deserved to be killed. Xiao Ran's gaze flickered. The only thing I didn't expect was that Fan Luoyu would come up with such a plan to reject this engagement. She even let a stranger get close to her. The more she does this, the more I want to get that B*TC. Based on my observation skills, the 9th princess is still a virgin. Fan Luoyu will definitely not dare to act recklessly in the near future. Young master, Fan Luoyu will definitely not return to the palace. I am worried that a long delay may bring trouble. Don't worry, this young master will go back now and give the Fan clan some pressure. I believe they will be very willing. From that day onwards, Fan Luoyu stayed on the Emperor Peak and occupied a courtyard. Originally, Qinlan alone was pretty good, and he could still enjoy his good days. Following the arrival of Fan Luoyu, the situation was completely different. The two of them would argue with each other from time to time. They didn't like each other. They fought each other almost every day. Fortunately, Lin Fei had set up formations on the Emperor Peak to prevent the aura from leaking. Otherwise, everyone would have suspected that something big had happened on the Emperor Peak. They really can't stop. Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Fei instinctively revealed a look of helplessness. What was I thinking back then? I got myself into such a big trouble. Without looking, Lin Fei knew that Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu had started fighting again. There was a reason for it almost every day. Demon woman, die. Be asterisk, you're not a good person either. What followed was a loud rumbling sound. Yuan Kuan, aren't you guys going to deal with the Avengers? I'll give you a piece of news. One of their members is in the Capital Institute. He's very easy to find. You'll know when you get there. His name is Lin Fei. In a dark place, a mysterious person appeared in front of Yuan Kuan. The aura on this person was very obscure, but it exuded a dangerous aura that was unfathomable. Who exactly are you? Why are you telling me this news? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If you want to dig out the secrets of the Avengers, the best way is to start with Lin Fei. However, you have to be careful. The Emperor Peak where he lives is filled with formations. With a whoosh, the newcomer tore open the void and disappeared. What a powerful expert! Yuan Kuan frowned. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. Ever since Tianji City was destroyed, Tianji Hall's influence in the outside world had been greatly affected. The headquarters did not take any action, so all kinds of gossip was flying around. Yuan Kuan's murderous intent toward the Avengers grew stronger day by day. After accumulating for a long time, it became very terrifying. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He must have a powerful background to be able to find me. At the very least, he can't be an enemy. Yuan Kuan immediately arranged for people to investigate this matter. I'm finally back. Fan Qinglong, who was in a sorry state, finally returned a few days later. Damn you, Lin Fei. I curse you to die a horrible death. Fan Qinglong, who was originally very domineering, had a rare look of fatigue on his face. His body was filled with a strong smell of blood. He looked in that direction with murderous intent. He had suffered a lot along the way. Who knew what kind of place it was? Fortunately, he had brought treasures with him, which allowed him to escape. At the thought of those things, Fan Qinglong could not help but want to kill. The royal family has sent someone. The leader was Fan Qingyuan. As the wedding was approaching, Fan Qingyuan could not sit still. For some reason, when the news spread in the royal family, the leisure princes of the royal family all criticized him, leaving a bad impression. In their opinion, even if Lin Fei was a member of the Avengers, his status might not be high. He could not be compared to young Master Xiao. He had to be brought back. As for Lin Fei, the royal family could give face and not capture him, but he had to leave the empire and would not be allowed to enter again. This was already a great deal of leniency. The formation on the Emperor Peak was still open. This time Fan Qinglong invited an array grandmaster. Even if Lin Fei did not agree, he would break the formation and bring him out. This cultivation area had been sealed with treasures, and outsiders would not be able to detect anything. If news of this got out, the impact would be great and the royal family would become a joke. Lin Fei. Fan Qingyuan's voice traveled to the sky above the Emperor Peak. After a while, Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the Emperor Peak. Your Highness, what brings you here today? Lin Fei looked down and knew what had happened. Ask Ninth Sister to come out. I want to bring her back. Fan Qingyuan said in a businesslike manner. It's good for everyone to treat you this way. Big brother, I will not go back. Fan Luoyu also appeared in the sky, and her tone was very firm. Lin Fei spread out his hands. Then forgive me for not being able to help. If she doesn't want to leave, there's nothing I can do. Fan Qingyuan took a deep breath. Lin Fei, do you dare to make a bet? If my people can enter your Emperor Peak, you will hand over Ninth Sister. If they can't enter, I will bring them away immediately. Chapter 2591. Not interested. Fan Qingyuan was infuriated. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back, Lin Fei said. Ignoring Fan Qingyuan's expression, he disappeared in front of everyone. Big brother, I've decided on Lin Fei for the rest of my life, and that won't change. Fan Luoyu also threw out a sentence, leaving the crowd looking at each other. It's just as I thought. I didn't bring him back that day, so I knew I'd be in deep trouble. Fan Qingyuan sighed bitterly and turned to an old man behind him. Master Mo, I'll have to trouble you. Behind Fan Qingyuan stood an old man in green with a pair of spirited eyes. Your Highness, you're too kind. Master Mo was invited by Fan Qingyun using his status in the empire. He was on the same level as Master Yun Zhongtian. What's going on? Xiao Qingshan saw everything through a treasure and shook his head subconsciously. There are so many arrays on Emperor Peak, and even the old dean doesn't think he can break them. What's the use of a mere Master Mo? It wasn't that Xiao Qingshan looked down on Master Mo, but the arrays on Emperor Peak were extraordinary. As a master, Master Mo's efforts were destined to be in vain. Are they going to break the arrays? Lin Fei stood under the pavilion, watching the commotion below. You're very confident in the arrays on Emperor Peak. Fan Luoyu stood beside Lin Fei and asked curiously, aren't you afraid that the royal family will take out some special treasures? Lin Fei smiled. No, if they can come up, I'll write my name backwards. No one knew better than him that the Emperor Peak's formation was set up as a whole. In addition to absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual qi, it formed a huge object. Usually, people only saw the simple formation on the surface. As for the deeper formation, not many people had seen it before. I'd like to borrow your royal family's treasure. Fan Qingyuan didn't want to come. It was too awkward. Those royal uncles all had objections. This was a very rare thing. Without thinking too much, he knew that the Xiao clan was behind this. Other than the Xiao clan, no one else could invite those royal uncles. Fan Qingyuan had no choice but to come here shamelessly. Lin Fei, I didn't want to come here. Fan Qingyuan knew it was not easy to ascend the monarch peak. Therefore, he brought a royal treasure with him. It was not easy for him to obtain this treasure. Master Mo, you're born with a powerful deduction and analysis ability. You can break any formation easily. However, the formation on the monarch peak isn't ordinary. You'll be able to break it easily with the help of this treasure. Fan Qingyuan took out an item from his storage ring. It was a silver-white bead that was about the size of a fist. It looked very pure and holy. Oh no, this is a special treasure of our royal family. Through the enhancement effect of this treasure, one's abilities can be amplified infinitely. This Grandmaster Mo is most adept at deducing and deciphering arrays. With the help of this silver bead, his abilities will be greatly enhanced. Fan Luoyu's expression changed immediately when she saw the silver bead. Is that powerful? The changes to the monarch peak's formation were not controlled by Lin Fei, but by the system. It was flawless and there were basically no loopholes. At the very least, the system's terrifying analysis and calculation ability had easily defeated the formation masters. Yes, it's very powerful. It's said that this treasure contains a miniature intelligence that can perform infinite analysis and deduction. Fan Luoyu glanced at Lin Fei. Don't you think it's powerful? I didn't expect Big Brother to take it out. Miniature intelligence. Lin Fei was moved. Logically speaking, his system had a powerful ability. Lin Fei had never encountered something like this before. Yes. Rumor has it that it's a technology from another universe. Fan Luoyu didn't notice the change in Lin Fei's expression. Rumor has it that our empire could be established because of the treasure from another universe. Lin Fei had heard many rumors about the establishment of the empire. Little devil, go and scan that silver pearl now. Lin Fei was moved. This thing might be good. Subconsciously, such a thought immediately popped up. Scan. The silver pearl was taken out, giving off a holy aura. Master Mo's eyes were filled with admiration. I've seen it. I've really seen it. The legendary number 1 pearl, the Milky Way pearl. Yes, this is the Milky Way pearl. At that time my father said that there was a silver Milky Way there that went straight to the sky. Hence it was named the Milky Way pearl. Fan Qingyuan seemed to be recalling something. However, up until now, the Milky Way pearl has only been developed with the help of the Milky Way pearl. Master Mo's eyes became firm. Your Highness, with this Milky Way pearl, the number 1 pearl, breaking the formation of the Emperor Peak will only take a moment. Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Mo. Grand Master Mo received the Milky Way pearl carefully, as if it was a holy object. Open. Master Mo held the Milky Way pearl with one hand. A huge amount of special energy flowed into the Milky Way pearl. Suddenly, a bright silver light burst out, covering the entire Emperor Peak. This is amazing. A holy object. Grand Master Mo's mood became exceptionally agitated. With the help of the Milky Way pearl, Master Mo felt that he had been sublimated. Many questions that he couldn't understand before were suddenly solved. Break the formation. Master Mo's eyes flickered with wisdom. The silver light in front of him instantly turned into a huge screen. An array appeared in the sky, and then it separated into pieces and turned into symbols. To the left, 300 feet away. Master Mo punched through the air and hit one of the symbols. Everyone heard a cracking sound. To the left, to the south, 320 steps. Master Mo struck again, and another position was broken. At this moment Master Mo, as if he had the help of God, easily blasted the eye of the array and quickly broke the array. A moment later, Fan Qingyuan stood in the array. He was surrounded by white mist, and he couldn't see clearly. It was as if he was surrounded by a void. Your Highness, don't move. There are arrays under your feet. Once you move, the array will change. This Lin Fei still has some tricks up his sleeve. Master Mo stood at the front. This is the royal treasure, the Milky Way pearl? Lin Fei didn't stop him. So far, he had only broken ordinary array formations, and it wasn't worth his attention. See, the Milky Way pearl can increase one's calculation and analysis ability, far exceeding the limits of humans. Your array formations are strong and of a high grade, but they can't withstand the threat of the Milky Way pearl. Fan Luoyu couldn't stand Lin Fei's calm look. This treasure was useless in the hands of outsiders, but in the eyes of array masters, it was a holy object. I like this Milky Way pearl, so I'm going to take it. Chapter 2592. The Milky Way pearl is a treasure in the eyes of array masters. The Crown Prince actually brought it out. Qiao Qingshan was shocked. This treasure was of little value. It was useless to ordinary people, and only array masters could use it. The reason why the Empire Expedition Empire had so many array masters was because they had been nurtured by the Milky Way pearl. Lin Fei is in trouble. Qiao Qingshan could not help but wonder if the Emperor Peak's array formation could withstand it. Another array formation has been broken. What a fast speed! In a short period of time, the arrays were broken one by one. Lin Fei slowly digested the results of the system's analysis. A technological product from another world. This was the result of the system's analysis. At the same time, it added a few words: defective. The Milky Way pearl was not complete. Little devil, what's so good about this thing? It's just a slightly special technological product. It's very different from your system. Lin Fei had always relied on the powerful existence of the system, and had not paid much attention to other treasures. Treasures of heaven and earth were powerful, but technological products did not necessarily stand a chance. Therefore, Lin Fei was only slightly interested in a Milky Way pearl, but it was far from the level of importance. That's because Master doesn't understand. Although the Milky Way pearl is defective, it is a technological product from another space. It has a certain level of intelligence and contains a large amount of data. As long as I absorb it, my system can still evolve and reach a higher level. The little devil was very concerned. The system can still evolve. Lin Fei had always felt that the system had reached its limit. Since the last update, the system had not changed much, and Lin Fei naturally did not think in this direction. That's for sure. Remember when you first came to the Empire Expedition Empire? Didn't I tell you that many of the Empire Expedition Empire's products were technological products? They must have been obtained from another space. Now it seems that this Emperor Expedition Empire should know about the passage to another space. However, before that, you can collect the defective products of these technological products to evolve the system. Lin Fei listened very seriously. That's very important. Yes, Lin Fei said without hesitation. Then I'll snatch it. Fan Luoyu was still in a daze. The Milky Way pearl has been marked. It's useless even if you snatch it away. I really don't know what you're thinking. If you have the time, you might as well think of a way to stop the other party from entering. Fan Luoyu did not think that Lin Fei had that ability. Although the Milky Way pearl was of little value and it would be a pity to abandon it, the royal family still cared a lot about it. The Milky Way pearl's value was limitless, and it could even be used to create brand new large-scale matrices. Little devil, I'll leave the array formation to you. Get that Grandmaster Mo out and make him leave behind that Milky Way pearl. Is there any problem? Lin Fei was too lazy to go out and directly gave Little Devil a task. It's just a bead. Even if it has an amplification effect, it's nothing much. I'll help you get it. The Little Devil didn't think much of it. Can my main body move? Lin Fei thought about it. Go ahead. It's in the array anyway, it's fine. The matter of the Avengers had been exposed. Having an ancient beast by his side was enough to make them fearful and not dare to act recklessly. His strength was a shortcoming. When there were many people, it was not suitable for him to make a move. With an ancient wind god beast by his side to protect him, it was completely different. Your Highness, the most powerful thing about the Emperor Peak are these 10 arrays. They seem to be flawless, and anyone who intrudes will definitely die. However, with the help of the Milky Way Pearl, I'm 80% confident that I can break through these 10 arrays. I'm even 50% confident that I can control these 10 arrays. Grandmaster Mo was now full of confidence. It was also Grandmaster Mo's first time using the effect of the Milky Way Pearl. The feeling of surpassing one's limits was too good. Everything was perfectly under his control. Fan Qingyun heaved a sigh of relief. The array of the Emperor Peak is just SOSO. All along, Lin Fei's powerful ability to set up arrays was very frightening. With the help of the Milky Way Pearl, he easily broke through. Although Lin Fei had a relaxed attitude, Fan Qingyun was still very satisfied that he could come this far. Then I'll master these 10 arrays and make him lose his reliance. Compared to other things, Fan Qingyun wanted to see what other trump cards Lin Fei had. In his opinion, the Avengers was his backer. However, distant water could not quench a present thirst. Even if Lin Fei had an early-stage 8th rank physical body, if he encountered a powerful opponent, as long as he besieged him with treasures and slowly refined him to death, it was only a matter of time. Apart from this, Fan Qingyun couldn't think of any other way. Technological weapons? They had power, but the consumption was too high. It was only a one-time attack. Controlling the Milky Way Pearl, Grandmaster Mo looked a lot more solemn. He led Fan Qingyun through the array one after another. Feeling the dangerous aura brought by the big array, he had to admit that Lin Fei was really good at setting up arrays. Grandmaster Yun lost to Lin Fei. It's really not an injustice. Grandmaster Mo also memorized these arrays and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When it was said that Grandmaster Yun Zhongtian lost to a young man, he didn't really believe it. A Grandmaster of Array needed a lot of accumulation, and it wasn't something that could be promoted in a short time. Today, after seeing the 10 big arrays, Grandmaster Mo was completely convinced. Lin Fei had this ability. If it wasn't for the Milky Way Pearl's amplification ability, which allowed him to surpass his own limits, it would have been impossible for him to break the 10 big arrays, which were all interconnected. He was afraid that he would have been turned into ashes the moment he entered. Your Highness, follow closely. Grandmaster Mo collected his thoughts and carefully broke the array. Is he really not going to come out and stop us? Are you so confident in yourself? After passing through 9 big arrays, they were about to reach the core of the big array. Fan Qingyun didn't know why, but he felt a tinge of bitterness. At this moment, Lin Fei still didn't come out. Could it be that he didn't care that the core of the true skill was controlled by someone else? Was he looking down on them? Even with the help of the Milky Way Pearl, it still felt like he was bullying the weak. Lin Fei's method made Fan Qingyun unhappy. He was waiting for Lin Fei to come out on his own. Without the 10 big arrays, your Emperor Peak would no longer be a place where outsiders couldn't enter. By then there would be trouble waiting for you. Fan Qingyun thought evilly. We're in. After a while, Fan Qingyun and Grandmaster Mo came to the 10th big array. Indeed, they saw a stone stele that looked very simple and unadorned. Grandmaster Mo, you've done a great service. Grandmaster Mo heaved a sigh of relief. Without your Highness's treasure, I wouldn't have been able to enter. Therefore, let me help your Highness control this big array, and the big array outside. Grandmaster Mo didn't dare to take the last core stone stele lightly. Swish. Chapter 2593. Not good. There's danger. Get out of the way. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard. Fan Qingyun was the first to react. He took out an intermediate energy gun that he carried with him and pointed the muzzle outwards. He was shocked. I didn't see the person who did it. Could it be that Lin Fei did it himself? Master Mo was sent flying, but Fan Qingyuan didn't see anyone. This was beyond his ability. At least, it proved that the other party was good at speed and had reached an extreme realm that others couldn't reach. Master Mo, how are you? Fan Qingyuan was at most a layman when it came to mastering formations. Without Master Mo's help, he was really at a loss. Cough, 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 I can still hold on. Master Mo struggled to stand up. He looked at the 5 shocking claw marks on his chest. They were like blades that tore open the armor. He didn't dare to imagine who did it. Your Highness, I'm fine. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold wind hit him. Master Mo was sent flying again, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Gate, follow me. Who is it? Come out. Fan Qingyuan's heart tightened. He didn't know where the black muzzle was aimed at. This time was the same as last time. He couldn't see the other party's shadow. What the hell? It was understandable that he couldn't see it the first time, but it was different the second time. It wasn't an illusion. You came to the wrong place. A shadow appeared on top of the stone tablet without any warning. It was a small bird that stood on top of the stone tablet. That was just an appetizer. I found you. Fan Qingyuan immediately fired at the location, shooting out more than a dozen light beams at once. Beams of energy beams shot out without any regard for their lives. First Prince, your attack method isn't good enough. The little devil smiled proudly, still standing on the stone tablet. More than a dozen light beams couldn't hurt the other party at all. No, it's not that my marksmanship isn't good, and it's not that I didn't lock onto the other party. It's that the other party's speed is too fast. He easily dodged and returned to his original position. Even my vision couldn't keep up. When Fan Qingyuan saw more than a dozen light beams pass through the bird's body, but it was completely fine, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Your Highness, be careful. It's an ancient beast, and it's a very rare ancient wind divine beast that specializes in speed. Master Mo used all his strength to warn Crown Prince Fan Qingyuan. His eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. Ancient wind divine beast? Fan Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat. The records of the wind god ancient beast immediately appeared in his mind. How could it be this thing? It doesn't make sense. I am the great wind god Lord Ancient Beast. You have trespassed into Lord Wind God's territory. Who gave you the right to do so? With that broken weapon in your hand? Broken weapon? Fan Qingyuan was about to curse. A priceless item became worthless in your mouth. Can't you at least have some foresight? Not good, it's coming. Just as this thought popped up in Fan Qingyuan's mind, 2 huge forces smashed into his body. It was as though a mountain was pressing down on him. Before he could resist, he was sent flying. The blood in his body churned as though the pressure was about to break out of his body. Is this the strength of the wind god ancient beast? Fan Qingyuan fell to the ground and the intermediate energy spear fell to the side. Lin Fei, where did he find this thing? It's an ancient beast, and it's a wind attribute one. This emperor can't even capture the traces of the opponent's movement. This is too frustrating. We are not on the same level at all. It was still on the stone tablet. The little devil was immensely proud. You guys are too weak and can't even withstand a single blow. You guys still have the nerve to control the stone tablet. If Master is not in a good mood, I will tear you guys into pieces. Master? Both Master Mo and Fan Qingyuan couldn't help but feel a trace of bitterness. This Lin Fei's background was too big. They were almost killed by an ancient beast. This was something they didn't dare to think about. It was rare to see an ancient beast, but they actually met one here. Before the other party even used his strength, they had already lost. It was a crushing defeat. You guys can scram. The little devil flapped his wings. Oh right, before you leave behind the Milky Way pearl. You guys know. Fan Qingyuan's first reaction was, no way, this is a royal treasure. Pung. Fan Qingyuan was sent flying again and landed heavily on the ground. His battle armor had several scratch marks on it. You can choose not to give it to me. The little devil laughed evilly. I just don't know how many times you can withstand the great wind god's attack. The little devil came again and attacked with countless shadows. Fan Qingyuan's awareness was still a step slower. A large number of shadows kept landing on his body. His body couldn't help but tremble. Looking at the overwhelming number of scratch marks, it made one's scalp go numb. Without the protection of your battle armor, how many times can your body withstand? The little devil's eyes flashed dangerously as it moved up and down Fan Qingyuan's body, in front of the little devil with absolute speed. Fan Qingyuan didn't have any trump cards to use. In his heart, he was still reluctant to hand over the Milky Way pearl. This emperor wants to see Lin Fei. Ask him to come out. Fan Qingyuan was really angry. You are openly snatching the treasure of the royal family. That is disgraceful. The little devil sneered. Save it. The great wind god has taken a fancy to the Milky Way pearl. It likes shiny things the most. Even if Lin Fei were to come, he can't do anything to the great wind god ancient beast. Let me remind you in a low voice that was just a small appetizer. The good stuff is still waiting for you. Lin Fei, how's my big brother? Lin Fei paid attention to the situation within the array, and saw the little devil who was gloating. He couldn't help but praise the clever little devil. This excuse was too good. He's fine. He's doing well, Lin Fei said seriously. Naturally, he wouldn't say that his big brother was tortured by the little devil. Really? Fan Luoyu had her suspicions instinctively. Your big brother is the eldest prince and the future emperor. He is also my brother-in-law. Do you think I would dare to mess around? Fan Luoyu rebuked Lin Fei. Don't spout nonsense. Who's your brother-in-law? Senior, you are living on my emperor peak now. It's only a matter of time before your big brother becomes my brother-in-law. Lin Fei was still as serious as ever. Your big brother will probably be out in a while. Why don't we take this opportunity to sit down and have some tea? No, I'm going to meditate and cultivate. Fan Luoyu had escaped from Lin Fei. If they continued to talk about it, who knew how long it would take? Sigh, I'm still too thin-skinned. Chapter 2594. Lin Fei, you must be the one who wants the Milky Way pearl. Do you have to use such a reason? At the foot of the emperor's peak, Fan Qingyuan, who was in a sorry state and had a swollen face, painfully threw away the priceless battle armor and shouted angrily at Lin Fei. After being abused countless times, Lin Fan had already lost count of the number of times. Fan Qingyuan handed over the Milky Way pearl helplessly. Such torture was not something a human could endure. It was so torturous that it almost made one collapse. There was no trace of movement and it could defeat you easily. Even the crown prince, Fan Qingyuan, could not endure such torture. Once he came out, Fan Qingyuan wanted to see Lin Fei. Hence the scene before him. Lin Fei spread his hands. You really can't blame me for this. It was Wind God's own doing. Don't be fooled by him calling me master. In fact, Wind God did not listen to me at all. I can't do anything about it. Fan Qingyuan felt very bitter. His Milky Way pearl had actually been snatched away by an ancient beast. Lin Fei's words made him doubt whether it was as he had said. It was an ancient beast. And it was a very rare wind-type ancient beast. In the ancient wasteland domain there was a saying, dire beasts were as common as the clouds, but ancient beasts were hard to find. There were too few ancient beasts. It was even more difficult to evolve from dire beasts. There might not even be one ancient beast in tens of thousands of years. But this Milky Way pearl belongs to the royal family. Fan Qingyuan knew that he could not bring Sister Zhou away today. The most important thing was to retrieve the Milky Way pearl. Who knew what that ancient beast would do to it? You will bring big trouble. Lin Fei would not hand over anything that could be of help to the system. I can only apologize. This is the Wind God ancient beast's personal behavior. I can only try my best to talk to that fellow. Lin Fei said seriously. Fan Qingyuan nodded helplessly. He could not get angry. He did not have the courage to look for the Wind God ancient beast again. I hope you can do it as soon as possible. If the elders of the royal family find out, I won't be able to suppress their anger. In a secret room on the Emperor's Peak. Master, not bad, right? The little devil played with the Milky Way pearl in her hand, tossing it up and down, before throwing it to Lin Fei. This is the technological product of an alternate universe. Lin Fei couldn't see anything special about it. It was too ordinary except for the color on the surface, which looked very comfortable. On the surface it indeed looks very ordinary. If Master were to activate it with his divine sense, he would immediately experience a brand new feeling that he had never experienced before. Lin Fei was really interested in the Milky Way pearl. One had to know that Grandmaster Mo used the Milky Way pearl to forcefully break into the array. Even though Lin Fei didn't stop him, it wasn't hard to see that the Milky Way pearl was very useful. I'll give it a try. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to use the Galaxy Pearl. Grabbing the Milky Way pearl, Lin Fei controlled his divine sense and entered the Milky Way pearl. He successfully activated the Milky Way pearl. The Milky Way pearl released a silvery white light that illuminated the entire secret room. Yes, just like that. After activating the Milky Way pearl with his divine sense, Lin Fei only felt that he had entered a vast place. A large number of strange words flashed in front of his eyes. This feeling is as if it's transcendental. Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. Many things became very easy at this moment. It was as if he had learned everything by himself. How is it? Does it feel very comfortable? This is because with the help of the Milky Way pearl, you have obtained an additional computer brain with terrifying computing power. The reason why Grandmaster Mo could enter in one step was because he had the assistance of this computer. The little devil began to explain the principles behind it. Lin Fei understood everything with a single point. The technology of this alternate universe is really very terrifying. No wonder the Crown Prince cares so much about the Milky Way pearl. Although it has no use in battle, the effect is very obvious if it can be used against the mages. Lin Fei analyzed. The Milky Way pearl is a defective product. It's not complete. It's still useful to use it to evolve the system. There's a part of micro-intelligence inside. Then use it for evolution. Even if the royal elders know about it, there's nothing to care about. Lin Fei cut off the connection. The Milky Way pearl returned to normal, and he threw it to the little devil. Evolution will not affect the system. Master, you can rest assured. The little devil opened its mouth and swallowed the Milky Way pearl. Ding! Absorbed a Milky Way pearl, alternate universe product. Obtained a part of evolution. Evolution activated, 130. He saw an additional prompt on the system page. Lin Fei immediately noticed the 130 mark. Absorbing a Milky Way pearl is 1. Does that mean I have to absorb 30 alternate universe products? Lin Fei suddenly had a bad feeling. Congratulations, Master. If the system wants to evolve, it needs 30 similar things. Wrong, now it's 29. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I knew it would be like this. It's really unreliable. Nothing good ever happens to the system. Sure enough, he guessed it right. One Milky Way pearl is already hard to come by. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find another 29 similar items from the alternate universe. For example, this Milky Way pearl directly offended the royal family of the empire. Are we going to offend them all? Lin Fei's scalp went numb just thinking about it. This was not an easy task. The little devil didn't think this was a problem. Master, you're underestimating your own capabilities. With the current with the help of the system, even a 9th job advancement master wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against you. Only the Yuanjing Great Emperor, the Demon God Great Emperor, and the hidden experts of the 8 ancient clans would be able to fight against you. Although that would consume a lot of energy, as long as Master monopolizes the technological weapons and resources of the outside world, your strength will continue to increase. It's not difficult to obtain 29 items from the alternate dimension. If the Yuanjing Empire has them, the other empires might have them too. The little devil continued to analyze. Master, you have to know that after the evolution of the system, the benefits are unimaginable. It's not something the system update can compare to. Can you tell me in advance? I don't know. It's sealed. Only after the evolution will I know. The little devil said helplessly. Lin Fei was shocked. There are still seals in the system. Haven't they all been opened? I'm not too sure. I only know that there is a seal. I just found out about this seal. The Milky Way pearl is the medium. It triggered the evolution reminder. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Chapter 2595. With the Milky Way pearl as a factor, Lin Fei's plan to open a revenge chamber of commerce in the Capital Institute became even more urgent. Monopoly. He had to monopolize all technology. The ancient wasteland world might take some time. It wouldn't take that long outside. Opening one in each of the 2 empires would be enough to monopolize everything outside. Did the first prince fail as well? Capital Imperial Palace. Xiao Ran listened to his subordinate's report and shook his head. They failed. They seemed to have been taught a lesson. They didn't mention anything about entering Emperor Peak. Something must have happened. Our men probed and found out that they were terrified of what was inside. Xiao Ran didn't like the first prince very much. He had a flaw in his personality. He could defend what he had, but he couldn't expand. I don't think Fan Qingyuan has the ability to bring people back either. Xiao Ran smiled. We still need the group of royal elders. Yuan Kuan from Tianji Hall should be here soon. We can make use of Fan Qinglong too. Are you sure you want to set up a second revenge chamber of commerce? Qiao Qingshan finally smiled. He had been waiting for this for a long time. Setting up a second revenge chamber of commerce would be very beneficial to the Capital Institute. Not only would it increase the influence of the institute, but it would also increase the overall strength of the institute. Yes, the higher-ups have given their orders. I will be in charge of it. Lin Fei was here to pass on the message. Good. Qiao Qingshan could imagine that once this news got out, it would attract the attention of countless people. Then I'll have to trouble you to open up an area. It's best if it's outside of the institute so that it won't affect the institute. Qiao Qingshan waved his hand. This matter is simple. Little Lin, regarding this area, why don't you choose it yourself? If you like it, I'll arrange it for you. That's fine too. In order to prevent any undue delay, Qiao Qingshan, the new president, personally accompanied Lin Fei to choose a place. To be in charge of the construction of Vengeance's Chamber of Commerce, Qiao Qingshan had once again raised Lin Fei's status by quite a bit. Lin Fei definitely had a high position there, and he might even have the support of a high-level elder. With Qiao Qingshan's personal accompaniment, the following matters were simple. In less than half a day, they had chosen a relatively quiet place. Thus, the position of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce was set. Qiao Qingshan waved his hand again, and immediately, someone started to clean up the area. If it wasn't for Lin Fei saying that there was no need to build a palace, the headmaster would have taken the initiative to build one. Dean, something terrible has happened. Just as Qiao Qingshan was about to have a drink with Lin Fei and test other aspects, his assistant hurried over and broke the harmonious atmosphere. This is Imperial College. What could possibly happen? Qiao Qingshan looked displeased. Seeing this, the assistant knew that something bad was about to happen. He could only bite the bullet and say, Dean, something terrible has indeed happened. Those people from Tianji Hall have returned. I heard that many of them died and are causing trouble outside. They want the college to give them an explanation. Moreover, a very famous person from Tianji Hall has come. I think his name is Yuan Kuan. Yuan Kuan? Qiao Qingshan glanced at Lin Fei and waved his hand to dismiss the assistant. Dean, I can resolve this matter. Lin Fei didn't care about the trouble at Tianji Hall, but he knew about Yuan Kuan. Back then, this fellow wasn't around, or else he would have destroyed him as well. Qiao Qingshan slammed the table. No, this is the college's matter. Those people from Tianji Hall are too much. They are not as skilled as us, but they still dare to find someone else. Even if Yuan Kuan is here, it'll be useless. At this moment, Qiao Qingshan was really angry. Things were different now. In Qiao Qingshan's eyes, Tianji Hall was like a sunset. In contrast, the Avengers were like the rising sun. With this comparison, he naturally knew how to choose. At the same time, the people from Tianji Hall and Imperial College were usually very arrogant. Coupled with the fact that they had banded together, the major forces didn't dare to offend them. As a result, complaints were heard all the way to Qiao Qingshan. You'd better ask that Lin Fei to come out. Ji Xinglin's face was pale and he looked a little tired. However, he couldn't hide the murderous intent on his face. He berated the teachers mercilessly. After suffering at Emperor's Peak, Ji Xinglin was afraid of Emperor's Peak. He didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. He didn't want to experience that kind of pain even once in his life. A powerful cultivator being chased by a large group of special beasts was extremely embarrassing. If it wasn't for his good luck, he might have died in this uninhabited starfield. All of this was caused by Lin Fei. Ji Xinglin had to vent his anger no matter what. He had to exact his revenge. Most importantly, he had the support of Lord Yuan Kuan this time. He was the previous governor of Tianji City and had great power. With his support, there was nothing to worry about. After Ji Shanglin returned, he immediately brought the people from Tianji Hall to cause trouble. They didn't dare to do anything, but they could get the college to do it. They were confident that they could force them to hand over Lin Fei. Because they were Tianji Hall. Capital College had to give face to Tianji Hall. Ji Shanglin was very confident that he would cause trouble. In less than a moment, there was a crowd outside. Ji Shanglin, hurry up and leave with your men. The college will handle this. A middle-aged teacher advised. He didn't dare to be too strict. No, we must get Lin Fei here today. We can't die in vain. Ji Shanglin said sadly. They all die because of Lin Fei's shameless means. We won't leave until we get our revenge. Yuan Kuan, who was standing behind, smiled. As long as you expel Lin Fei or hand him over, you won't have to worry about not being able to dig out the secret of the Avengers. When the time comes, you can catch them all in one go. Yuan Kuan, the person in charge of Tianji City, was in a very awkward situation recently. There was no news from Tianji Hall and he was wandering outside, as if he had lost his power. This incident gave him a chance to force Capital College to release Lin Fei. No matter what, their chances of success were very high. If they knew that Lin Fei represented the Avengers and had formed a new partnership with the new and old chiefs of Capital College, the situation would be different. Their confidence would be reduced by half. Ji Shinglin's aggressiveness made it difficult for the middle-aged teacher to deal with him. On one side was Lin Fei, whom the college chief thought highly of. On the other side was Ji Shanglin from Tianji Hall. They couldn't afford to offend either side. Offending either of them would spell trouble in the future. College chief, hurry up and come. If it was an ordinary person, the middle-aged teacher would have reprimanded him and arranged for someone to take him away. Chapter 2596. Under the leadership of Ji Shanglin, the members of Tianji Hall caused a ruckus, and the teachers of the academy could not take it anymore. Shanglin is not bad. He knows how to handle matters. Yuan Kuan stood with his hands behind his back and watched quietly. As more and more people gathered around him, a smile flashed across his face. The bigger the commotion today, the harder it would be for the academy to handle it. After suffering such a huge loss previously, Yuan Kuan's authority was greatly reduced. His hatred for the Avengers was as vast as the ocean, and Lin Fei had no one to blame but himself for appearing at this time. Go on, the bigger the commotion, the more they'll have to hand over Lin Fei. The commotion grew louder and louder. Many teachers of the academy came to maintain order, trying to get Ji Shanglin and the others to disperse. Unfortunately, it was useless. They were all determined to get an explanation from the higher-ups of the academy. Hand over Lin Fei. We want an explanation from the academy. We can't let the people of Tianji Hall die in vain. The members of Tianji Hall continued to make a ruckus. They kept attacking the teachers in front of them. Ji Shanglin said very seriously, "Teacher, we just want an explanation. We didn't do anything, but we have to pay such a huge price. We can't accept this. As long as the academy doesn't deal with this, we will continue to make a ruckus." Many of the teachers were angry, but they could only suppress it in their hearts. The members of Tianji Hall were not to be offended, so they had to restrain themselves in their actions. Student Ji, the academy will definitely deal with this matter. Can you get them to disperse first? Ji Shanglin was very resolute. No, we won't leave until Lin Fei comes out. Otherwise, we'll let the president handle this. Now the entire academy knew that Ji Shanglin of Tianji Hall was making a ruckus. Everyone was rather fearful of Lin Fei. Usually they wouldn't go near Emperor Peak. Who knew if there was an array formation nearby? If they were exiled, they would really be in trouble. This matter is really going to blow up. I wonder how the academy will handle this. Will they side with one side? I said that Lin Fei is out of luck. Why didn't he think about who his opponent is this time? Didn't they say that the Crown Prince and the others were here? Maybe Lin Fei is really a member of the Avengers. There were sounds of discussion everywhere in the academy. Everyone had a clear understanding of the gossip surrounding the rookie king Lin Fei. Ji Shanglin was still making a fuss. Hand over Lin Fei, we want justice. His voice soared into the sky and lingered for a long time. Enough. There was a loud rumble like muffled thunder. Everyone who was making a ruckus felt as if there was an earthquake. Their bodies trembled slightly, and it took them a great deal of effort to stabilize themselves. "The dean is here!" Someone shouted, and the crowd quietened down. They could argue with the teachers, but they didn't have the courage to argue with the dean. After all, many of them were here to watch the show. Qiao Qingshan's complexion was extremely ugly. After the roar, the crowd quietened down. The dean stood before everyone with a dark expression. "Ji Shenglin, are you trying to cause trouble?" Qiao Qingshan looked at Ji Shenglin. "Who gave you the guts to do so? Tell me." Ji Shenglin's gaze fell on Lin Fei. Even though he had to face the furious gaze of the dean, he felt more confident now that he had Lord Yuan behind him. He pointed at Lin Fei and said, "Dean, we aren't the ones causing trouble. Lin Fei is the one causing trouble, and he has violated the 10 Commandments of the Academy. I just want the dean to give us an explanation. Isn't that right, everyone?" "We want an explanation. Dean, we want an explanation." Ji Shenglin raised his hand, and the voices behind him became one. "Lin Fei, do you dare to say that you didn't violate the 10 Commandments of the Academy?" Ji Shenglin stared at Lin Fei. His gaze was filled with hatred, like a poisonous snake, causing one's hair to stand on end. Lin Fei stood not far from Qiao Qingshan. When he heard Ji Shenglin's words, he couldn't help but laugh. "Student Ji, you're not bad. You actually know to look for the commandments of the Academy this time. You've learned quite a bit. You should be praised. You've worked hard." When Ji Shenglin heard this, he almost fell to the ground. He reacted quickly and said, "Dean, listen. Lin Fei has admitted it." At first, Qiao Qingshan had a good impression of Ji Shenglin. He would be a rare talent in the future, but this incident was very bad. They had finally formed an alliance with the Avengers behind Lin Fei. But Ji Shenglin came out to cause trouble. Wasn't this just destroying things? Naturally, Qiao Qingshan was very unhappy. "Enough. That day, you challenged Lin Fei to learn from each other. Your skills were inferior and you still have the nerve to cause trouble. Do you really think that the academy is run by your family?" Qiao Qingshan snorted coldly. "Where's the academy's enforcement team? Hurry up and take Ji Shenglin away to reflect on his mistakes." Actually, the academy's enforcement team was already there, but they didn't dare to move. "Arrest him." The captain of the enforcement team was immediately energized. With the dean's order, they could arrest whoever they wanted. Ji Shenglin was stunned. The dean is actually protecting Lin Fei? Why? All of you get lost. Ji Shenglin was furious. "Who allowed you to come up here? We are from Tianji Hall. If you don't want to die, then get lost." The people from the law enforcement team were really frightened. Tianji Hall's reputation was too resounding. The people behind Ji Shenglin were also glaring angrily, emitting a dangerous aura. "Dean Qiao, what you are doing is wrong." Yuan Kuan came up under the escort of the people from Tianji Hall and faced Qiao Qingshan. At the same time, his gaze also landed on Lin Fei. It was this person who caused Ji Shenglin to suffer such a huge loss. Qiao Qingshan recognized Yuan Kuan. Before this, Yuan Kuan was the city lord of Tianji City. He had limitless prestige. No matter where he went, he was a distinguished guest. Even Qiao Qingshan had to be polite to him. "So it's Brother Yuan. Long time no see." Qiao Qingshan was still polite. "The last time we met was at the auction. It seems to have been more than 10 years. Yuan Kuan smiled. "I just didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. I feel that the way Dean Qiao handled the matter just now was not very appropriate." Everyone could tell that Yuan Kuan was standing up for Ji Shenglin. "Is that so? Why is it not appropriate?" Qiao Qingshan said calmly. Yuan Kuan smiled. "As a bystander, it is theoretically possible for Dean Qiao to punish Ji Shenglin the moment he arrived. However, Lin Fei broke the 10 Commandments. I heard that the school has always placed the commandments above all else. Lin Fei broke the commandments. Although he didn't do it, he indirectly caused the deaths of some people. Dean Qiao, this is fair. This will make others learn from him." Many people nodded when they heard that. Yuan Kuan's words hit the nail on the head. He was speaking from the perspective of a bystander. Chapter 2597. This was a vicious move. If Qiao Qingshan didn't handle this fairly, many people would be unhappy and it would cause a heated debate. This might not be a good thing for Capital College. This Yuan Kuan is really something. He even knows how to force an abdication. Unfortunately, he's using it in the wrong place this time. Xiao Qingshan had indeed intended to stand on Lin Fei's side. He had wanted the law enforcement team to take down Ji Shanglin right from the start. He didn't expect Yuan Kuan to be so shameless as to force an abdication. This was indeed an attempt to force an abdication. He wanted to force Xiao Qingshan to deal with Lin Fei. That way it would be fair. Xiao Qingshan's dislike of Yuan Kuan grew. This was Capital College, not Tianji Hall of the ancient wasteland world. This was not the place for Yuan Kuan to act presumptuously. Whether Lin Fei broke the rules or not, we will deal with it ourselves. On the other hand, this Ji Shanglin has gathered a crowd to cause trouble. This is a very vile act. The college must deal with him. Xiao Qingshan was very determined. Also, this is Capital College, not your Tianji Hall. Men, take down Ji Shanglin. Yuan Kuan's expression darkened. This was not giving the Heavenly Secrets Hall any face. College Chief Qiao, you're being stubborn. Yuan Kuan said coldly. If the higher-ups hear about this, they will be very unhappy. I will even complain to the old college chief. Yuan Kuan knew that the old college chief held the highest authority in Capital College. Although he was not in charge, he would still pay attention to important matters. Xiao Qingshan sneered to himself. Trying to use the old college chief to pressure me? You don't know how much the old college chief likes Lin Fei. He won't allow you to act presumptuously here. Haha, that's up to you. Xiao Qingshan gestured for the law enforcement team to take action. A few brawny members of the law enforcement team charged forward. They took out the Capital College's long chains and charged at Ji Shanglin. Xiao Qingshan, how dare you arrest him? Yuan Kuan didn't think that Xiao Qingshan would dare to arrest someone in public. It doesn't matter who you are. Xiao Qingshan said in a low voice. And you can leave now. Imperial College doesn't welcome you. A thick aura locked onto Yuan Kuan, and it pressed down upon him to the point he was unable to move. Do you dare to let me out? Yuan Kuan's expression darkened. This meant that Imperial College did not welcome him anymore. Are you planning to go against Tianji Hall? Yuan Kuan could only use the name of Tianji Hall. Xiao Qingshan would not be fooled. This is Imperial College, a place where people learn. It's not a place where you can act presumptuously. As for making an enemy of Tianji Hall, that's just your idea. Imperial College doesn't like you stirring up trouble here. Do you understand? This time, Xiao Qingshan didn't give him any face. Master Yuan, help! The situation on Ji Shanglin's side had changed drastically. The law enforcement team used their treasures to suppress Ji Shanglin. Unable to control his strength at all, he panicked and sought help from Yuan Kuan. Yuan Kuan was locked down by the aura and didn't dare to act recklessly. Tianji Hall could be arrogant, but he was not the governor of Tianji City and his power was greatly affected. Moreover, Imperial College was a powerful organization. If he didn't give them face, Yuan Kuan really didn't dare to make a move. Take him away. Without Yuan Kuan's help, Ji Shanglin was unlucky. He was suppressed in a few moves. His body was shackled and he looked extremely pathetic. Xiao Qingshan, just you wait and see. Yuan Kuan had no choice but to leave. His mind was filled with questions. Why did the chief of Imperial College suddenly change his attitude and not give him any face? I'll definitely report this to the higher-ups. I'll exaggerate and let all the higher-ups of Tianji Hall know about Imperial College. Yuan Kuan really couldn't take this lying down. As soon as he left, Xiao Qingshan smiled at Lin Fei. Tianji Hall has always been arrogant and domineering. Do they really think they're different anywhere? Look at where they are. Good move, Chief Qiao. Without Ji Shanglin to lead, those people don't know what to do. With this suppression, Tianji Hall will have a tough time. Lin Fei applauded. Even if this didn't happen today, it would have happened sooner or later. I'm just taking care of it now. Xiao Qingshan said with a smile. Right, Yuan Kuan, you have to be careful. It's very obvious that they're here for you today. Lin Fei nodded. Actually, I was going to look for him even if he didn't come looking for me. Since he's here, there's no need for him to go back. Xiao Qingshan understood what he was implying. You're going to deal with Yuan Kuan? Tianji City has already fallen. As the governor, don't you think it's meaningless to continue living? Lin Fei said calmly. Qiao Qingshan could hear the murderous intent in his words, but he didn't make a fuss. Tianji Hall and the Avengers were going to end sooner or later. Either Tianji Hall fell or the Avengers would fall. There would be no third outcome. Ha ha ha, Qiao Qingshan, I'm back. As soon as Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, he was drowned out by laughter in the distance. Yuan Kuan, who had left, had actually returned. The most surprising thing was that a group of people had appeared behind him. The fifth prince, Fan Qinglong. Yuan Kuan was back. He didn't walk at the front, but walked side by side with another person, and they were whispering something. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and met the resentful gaze of that person. Lin Fei, you've committed a crime. Fan Qinglong walked over with a group of people. Behind him was a murderous destruction army. Although there weren't many people, only 50 of them, no one could underestimate the power of these 50 people. This was the elite force of the destruction army. Qiao Qingshan naturally knew why the fifth prince was so angry. Fifth prince, did you make a mistake? Qiao Qingshan asked. Fan Qinglong looked at Lin Fei with hatred. Principal Qiao, this is an arrest warrant issued by the royal family, and it lists Lin Fei's crimes. I'm not the kind of person who would use my power to take revenge. However, this time Lin Fei has committed a serious crime, and it has alarmed the royal family's elders. You can take a look at it first. Yuan Kuan gloated. Lin Fei, you're finished this time. I don't think the academy will dare to protect you this time. Previously, the academy had been biased, which had angered Yuan Kuan, but he couldn't do anything. If they were in the ancient wasteland world, he would have already dealt with Qiao Qingshan. Now that the fifth prince, the war god of the army, Fan Qinglong, had made a move, things were different. As the new principal of the academy, Qiao Qingshan was naturally aware of the close relationship between the academy and the royal family. After all, the academy had been connected to the great in his previous life. What has this kid done this time? An arrest warrant has been issued, and it's issued by the royal family's elders. Qiao Qingshan realized that the problem was huge. Chapter 2598. Things seem to be getting out of hand. Something big is going to happen. The imperial family elders actually signed an arrest warrant. When did Lin Fei offend the imperial family? And why is the fifth prince, the god of war, dealing with him? Lin Fei is doomed. Many people's expressions changed. The imperial family elders had always existed in everyone's memories. They had not made any moves for a long time, almost as if they did not exist. Once they made a move, it would be a big deal. They represented the power of the entire empire. Director Qiao, this is not a joke or a misunderstanding. Lin Fei did something he should not have done. I am just following the rules. I hope Director Qiao will not stop me. Fan Qinglong took out an arrest warrant with the signatures of the imperial family's elders. Each of the signatures was an influential figure in the empire back in the day, and had great influence. Qiao Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Something has really happened. Qiao Qingshan could sense the vicissitudes of life in the signatures of the imperial family elders. They were genuine and definitely not forged. Moreover, Fan Qinglong did not dare to forge them. The consequences were too great for him to bear. Qiao Qingshan's worry gave him a headache. If it was something like Yuan Kuan, Qiao Qingshan could deal with it. After all, he did not have a good impression of the Tianji Hall. It would be good if he could suppress them. But this matter was completely different. He could not suppress it. Even though the Capital Institute had separated itself from the rest of the empire, it was still under the management of the royal family. However, the right to manage it was not in the hands of the princes, but the elders of the royal family. However, they rarely interfered in the management, so much so that it was almost forgotten. Qiao Qingshan was powerless. Director Qiao, are you thinking of how to protect Lin Fei? Yuan Kuan said sarcastically. This kind of person has bad intentions and will cause big trouble sooner or later. See, it has come true now. If this was so good, Yuan Kuan would definitely stand up and mock him. Although Lin Fei could not fall into the hands of the Tianji Hall for the time being, Yuan Kuan had already thought of a way. For example, he could cooperate with the empire. As long as the empire paid the price, the empire would be willing to give up a single person. Fan Qinglong didn't stop Yuan Kuan from saying anything. Dean Qiao, you can move aside now. Fan Qinglong retracted the arrest warrant and shot a sharp gaze at Lin Fei. The 50 people behind him surrounded Lin Fei. Xiao Qingshan looked helpless and hesitant. In the end, he had no choice but to stand aside. As a member of the empire, Xiao Qingshan found it difficult to disobey the orders of his superiors. Moreover, these were the orders of the Imperial Elder Council. "Little Lin, I can't do anything about this," Xiao Qingshan said apologetically. Lin Fei still had a relaxed expression on his face as he smiled and said, "Dean Xiao, you can't be blamed for this. You don't have to blame yourself. I just didn't expect that the royal family would be so stingy. It's really disappointing." "Stingy?" Fan Qinglong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Is the Milky Way pearl an ordinary treasure? It's a sacred object in the eyes of array masters. How can it be an ordinary treasure in your eyes?" "Lin Fei, I know that you have a lot of trump cards and can fight. However, I still want to give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate these 50 people. They have a name called Heavenly Guards. There are a total of 4 such Heavenly Guards in the Imperial family. They are respectively Heaven, Earth, Black and Yellow. What you are seeing now is a Yellow Heavenly Guard. Even if they are the lowest ranked, they are still not something you can fight against. Seal." As soon as he finished speaking, the 50 people shouted and took out something that looked like a token. It emitted a burst of holy light. In an instant the world changed. Dark clouds rolled and covered the sky. Heavenly Guards, Yellow Heavenly Guards. Xiao Qingshan sucked in a breath of cold air. Others might not know, but as the dean, Xiao Qingshan knew a lot of secrets. Among them were secrets related to the Heavenly Guards. The Heavenly Guards were the trump cards that the Imperial family had secretly created. No one knew the exact strength of the Heavenly Guards. Once they appeared, it represented endless killing and suppression. Many forces disappeared in front of the Heavenly Guards and turned into the dust of history. Xiao Qingshan had not heard of the Heavenly Guards for a long time. He did not expect to see a Heavenly Guard in his life, even if it was the lowest Yellow Heavenly Guard. As soon as the Yellow level Heavenly Guard made a move, Xiao Qingshan felt a huge pressure. He was tongue-tied. This is a gravitational field, and on top of that there's a vacuum seal. This is really troublesome. The gravitational field was a powerful ability mastered by the Imperial family. Any expert would lose 70 to 80% of their strength under the gravitational field. The vacuum seal would strip away what was left of their strength, leaving them with 10% of their strength. That was why Xiao Qingshan said that. It was indeed troublesome. Even Xiao Qingshan did not have the confidence to break the gravitational field, especially this vacuum seal. It absorbed all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in an instant. It was even more difficult to break the vacuum seal. He came prepared. As soon as the Yellow Heavenly Guard took action and created the vacuum seal and the gravitational field, the surrounding people gasped. The scene was too grand. Everyone believed that Lin Fei could withstand the Yellow Heavenly Guard's attack. Fan Qinglong had indeed come prepared. He was going to knock Lin Fei to the ground. "Lin Fei, are you satisfied with this gift?" Fan Qinglong smiled. "I know that you can set up all kinds of powerful arrays, so I used the vacuum seal. And here you can forget about setting up any arrays. Once the array runes appear, they will be crushed to pieces by the terrifying gravity. I also know that you have a strong physical body. You are at the early 8th stage, right? I just don't know if you can withstand the crushing force of the gravitational field." Such a method was indeed terrifying. Everyone had a headache just thinking about it. This was not something they could withstand. They would probably be defeated in one move. Feeling the gravitational field on his body, Lin Fei smiled. "This gift is really good. Using the trump card of the Imperial family to deal with a small character like me. Just thinking about it makes me feel honored." Fan Qinglong had always disliked Lin Fei's calm expression. He had a vague feeling that he was not in control. This made him, who had always been in control, very uncomfortable. This time, he had to suppress him and make him suffer a crushing defeat without any chance of turning the tables. Chapter 2599. Fan Qinglong wanted to see Lin Fei fall into endless despair. In his opinion, the reason why Lin Fei could act so confidently was because he had the backing of the Avengers and some connections in the imperial capital. Among them were the eldest prince, the 9th princess, and Xiao Qingshan. If these people could not do anything, it was equivalent to cutting off all of Lin Fei's thoughts. The two ultimate moves, the gravitational field and the vacuum seal, could make Lin Fei slowly feel the aura of despair until he collapsed. Fan Qinglong was confident that he could deal with the series of troubles after Lin Fei was captured. No matter how strong the Avengers were, they would not dare to behave atrociously in the imperial capital. Apart from this, Lin Fei was just an insignificant figure. Even though he had a backer, it might not be very powerful. When the time came, the royal family could easily suppress this matter by paying a small price. No one was willing to start a war over an insignificant figure. This was also where Fan Qinglong's confidence came from. The group of royal elders had left this matter for him to handle, which was a great help. Big brother, although you have made a great contribution to the empire and obtained control of a new army, you shouldn't have been so close to Lin Fei. Now that you've lost the Milky Way pearl, you've lost a lot of points with the elders of the imperial family. I can only say that you asked for it, ha ha ha. Fan Qinglong was very proud. He already disliked Lin Fei in the first place. Today he could finally take revenge on Lin Fei for everything that had happened in the past. In Fan Qinglong's position, he could not tolerate anyone putting on airs in front of him. From the moment Lin Fei appeared, he had always been a thorn in Fan Qinglong's eyes. He had to get rid of him quickly. Fan Qinglong, it must have been hard on you. In order to deal with me, you must have spent a lot of effort. I should really applaud you. Lin Fei applauded lightly. Otherwise, it would be a pity for your kind intentions. Qiao Qingshan was puzzled. In this kind of situation, you brat can still talk and joke so calmly? The group of elders of the royal family. What kind of joke was that? Qiao Qingshan did not have the courage to face the yellow-grade heavenly guards. This was the true trump card of the imperial capital. Fan Qinglong raised his eyebrows. Very good, you still dare to talk big in the face of death. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson and let you know the terror of the yellow-grade heavenly guards. Lin Fei did not expect that the Milky Way pearl would provoke the imperial elders to send the yellow-grade heavenly guards to capture him. The Milky Way pearl had been eaten by the system and could not be taken out. The final result would be a battle. It was within Lin Fei's expectations that the royal family's elders would take action at this time. If the group of elders of the royal family did not put on airs, then they would really be completely forgotten by the people. Especially the branch of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce that was about to be established, everyone wanted a piece of the action. Little devil, go out and have some fun with that Fan Qinglong. Maybe there's something good for you. Since Fan Qinglong wanted to play, Lin Fei didn't mind playing along. Great! Lin Fei didn't mind messing around with the group of royal elders who could use him to intimidate them. If he didn't slap them in the face until it hurt, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause in the future? These old monsters who had lived for a long time were all old fogies. They only knew how to scheme all day long. The great wind god is here. Suddenly a long howl came from the sky. Little Fiend descended from the sky. His gigantic wings were like two blades as he swept towards Fan Qinglong and the yellow-grade heavenly guard, tearing the void apart as he swept towards them. You fell for it. Fan Qinglong's face lit up with joy. This emperor has long since expected you to do this. Two huge gusts of wind surged forward, but before they could reach Fan Qinglong, an invisible shield appeared and blocked the attack of the two gusts of wind. This shield was extremely powerful. Under the attack, there were no ripples at all. It was like a mountain not moving at all. Fan Qinglong stared at the figure in the sky. Ancient beast, it really is an ancient beast, and it's one of the rare ancient wind divine beasts. The information was right. Before coming here, Fan Qinglong had been warned to be careful of an ancient beast, the ancient wind divine beast, which was known for its speed. How dare you block Lord Wind God's attack? Who gave you permission to do so? Little Fiend was displeased. He lowered his body and charged forward. Fan Qinglong's vision blurred. The shield was struck by a huge impact, causing ripples to appear. No wonder Lin Fei dares to act so arrogantly. It turns out that he has an ancient wind beast by his side. Any ancient beast is a 9th promotion expert, and the ancient wind beast is a wind-type expert. Not only does it have a powerful physique, but it can also come and go as it pleases. Fan Qinglong looked at the ancient wind divine beast that was charging at him with a hint of envy. He was a prince with a noble status, but he did not have an ancient beast by his side. So what if you have an ancient wind divine beast? Today, I'll destroy your trump card. Fan Qinglong crushed a black bead in his hand. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. The others were shocked. They could not see any trace of the ancient wind divine beast. What is that? It's too fast. I can only see a shadow. You're a shadow too. What the hell is this thing? I did hear the words Lord Wind God. What is that? It's so powerful. Are you stupid? That's an ancient beast, and it's a wind-type ancient beast. It's equivalent to a 9th transformation expert. Finally, a teacher said angrily, I told you to study hard and read more books. Look at you now. You can't even recognize an ancient beast in front of you. The students looked at each other. We can't see it. Little Fiend kept moving his body. The crowd could only see a black shadow and it was blurry. They were frustrated. See, how could they see it? Xiao Qingshan opened his eyes wide. An ancient beast, and an ancient wind divine beast at that. Where did Lin Fei come from? Ancient beasts were rare treasures. Even the Capital Institute did not have any ancient beasts so far, which showed how precious they were. Compared to the others who were attracted by the ancient wind divine beast, Xiao Qingshan's thoughts were on Lin Fei. What kind of person could have an ancient beast as his bodyguard? This was the main point. Xiao Qingshan immediately linked it to the son of a big shot. Other than this explanation, he could not think of a second one. Oh no, Fan Qinglong is purposely provoking Lin Fei, so that he will summon the ancient wind divine beast and suppress Lin Fei's strongest martial art. Xiao Qingshan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and secretly cursed. Could it be the ancient beast of the royal family? Chapter 2600. The speed of the little demon was so fast that other than a few people present, no one was able to see its true body. All they could see were indistinct silhouettes. Even though they couldn't see its true body, everyone could clearly feel the massive shockwaves that had been stirred up on the battlefield. The area where Fan Qinglong and the yellow-rank Celestial Guard stood was flooded by the attacks of the little demon. A huge shield was propped up, and ripples kept appearing on its surface. Other than the interior of the shield, which was still intact, the exterior of the shield was in shambles. It was a shocking sight, and it left a deep impression on everyone. The treasures of the royal family sure are incredible. They are still able to withstand this. If we were to charge forward, we wouldn't be able to last even a single wave. Ancient beasts are really too powerful. They are able to come and go as they please. Many people had never seen an ancient beast in their entire lives. In the academy today, everyone had witnessed it for themselves. That seemingly ordinary attack was no less than the attack of an unparalleled expert. To think that a tortoise shell can withstand the attack of the mighty Lord Wind God. What wishful thinking. Only the voice of the little demon could be heard in the sky. From all directions, illusory silhouettes landed on the massive shield, and a dull sound echoed in the academy. Xiao Qingshan immediately activated the academy's formation. He had to isolate it first. If they continued to make trouble, who knew if the entire academy would be torn down? If that really happened, who knew where their face would be lost? Xiao Qingshan would not be able to face the old dean. Wind God, you are a foreign ancient beast. Who allowed you to cause trouble here? At this moment, a violent voice sounded in the sky above the academy. Everyone saw a dark cloud drifting over, and the voice came from it. Before this voice, the bodies of the genius teachers in the academy trembled, and traces of blood appeared on their skin. It was as though they had been pierced by a knife, and their faces warped in fear. Xiao Qingshan raised his head. Not good, the ancient beast of the royal family is here. The dark cloud drifted over. Condense. As soon as the dark cloud appeared, a violent voice sounded. The people below immediately found it difficult to breathe, and they couldn't even move. They could only try their best to circulate their strength. Seeing this, Xiao Qingshan knew that this was bad. Move. No one knew better than him how powerful that ancient beast was. That was a battle pet that fought side by side with Emperor Yuanzheng. That beast played a significant role in Emperor Yuanzheng's rise to fame. Xiao Qingshan controlled the formation to teleport the students and teachers who were suppressed in the distance away. Fortunately, this kind of array formation was within the academy. If it was outside, Xiao Qingshan would really be helpless. In just a short while, the surrounding people were all moved out, and they were even protected by the array formation. At the very least, they would not have to bear such a large area of suppression. The entire area seemed to have been cleared. If someone were to barge in at this time, they would definitely be affected by the strange power of the space and fall into endless danger. This space had already turned into a dangerous place. Voila! The little devil kept moving, but it was also suppressed by this power. It gradually revealed its true form and appeared in front of Fan Qinglong. Not good, not good, what the hell are you? The little devil tried to control its true form, but it was still affected by the strange power in the surroundings, thus it was unable to move. The dark cloud transformed into a golden unicorn. The most eye-catching thing was that the horn was flickering with a dangerous black aura. I'm not a monster. I'm the battle pet of the Emperor. You can call me Golden Horn. Fan Qinglong wore a respectful expression. Uncle Golden Horn, this wind god beast is causing trouble in our empire. Please help me apprehend it, otherwise, it will continue to cause trouble in the academy. The Golden Horn beast was not someone Fan Qinglong could afford to offend. It had always been assisting his father, and they were like blood brothers. Its status in the empire was unrivaled. Even Fan Qinglong had to be respectful toward it. Fifth Prince, it's my duty to maintain the stability of the empire. The Golden Horn beast glanced at Qin Nan with a ruthless gaze. Are you going to surrender? Or do you want me to suppress you? Even though you're an ancient beast that specializes in the wind element, you're still not strong enough before me. As a unique ancient beast, the Golden Horn beast did have the right to speak. Surrender? You're dreaming. The little devil was truly fearless. Open. A green aura emanated from the little devil's body. As if it was on steroids, its body rapidly expanded, and the crowd could hear cracking noises. It turned out that the special energy surrounding the little devil was being shattered. After releasing its body, the little devil's strength was on full display. The barrier formed by the special energy was continuously being shattered. Using this opportunity, the little devil exerted its strength. Its wings stirred up a giant tornado that whizzed forward. Everywhere it passed, cracking noises could be heard. As expected of the Emperor's battle pet, its ability has caused countless heroes to fall. Xiao Qingshan's figure shuddered. The Emperor's battle pet was only known by those at the top, but no one dared to underestimate it. This ancient beast was a unique ancient beast. In other words, it was a support-type ancient beast. They were different from aggressive ancient beasts, as they were adept at borrowing power. The wind god beast is fast enough, but before Golden Horn, it still has to reveal itself. I wonder how the wind god beast is going to deal with it. Xiao Qingshan could not help but worry. Lin Fei, don't think that this emperor doesn't know your trump card. Isn't it this ancient beast? Without its help, let's see how you're going to last. Fan Qinglong could finally relax. The vacuum seal had removed a huge problem from Lin Fei's formation. The gravitational field restricted Lin Fei's movements, and he was unable to unleash the might of his rank 8 physique. The Golden Horn beast was here to suppress the wind god beast. If he could subdue it, it would be equivalent to the empire gaining another ancient beast. At that time, the royal elders would definitely support him. Take down Lin Fei. Master, this Golden Horn beast isn't easy to deal with. The little devil's voice sounded. This fellow can use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to undergo special transformations, allowing it to display its support-type abilities. For example, this condense ability is to condense space to form a powerful pressure. Other than that, it should know a few other support-type abilities. Lin Fei had always believed that there would be ancient beasts in the expedition to the empire. It was much stronger than what he had expected, and it was able to suppress the little devil's wind god beast ability. Then you can have some fun with it. After all, there's nothing to lose. Lin Fei was not too worried about the little devil. The body of the wind god beast was just a toy for the little devil. 100 times the gravity. The yellow-ranked heavenly guard made his move. Chapter 2601. Ancient Beast. That kid has an ancient beast protecting him, and it's a wind attribute ancient beast known as the Wind Divine Beast. Inside a loft of the Capital Institute, Xiao Ran, dressed in white, couldn't help but exclaim, "Ancient beast! Such an existence that people yearned for." In the ancient wasteland world, there were countless people who wanted an ancient beast, but could not find one. Even ninth transformation professionals could not find an ancient beast. But now a small fry had an ancient beast protecting him. Even Xiao Ran, who had a powerful background, couldn't help but feel envious. Who the hell is he to have an ancient beast as his bodyguard? Comparisons are odious. Xiao Ran had always felt that he wouldn't be moved by certain things. This time he was truly moved. Ancient beast, if he could get his hands on one, there would be no opposition within the family, and he would be able to sit on the throne smoothly. "Young master, are we going to make a move?" The person beside him seemed to know what Xiao Ran was thinking. Xiao Ran shook his head. "Although I really want that ancient beast, now isn't the time. This is the Yuanzhong Empire. Although our Xiao clan isn't afraid, there's no need to provoke the Yuanzhong Empire Emperor." This was something that Xiao Ran understood. However, it won't be that easy for the Yuanjing Empire to get their hands on an ancient beast. "I believe there are people paying attention." Xiao Ran suddenly laughed. "Some people are hoping that the ancient beast falls into their hands." The Yuanzhong Empire was able to suppress the Demon God Empire because the Yuanzhong Empire Emperor's battle prowess was always above them. Although it was just a slight difference, it was enough to settle everything. If the Yuanzhong Empire could get their hands on another ancient beast, it would be a nightmare for the Demon God Empire. Especially since ancient beasts were known for their speed, they could come and go without a trace. Unless the Demon God Emperor made a move, not many could stop them. Condense again. The golden horned beast activated the horn on its head. The space that had been shaken apart became solid once again. Wave after wave of squeezing pressure fell on the little demon's body, and the entire space suddenly became a piece of iron plate. "Your speed is amazing, but it's useless in my eyes. As ancient beasts, as long as you stop, I won't attack," the golden horned beast said condescendingly. In Jin Jiao's eyes, the wind god ancient beast's ability was not bad. Even human experts could only stare at it helplessly, unable to take it down. Once it lost its advantage in speed, the wind god ancient beast was like a toothless tiger, only having a powerful body. Jin Jiao could deal with many of these ancient beasts without wasting any time. "Humph, with just this little bit of ability, you want the great wind god to surrender? Don't even think about it." The little fiend was a little angry. Being suppressed by the other party as an ancient beast, it was quite uncomfortable. Stubborn. If the other party wasn't an ancient beast, Jin Jiao wouldn't be so kind as to say these words. "Freeze." The single horn's color changed as it flickered with a white radiance. With a crashing sound, a silvery white light fell on the still struggling body of the little fiend. Whoosh whoosh. The body of the wind god ancient beast that was controlled by the little devil instantly turned white and stopped in the sky. At the same time, a deep chill spread out. "Lin Fei, did you see that? Your ancient beast helper is already frozen." Fan Qinglong laughed. "Don't count on your helper to break the ice on him. That's no ordinary ice, it's Uncle Jin Jiao's 100,000-year ice. It's extremely sturdy, able to freeze everything in an instant and kill without a sound." Although the little fiend in the sky was frozen, Lin Fei wasn't too worried. But he had seen the strength of the ancient beasts. No wonder the human race couldn't unify the ancient wasteland world. With the existence of these ancient beasts, it was indeed hard for the human race experts to cross over. Strong. Lin Fei could see it himself. Especially this golden horned beast, although its ability was support, it was a nightmare to anyone, easily restricting the little fiend. "Master, this guy is very strong, it can restrain my ability. It's not that easy to deal with. Sorry to disappoint, Master." The little fiend's voice sounded. "I need Master's authorization to use energy." An ancient beast, Lin Fei really didn't care much about it. If the little fiend could possess someone once, then it could do it a second time or even a third time. Losing an ancient beast, they had no use for it. Lin Fei was very calm. But hearing the little fiend's words, he couldn't help but be taken aback. "Authorization? Isn't this an ordinary ancient beast?" The little fiend's proud voice sounded. "Master, I'm not that stupid. I've already made preparations beforehand. and placed an energy receiver in the body of the wind god ancient beast, just in case. I didn't expect to meet my match so quickly. As long as Master authorizes it, see how I'll torture this golden-horned beast. Lin Fei was now rich, and naturally had nothing to worry about. I authorize you to use it. If the royal elder group wanted to make a scene, Lin Fei would make a scene with them. Authorization successful. Very quickly, the system notification sounded. At this time, the yellow-level Heavenly Guard activated 100 times gravity and slammed down. Lin Fei instantly felt as though he was being pressed down by a mountain, and cracking sounds could be heard from his body. The strength of an early-stage rank 8 started to be displayed, and he forcefully blocked it. Fan Qinglong, it's not like you don't know the strength of an early-stage rank 8 physique. A mere 100 times isn't enough. Let me see the strongest power of your gravity field, lest I'm too disappointed. Lin Fei laughed. Fan Qinglong didn't think that 100 times gravity could do anything to Lin Fei. It was just a test. Don't worry. 100 times gravity is just the beginning. 200 times. With a loud bang, the 200 times gravity descended, and the ground trembled, forming a huge crater. Shatter for the great wind god. Just as the 200 times gravity descended, the wind god ancient beast that was originally thought to be sealed exploded with a terrifying aura, shattering the 100,000 years old ice on its body, and the space around it started to explode. Now it's the great wind god's turn. The little fiend was already depressed after being sealed. Slash. The little fiend turned into a beam of light and charged forward. Kacha, the space shattered. Congeal. The golden horn was slightly shocked. Under normal circumstances, he only needed one time to suppress the opponent. Seems like he had underestimated the wind god ancient beast, and it did have some tricks up its sleeves. With a grunt, the golden horn used the word congeal again. This time, the golden horn ancient beast had miscalculated. After obtaining Lin Fei's authorization, the power of the wind god ancient beast that little fiend controlled had skyrocketed. Scram. Chapter 2602. Sent flying. The golden horned beast was sent flying by the wind god beast. Qiao Qingshan's eyes widened. Just then, it was clearly being suppressed. How did it send the golden horned beast flying? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Qiao Qingshan was sure that he had been staring. No matter which aspect, the golden horned beast had the ability to suppress the opponent. But under such a situation, the golden horned beast was actually sent flying by the opponent, and it was even flipped upside down, its huge body smashing into the mountain below. With a loud rumble, the mountain shook violently, the earth also shook. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. The little devil showed off its power, sending the golden horned beast flying. Fan Qinglong's proud face flashed with a hint of shock. Obviously, he didn't expect the situation to turn around and the golden horned beast to be sent flying. I must have seen it wrong. The golden horned beast was suppressing the wind god beast in every aspect. How did it turn around? It must be a coincidence. The golden horned beast's power, outsiders might not be clear, but Fan Qinglong knew. It was equivalent to a human warrior that was infinitely close to becoming an emperor. Such a warrior could defeat 10 human warriors of the same realm by himself. The little devil, after the authorization, sure became stronger instantly. The system analyzed the opponent's limit. It's all energy consumption. Lin Fei immediately noticed that a large number of energy units were being consumed. Even if it was a simple number, it was something Lin Fei couldn't handle before. Golden Horn Devil, just now the attack from the Great Wind Godmaster. How did it taste? This is just the beginning. The little devil let out a long roar. The sharp voice echoed in everyone's ears. Activate. Qiao Qingshan immediately activated the formation. A series of ripples appeared, blocking the shrill sound coming from the outside. You do have some ability. I have underestimated you. The golden horned beast once again rushed into the sky, its cold gaze sweeping across. But you will soon taste my power. The collision from the little devil, the golden horned beast's huge body was slightly affected. It felt a slight pain. This was something it had never felt before. 10 times the condensation. The golden horned beast's body was glowing brightly. The horn was the most obvious, flickering with a dangerous black aura. Voila! The single horned sharp mountain condensed a black ball of light. Under the control of the golden horned beast, The black ball of light shot towards the little evil demon. Before it even got close, the black ball of light exploded and a black ripple spread out. Soaring wind slash. When the golden horned beast made its move, the little fiend also made its move. The ultimate technique of the wind god ancient beast. Soaring wind slash. After obtaining the authorization, the little devil became completely unrestrained and immediately used a soaring wind slash. A gust of wind rushed forward. The wind was swift. The golden horned beast also sensed danger. This should be the legendary soaring wind slash. It can slash through anything, and its advantage is its speed. The golden horned beast more or less knew some of the wind god beast's trump cards. For example, this one soaring wind slash. You have the advantage of speed. How can you resist my spatial compression? Condense. The golden horned beast started to compress the space around it. The scattered space suddenly became incomparably sturdy, like a metal plate, protecting the golden horned beast in the center. At this time, the golden horned beast didn't need to talk about anything else. Just the space compression alone seemed to have formed a terrifying defense, unbreakable. The golden horned beast still underestimated the little devil's strength after obtaining the authorization. Gotcha! The gust of wind howled. The sound of the gotcha didn't stop. The defense formed by the spatial compression started to crumble. The soaring wind slash brought about a gust of wind, like a fierce general, riding the wind and breaking the waves. In front of the golden horned beast, the spatial compression that formed was instantly broken. The wind god's strength, how did it increase again? Impossible. Gotcha gotcha. The spatial compression collapsed. The wind howled. The invisible defense in front of the golden horned beast lost its effect. The knife-like wind landed on the golden horned beast's body. Hoo 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 hoo. The golden horned beast instantly felt like it had fallen into an endless storm. The powerful and terrifying defense of its body was torn apart by the wind. It was full of wounds and fresh blood. Ah! The golden horned beast raged. This body hasn't been injured in a very long time. Dual blade slash. Little evil demon charged in. Its huge wings slashed at the golden horned ancient beast, and two formless blade auras fell down. Freeze. The space froze. Gotcha. The two blade auras slashed through the ice and landed on the golden horned beast's body. Golden horned old man, didn't you know how to put on airs? Now let's see who's stronger. The little devil laughed loudly. With a dive, the remaining ice energy was shattered. The golden horned beast was once again unfortunately sent flying. Wind. The wind howled, following closely behind. The golden horned beast was instantly in danger. The situation of the battle had changed drastically. Just what did you do with your strength? You can't possibly break through my energy seal. The golden horned beast kept using spatial compression and spatial freezing, but it still couldn't stop the little devil's terrifying attacks. Every attack left a few large wounds on the golden horned beast's body. Under the 200 times pressure, Lin Fei's body couldn't take it anymore. At this time he couldn't even move. Don't hold back. Let's capture Lin Fei first. Fan Qinglong's face darkened. He didn't expect the wind god beast to suddenly explode with even more terrifying strength. He immediately realized that things were going to go south and gave the order. No matter how the wind god beast's strength increased, it definitely has something to do with Lin Fei. Fan Qinglong knew that he had to capture Lin Fei immediately. If this drags on, the golden horned beast won't be able to hold the wind god beast back, and his side won't be disappointed anymore. Lin Fei, don't think that just because you've held up Uncle Golden Horned, you'll be fine. You're wrong, because you're about to become my prisoner. Fan Qinglong took out a black bag. On the surface of the bag, there were many strange words, obscure and hard to understand. Keep. The black bag opened on its own and arrived above Lin Fei, turning into a giant black hole, which produced a strong suction force that encapsulated Lin Fei's figure. Crap. This is a powerful artifact of the royal tribe, the Heaven Devouring. Lin Fei's cultivation isn't strong enough to resist the suction force of the Heaven Devouring. Once he's sucked into the artifact, no one will be able to escape. Xiao Qingshan could not help but feel worried after seeing the artifact. The artifact was too famous, to the extent that anyone would be intimidated by it. Even though Fan Qinglong's cultivation was not high, it was more than enough to suppress Lin Fei. Even Xiao Qingshan had no confidence that he could resist the artifact. Lin Fei. This is our royal tribe's artifact, the Heaven Devouring. It's able to suck anything into it. You can't move now, just accept your fate. Fan Qinglong let out a hollow laugh while staring at Lin Fei. Under the strong suction force, Lin Fei was on the verge of collapsing, as if he would be sucked into the artifact in the next second. Lin Fei suddenly burst out laughing. Chapter 2603. A bad feeling arose in Fan Qinglong's heart. Impossible, his biggest trump card is the Wind God Ancient Beast. Not to mention his unfathomable ability in setting up formations. Now that the Wind God Ancient Beast is being led by the Golden Horned Beast, there's no way it can escape. Furthermore, his ability in setting up formations won't work under the 200 times gravitational force. He must be trying to scare us. Fan Qinglong shattered the thought in his mind. There was no way Lin Fei could make a comeback under such a setup. It was impossible. Lin Fei, just accept your fate. There's no way you can escape from it. Fan Qinglong said calmly, "You're going to lose today." Is that so? Lin Fei's lips curled upward as he wore an evil grin. Open. A voice that was neither loud nor soft could be heard coming from Lin Fei's mouth. Crack. The sound suddenly echoed around Lin Fei. The impenetrable gravity field was like an impenetrable mountain. However, a cracking sound could be heard coming from the inside of the mountain. The moment the cracking sounds appeared, they did not stop. Lin Fei, whose body had been stiff, could now move his arms and legs, returning to normal. He managed to resist the 200 times gravitational force. How is this possible? How did his strength reach such a level? Who was the one who said that Lin Fei was relying on his ability to set up formations? Being able to move around in a 200 times gravitational force, apart from strength, there was no third option. This gave the crowd quite a shock. The sudden increase in the strength of the Wind God Ancient Beast had already caused them to speculate endlessly. Now that it was Lin Fei's turn, their faces were filled with astonishment. This artifact isn't bad, but it's a pity that I don't like it. Lin Fei was very fond of the heaven-devouring treasure. He stretched out his white hand and flicked his finger. A white light shot out from his fingertip and landed on the heaven-devouring treasure. With a whooshing sound, this terrifying treasure turned into a shadow and shot to some unknown place. Come back. Fan Qinglong's expression drastically changed. He tried to summon the treasure back, but he discovered that the treasure was no longer under his control. It was getting further and further away from him, as if there was a mysterious force pushing it. Unless that force dissipated, the treasure would not return. How is this possible? Lin Fei's level 8 physical body was enough to make Fan Qinglong uncomfortable. Coupled with his formidable formation skills, it was enough to make one's eyes red with envy. Without any warning, the other party had broken through the suction of the treasure Heaven Devourer so easily. This was totally ridiculous. This scene indeed made everyone feel that it was impossible. Fan Qinglong, don't you feel very surprised and shocked? Lin Fei took a step in Fan Qinglong's direction, and the impenetrable gravitational field around him crumbled under his foot. It was like a continent splitting apart. Who said that I'm a second transition job? Another foot stomped over. The gravitational field, which had been on the verge of collapsing, crumbled under his foot and vanished into thin air. The 50 yellow-ranked heavenly guards shuddered and took 2 or 3 steps back, but their faces remained expressionless. Seals. They reacted quickly and formed seals with both hands. 50 seals appeared and instantly formed a huge cage. This cage was different from the usual ones. Every seal floated in mid-air, emitting a mysterious aura. Transform. The yellow-ranked heavenly guard shouted, and the 50 seals let out a buzzing sound. A flame rose and a shocking scene appeared. 50 illusionary figures appeared. Each of the phantoms exuded an ancient aura. This is an ancient condensing technique. 50 illusionary figures means 50 ancient experts. So the royal family really has such an ancient secret technique. Xiao Qingshan could no longer remain calm. Xiao Qingshan had seen such a secret technique in the academy's records, but he had never seen it in real life. It was too difficult to cultivate such a secret technique. For example, these 50 ancient experts. They were not easy to find. Over the years, it was extremely difficult to maintain it. No, these aren't real ancient experts. They're created using another method. The royal family is really generous. Xiao Qingshan suddenly shook his head. At that moment, he really thought that he had seen the complete secret technique. This should be an imitation secret technique. Its power is at most 1/10 or even 1/10 of the complete version, but it's enough to make people fearful. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qingshan did not know how Lin Fei would deal with it. Kill! A low and cold voice sounded out from the 50 afterimages. The 50 afterimages also attacked at this moment. 50 secret techniques were unleashed from their hands, and the sky was immediately filled with dark clouds, giving off an oppressive aura. I can't wait for them to make their move. Although Lin Fei was arrogant, he would not waste too many energy units. It would be fine if there was only one person, but now that there were two of them, the consumption was exceptionally high. As soon as the 50 illusionary figures appeared, Lin Fei immediately sensed danger. If they were to make a move now, the price they would have to pay to break through their alliance would be too great. Lin Fei would never have thought that the imperial family of the empire would have hidden such a secret technique. No matter how strong the secret technique is, it has to be able to withstand my punch first. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he punched from afar. This punch used 1/10 of the system's energy units. 1/10 of the system's energy units was definitely an astronomical figure. Anyone who saw it would be speechless, unable to imagine the terrifying power it would unleash. Lin Fei's punch looked very ordinary. In fact, it didn't even create much of a sound. The yellow-level heavenly guards who were facing Lin Fei could not help but reveal a trace of fear on their cold faces, and their bodies began to tremble. Bam 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 bam. The yellow-level heavenly guards were fully armed, and it was extremely difficult for anyone to break through their defenses. This time they didn't have time to react. Lin Fei's fist wind swept over and crushed their bodies. Even their powerful defenses couldn't withstand the terrifying power of this fist. One by one, the yellow-grayed heavenly guards turned into clouds of blood mist, like blooming fireworks. It was extremely dazzling. In the eyes of everyone, this was definitely a terrifying scene. 50 yellow-level heavenly guards. It was a fatal blow. Fan Qinglong also felt the impact. This extremely dangerous aura made his hair stand on end. This was the most terrifying punch he had ever seen in his life. He had actually hidden his strength. Immediately, he was drowned in the fist's wind. Run. That was impossible. For 1/10 of the system's energy units, Lin Fei was willing to go all out. Such a punch was truly world-dominating. Everyone looked at each other speechless. They subconsciously wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Some of the more timid people, even though they were separated by the array, were so scared that their limbs went soft and they fell to the ground, unable to get up. Chapter 2604. In the void deep within the Capital Institute, a beam of light streaked across the void. This power. It's completely at the level of a great emperor. When did the empire produce another great emperor-level expert? Why didn't I know about it? An old man sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a rare look of shock. This old man was the dean. That power is within the institute and is within reach. Who is it? The dean wore a solemn expression. With a swipe of his hands, he tore open the void and disappeared. Something big had happened. Such thoughts kept churning in his mind. In a secret chamber deep within the imperial palace, a handsome middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, exuding a domineering aura. This is the aura of a great emperor. Although it's not completely there, it has the power of a great emperor. Could it be that a great emperor from the demon god empire has come to cause trouble? The middle-aged man could no longer sit still. He also tore open the void and entered it as if there was nothing there. In the faraway demon god empire, a pair of sharp eyes pierced through countless layers of space and landed heavily on the empire expedition. It was a black throne in the void. In front of the black throne on both sides stood 5 statues, emitting a sinister and evil aura. It was an emotionless face. The aura of a great emperor. Could it be that the Empire expedition has produced another great emperor-level expert? The face continued to stare at them. We have to hurry up. Everyone in the Capital Institute was immersed in the terrifying aura of the punch and was momentarily stunned. So scary. Is this still the same Lin Fei? He turned a yellow-grade heavenly guard into a mist of blood with one punch. If that were to land on us, we would probably be nothing. Luckily, I didn't offend Lin Fei. That's great. From now on, Lin Fei will be my idol. Be it the prodigies who were previously convinced or not. Now they were all convinced. Under that punch, they were filled with despair. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The yellow-grade heavenly guard was powerful, but he was still killed by a single punch. This was definitely a top-notch ability that only those who had reached the 9th job transition would have. When the gap between them wasn't too big, there would be jealousy and jealousy. Once someone surpassed them and reached a whole new realm, jealousy and jealousy would turn into admiration. This was something that he could never catch up to in his lifetime. Cough, cough, cough. Qiao Qingshan had goosebumps all over his body. Facing that punch, even if it wasn't directed at him, the power it produced still made him feel a lingering fear. This is the peak strength of a 9th career professional. I'm afraid that this punch has reached the great emperor realm that many people can't reach in their entire lives. Qiao Qingshan's voice trembled. This realm was like a huge door that kept him at bay, making it difficult for him to take even a single step forward. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be almost impossible for him to enter this realm in this lifetime. Now, a monster had appeared in the academy. Just one punch was enough to release the aura of a great emperor. In the eyes of Qiao Qingshan, Lin Fei suddenly became taller. This was a true monster. He really hit it well. Lin Fei saw the changes in everyone. After using 1/10 of his energy to unleash this punch, Lin Fei already knew that this would happen. There are two powerful auras. One of them is slightly familiar, it should be the old Dean. The other one is obscure but has a trace of domineering aura. To be able to appear at this moment, it should be the great emperor of the empire. Lin Fei immediately analyzed the origin of the other party. The first to arrive was the old Dean. As soon as he appeared in the sky, the old Dean noticed the situation. As he was in seclusion, he didn't know what was happening here. When he saw Lin Fei standing in the sky and the remnant aura in the air, he immediately realized what had happened. Could it be little Lin? The old Dean was shocked. Ancient beast. There's actually an ancient beast, the golden-horned ancient beast of the empire. At this moment, the golden-horned ancient beast was on the verge of collapsing. On its back there was a young man. It was Fan Qinglong. His body was flickering with a faint light, like a candle that could be extinguished at any time. Sir, he is just a junior. Even if he offended you, you don't have to be so ruthless. The golden-horned ancient beast's body was also filled with wounds, intersecting with each other. The golden-horned ancient beast was extremely bitter. A wind god ancient beast that didn't care about it had exploded with an extremely powerful strength to resist its two great abilities. Under the situation where it couldn't suppress the opponent, it could only be beaten up. Luckily, its skin was thick and it didn't die. The only thing it didn't expect was that the young man could unleash such a terrifying punch. It had the power of a great emperor. Following beside a great emperor, the golden-horned ancient beast knew the power of a great emperor. The punch just now already had the power of a great emperor. If a great emperor attacked, he would definitely die. The golden-horned ancient beast obviously couldn't let anything happen to Fan Qinglong. It immediately activated its two great abilities and took out its treasures to barely block the attack. Fan Qinglong didn't gain any advantage. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Lin Fei could tell what the golden-horned ancient beast was trying to say. Using 10% of my energy, the power should be at the great emperor level. Even if it's not a real great emperor, at least it has the appearance of one. This punch was worth it. Lin Fei was relieved. Humph, if I want something, who would dare to not give it to me? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Fan Qinglong thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he's a member of the imperial family. I'm just letting him gain some experience so that he won't think that everyone in this world is someone he can bully. The golden-horned ancient beast was obviously feeling the pressure. A pseudo-great emperor, and a wind god ancient beast that was not weaker than itself. If one came it would be fine, but if the two came together it might be killed on the spot. The golden-horned ancient beast clenched its teeth. You heavily injured the fifth prince. Even though I can't do anything to you, the great emperor will find you for it. If it didn't help, the fifth Prince Fan Qinglong would be dead for sure. The great emperor would definitely intervene in this matter. Lin Fei now had confidence. Even though he only had 60 to 70% of his energy left, he could still attack a few more times. Even a great emperor would have to think about the consequences. I don't care. At most, we'll just fight. Little Devil returned to Lin Fei's side. Golden-horned ancient bastard, don't run so fast. Let's continue. Whoever runs is a coward. The golden-horned ancient beast's face darkened. He couldn't suppress the wind god ancient beast. The wind god ancient beast relied on its speed and suffered greatly. If they were to fight to the end, the loser would definitely be himself. I dare you to say that again. The golden-horned ancient beast was prideful. Chapter 2605. The golden-horned beast had fought countless battles with the emperors, but there had never been a junior who dared to be so arrogant in front of it. The wind god beast was the first. Yet, there was a powerful young man next to the wind god beast. Unless the emperors were here, he alone wouldn't be able to beat them. Endure. I have to endure. The golden-horned beast had a bad temper. After so many years, it knew that once it couldn't control itself and attacked, it would be the same as falling into the opponent's trap. The most important thing now was to bring the person back. Master, it's here. The golden-horned beast suddenly revealed a look of joy. A familiar aura had arrived. Even though it was just a clone, it still had a portion of the Emperor's battle strength. Since the Emperor is here, why don't you come out and greet me? A middle-aged man appeared from the void, expressionless. His cold eyes shot out as he said, I didn't think that our empire would have another emperor. However, your actions are wrong. Even if Azure Dragon offended you, he is still a member of the royal family. We, the royal family, will deal with him. For now, it's not up to you to deal with him. The middle-aged man was the emperor's clone. This clone was in charge of the empire. Unless something really big happened, the clone would only come out to deal with it. Since a quasi-great emperor's aura had appeared in the empire, this clone naturally had to come out. After all, the significance was different. It was fine for his side as he only needed to rope them in. But if it was the enemy, then he had to take advantage of the fact that the other party hadn't stabilized his footing to get rid of him. Lin Fei could feel a terrifying and dangerous aura from the opponent. This should be the doppelganger of a great sovereign. It's indeed different. Just a doppelganger alone should have the strength of a great sovereign. I wonder if it can withstand a tenth of my energy. Lin Fei guessed. What's done is done. There's no point in talking about this. Why don't you make a statement and we'll have a good talk? Lin Fei wasn't afraid. Suppressing the fifth prince wasn't much. Suppressing the golden-horned beast wasn't much either. Suppressing the clone in front of him was the main point. Lin Fei had already made the best preparations. Master, this man has an ancient wind god beast by his side, and he knows a secret art that allows his strength to skyrocket and increase his speed to the limit. Even my two abilities aren't enough to suppress him. If we really fight him, it'll be a difficult battle. The golden-horned beast came to the side of the emperor clone. Even though the golden-horned beast really wanted to take revenge, this was obviously not the right time. The opponent was an ancient beast and a human. Their combined strength was not any weaker than their side. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. The Great Monarch's clone was a part of the Great Monarch. It didn't have any personal emotions and only had rational judgment. It wouldn't act recklessly, and would always maintain an advantageous position. Azure Dragon is seriously injured and needs immediate treatment. This person should be someone from the Avengers. I didn't expect them to have hidden themselves so well and have deceived everyone. If we really make a move to capture them now, the chances of success are not high and we might even have to pay a price. This is very disadvantageous to the Empire. In the blink of an eye, the Great Monarch's clone had many thoughts, analyzing and judging. His eyes were filled with wisdom. The results were there. He couldn't make a move for the time being. That would be detrimental to the Empire. You injured Azure Dragon, you have to give me an explanation. The Great Monarch's clone wouldn't take the initiative to retreat. This would greatly affect the reputation of the royal family. If you can injure Azure Dragon with one punch, then prepare to take a punch from me. This was the best idea that the Great Monarch's clone had thought of. The opponent was a quasi-great monarch. Unless he was killed in one strike, once the opponent escaped, it would be a nightmare for the empire. This method was the best. Both sides wouldn't suffer any losses. This is a good idea. The great monarch's clone still knows how to do things, as expected of someone who only has wisdom and prudence. With personal emotions, it wouldn't be handled like this. In the sky, the old dean muttered to himself, I wonder if Shaolin has really reached the quasi-great monarch realm. His aura concealing technique is quite impressive. Even an old man like me couldn't tell. The old dean was getting more and more interested in this Avengers alliance. This was really a case of not coming, but once he did, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Fair enough. Then let's do it. Lin Fei's body suddenly exploded with a strong battle intent. He stared straight at the great monarch's clone. He wanted to know how much of a difference there was between him and the great monarch's clone. The great monarch's clone also released his aura. Once this aura was released, his entire body became as heavy as a mountain. The dense aura was vast and boundless. Even through the array, the people of the Capital Institute could feel the immense pressure. Their breathing quickened as they looked at each other and gasped. Is this the aura of the great monarch? Everyone channeled their energy to resist the crushing pressure of this aura. Just the aftershock alone was too much for them. If they were deep in the center, wouldn't they die on the spot? 5 Thunder Sky Level Fist. Wind and Thunder Roar. When the great monarch's aura reached its peak, he punched through the air. Whoosh! 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 As soon as this punch was thrown, a strong gust of wind blew and sand and pebbles flew. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, the combination of the two increased its power. Lin Fei's pupils constricted, and his hair stood on end. Wind and thunder came together. Lin Fei was as still as a mountain. He waved his hand and met the attack with an ordinary punch like before. The wind from the punch whistled. With a loud bang, the wind from the punch collided with the wind and thunder. The air around them was already swallowed by the shock waves. Everyone could only feel that the terrifying aura was blowing on them, as if they were being stabbed by a knife. The power of the great monarch. Xiao Qingshan was protected by a shield and his eyes sparkled. Capital Institute is going to soar. It's the power of the great monarch indeed. Shaolin has brought us a big surprise. Up in the sky, the dean didn't activate his barrier. He just stood there. The shockwaves were like a stream of water, splitting into two in front of him and passing by him. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to the old dean. Everyone's attention was on the people above. They all wanted to know who had won and who had lost. The great monarch is indeed the great monarch. Lin Fei has learned his lesson. Lin Fei cupped his fists at the great monarch's clone. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, the great monarch's clone was as calm as before. He clearly had the upper hand. The great monarch's clone did not say anything. He glanced at Lin Fei and said, "Let's go back." The golden-horned beast glared at him and left as well. "Master, you're so evil. You're setting a trap for them." The little demon smirked. Chapter 2606. Lin Fei had indeed underestimated the strength of a great emperor's clone. This is good too. Everyone will think that my strength is at most a quasi-great emperor, and they will naturally look down on me. At that time I can take them all down at once. Even though the system was only left with 50% of its energy, Lin Fei did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. This was a good deal. From today onward, the Avengers would no longer be destroyed by anyone. The great emperor's clone had left. However, this did not mean that this matter had come to an end. How can he be a quasi-great emperor expert? Yuan Kuan was extremely unwilling. The fifth prince had brought the yellow-grade heavenly guards, the golden-horned ancient beast, and the great emperor's clone, but they still could not do anything to Lin Fei. "I have to leave immediately." Yuan Kuan had previously looked down on Lin Fei because the latter's strength was low, and he could use him as an example. However, the current situation was completely different. Not only did Lin Fei have the wind god ancient beast, which could rival the golden-horned ancient beast, but Lin Fei himself could also unleash the strength of a great emperor. There was no point for Yuan Kuan to stay here any longer, so he might as well escape before Lin Fei could react. "City Lord Yuan, I don't think I told you to leave." Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. Yuan Kuan's body stiffened, and his scalp went numb. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious tiger. His back was drenched in sweat, and he tried his best to calm down. When he thought about how Lin Fei could force the great emperor's clone to retreat, how could he possibly stand a chance? This is a misunderstanding. They were the ones who instigated it. I really don't have the guts to make an enemy out of you. Yuan Kuan lowered his head. Misunderstanding? Lin Fei laughed. What about this? Can I say that it's a misunderstanding as well? He raised his hand and pressed down on Yuan Kuan. Don't kill me, I was wrong, Yuan Kuan was smashed into minced meat by Lin Fei, and he could not be more dead. Xiao Qingshan smiled bitterly and shook his head. This Lil Lin really abhors evil. Yuan Kuan deserves to die. It's good that he left earlier. He provoked us again and again. Now he's played himself to death. Yuan Kuan was quite famous. Xiao Qingshan was not afraid of him. If he died now, then so be it. It was no big deal. All right, everyone disperse. Xiao Qingshan chased the students away. Since the dean had spoken, who dared to stay? They immediately dispersed, but today's events would definitely be spread by their mouths. He can actually unleash the strength of a great emperor. The smile on Xiao Ran's face was finally replaced by a gloomy expression. He paced back and forth. How did he manage to unleash the strength of a martial monarch? It's impossible. No one can become a martial monarch at his age and succeed. There must be something wrong. Others were shocked by Lin Fei's strength. Xiao Ran wasn't afraid. Young master, could it be that the Avengers have developed a new technological equipment? For example, they could store the energy of heaven and earth, and then use it to unleash it all at once? To create an attack with the strength of a martial monarch? A confidant beside him said. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. Right, that must be the case. Lin Fei must have used a technological weapon to deceive everyone. Even if he is a genius, he can forget about becoming a martial monarch. Xiao Ran himself was very talented. At such a young age, his strength was already terrifying. He had no confidence in the realm of a martial monarch. Young master, since that brat Lin Fei has such a technological weapon, we have to be on guard. Even if we have our clan's treasure, we won't be able to block the attack of a martial monarch. Xiao Ran shook his head. This is not a problem. The technological weapon on Lin Fei's body shouldn't be that easy to obtain. I reckon he can only use it 2 or 3 times. As long as we deal with it well, there's nothing to be afraid of. However, if we can get our hands on this treasure, it will be equivalent to having a secret trump card. At this moment, Xiao Ran was thinking far ahead. We have to report this. I didn't expect the Avengers to have such a secret weapon. It's a pity that it was exposed too early. If it was an individual technological weapon, it would at most make people jealous. But this kind of technological weapon that could unleash the power of a martial monarch was a different story. It would be an unimaginable attraction to the major families and forces. Very soon, this place will become a whirlpool. Xiao Ran believed in his judgment. The news began to spread on that day. Everyone in the empire was shocked. A young martial monarch to the martial monarch stage? Every student of Imperial College had a strong background and wealth. They reported the news immediately. Even though the Capital Institute was isolated by the formation, some experts could still sense the attack from a martial monarch. Although they could not know the details, they immediately understood what was going on. This was a battle between martial monarchs. One punch to kill a yellow-grade heavenly guard and severely injure the 5th prince, Fan Qinglong. Any one of these events was a major event. The news spread from the capital to the major galaxies, then to the Demon God Empire, and slowly spread out. Xiao Lin, you're too reckless. In the pavilion on Emperor Peak, Xiao Qingshan said in a sincere tone. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu had not digested the news yet. A martial monarch to the martial monarch stage? Qin Lan had thought that Lin Fei was someone with a strong background. She had not expected him to be so powerful and have the protection of the ancient wind god beast. Fan Luoyu was the same. He was too powerful. It seems that my choice has always been very reliable. Compared to the 2 girls' happiness, Xiao Qingshan was not so excited. After calming down, the role of a research dean came into play. He analyzed and calculated, and the result was not very good. Lin Fei might not be a martial monarch to the martial monarch stage. He might have borrowed the power of a treasure. If anyone else heard this, they would definitely scoff. But Lin Fei was different. He had the Avengers behind him, and he had even declared that he would use technology to influence the galaxy. Others could not do it, but it did not mean that the Avengers could not. They were a group of people who wanted revenge. Xiao Qingshan even suspected that they had obtained the technology of a different dimension. That was why they had this kind of scientific research. Xiao Qingshan was very clear about this kind of top secret. There was a high possibility that it was true. Dean, are you worried that they will have other ideas and take the risk to steal it? Lin Fei knew that those people would definitely think of this after they calmed down. Since you know it yourself, those people will definitely think of it after they calm down. Xiao Qingshan nodded. Lin Fei suddenly smiled. Dean, do you also think that it's the help of technology? Chapter 2607. The news that Lin Fei was a great emperor spread like wildfire. It didn't matter if it was just speculation or suspicion. Lin Fei of the Avengers had at least mastered the ability to unleash a great emperor-level attack, which was completely shocking. Could the power of technology really reach such a level? Some didn't believe it while others did. The outside world was abuzz with discussion. The Expedition Empire fell into a rare silence. There was no movement, as if the 50 yellow-level heavenly guards had died for nothing. This was beyond everyone's imagination. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Unless a great emperor-level expert was deployed, no matter how many came, it would be suicide. Just Lin Fei's ability to set up arrays was enough to overwhelm everyone. At first, everyone thought that Lin Fei was bound to lose. After his physical body and ability to set up arrays were restricted, Lin Fei would have to follow them obediently even if he was extremely powerful. However, they didn't expect Lin Fei to have hidden his strength so well. The combat power of a great emperor-level expert. This was beyond imagination. With such power, who would dare to come forward and court death, unless they were tired of living? Just then another piece of news spread. Everyone was in an uproar after hearing it. The Avengers would establish a second Avengers Chamber of Commerce in the Capital Institute, which would be fully open to the public in the near future. At the same time, they would hold their first auction. This news was sensational. The major forces were excited. It was finally their turn. Many forces couldn't go to the ancient wasteland world, so they naturally missed the auction. Now that they were at their doorstep, they couldn't stop smiling. That's great. Finally, we don't have to go to the ancient wasteland world. All hail the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. That's awesome. Be it the Expedition Empire or the Demon God Empire, everyone was very excited. This was an opportunity. Especially the forces in the capital, they were more excited than anyone else. They were really at their doorstep. Therefore, the major forces began to raise funds and store them like crazy. Their branches in the major galaxies kept sending in large amounts of money. All the forces were prepared to purchase a batch of resources from this auction to increase the overall strength of their families. If anyone were to fall behind the others at this time, it would be a significant loss to the family. If it was before, these forces would have contacted Lin Fei and even secretly made deals in advance. However, after the fight with the great emperor of the imperial family, they no longer had the guts to do so. Who knew if the sovereign family would bear a grudge against them? After all, the sovereign family was still above them. A great emperor was enough to suppress all forces within the empire that were disobedient. Deep within the palace, more than 20 people were floating in the air. These people were old and clumsy. Their hair was white, and their faces were rosy. They were all the imperial uncles of the imperial clan, and had great accomplishments in their cultivation. Any one of them would be a powerful expert, and the mere mention of them would become nightmares for many people. We've all misjudged Lin Fei. We didn't expect him to display the strength of a quasi-great emperor. Now we need to discuss how to deal with this matter. The group of imperial elders was not having an easy time either. The strength of a quasi-great emperor was indeed terrifying. This is an unstable factor. The Milky Way pearl was still in the hands of the other party. Should they take it back? This old man suggests that we mobilize the members of our group of imperial elders to suppress this unstable factor and ban the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. This was the voice of the opposition. We can establish a foothold in the star field, control one star field after another, and form a huge empire. Although the Avengers Alliance is mysterious, if we really want to fight, they might not dare to make a big move. Ban the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. Take down Chao Qingshan. His behavior is colluding with the enemy. In the eyes of the opposition, this kind of behavior was a provocation, and they must be suppressed, even if there was a quasi-great emperor expert. This old man thinks that it's better to think about this matter at length. Those who were pro-peace spoke up. That brat Lin Fei has repeatedly refreshed our impression of him. Who can be sure that there aren't any hidden experts in the empire? What if a quasi-great emperor expert appears while we are suppressing them? Who can suppress them then? We can't suppress them. Once a chain reaction is caused, the impact will be too terrible. This will shake the foundation of our empire. The demon god empire is eyeing us covetously. Who knows if they will take advantage of this time to attack? We have to guard against all of these. We have to suppress them. We can't suppress them. Our empire can't fall into the flames of war. The group of elders was in a fierce struggle. Those who were in the middle had been sitting quietly. If everyone is not convinced, then raise your hands and vote. The minority obeys the majority. This was the fairest method that the group of elders had ever used. Those who are in favor of suppressing Lin Fei, raise your hands. All the hands of the opposition were raised. No one from the middle raised their hands. The expression of the leader of the opposition turned ugly. They actually didn't get the middle to support their idea. A total of 9 people are in favor. Those who are in favor of treating Lin Fei peacefully, raise your hands. Whoosh! Many hands were raised. Out of 18 people, 3 abstained. The group of elders of the royal family made the final decision. At the same time, in the headquarters of Tianji Hall in the ancient wasteland world, as the news of Yuan Kuan's death spread, the faces of the upper echelons of Tianji Hall darkened even more. At the beginning, Tianji Hall strongly wanted to send experts to kill Lin Fei and destroy the Avengers in the expedition to the Empire, thus disintegrating their influence. After the news that Lin Fei was a quasi-great emperor expert was exposed, the upper echelons of Tianji Hall felt as if they had swallowed a fly. Quasi-great emperor expert. These words were rather jarring to the ear. If they wanted to send experts to deal with Lin Fei, they would have to send quasi-great emperors. However, quasi-great emperors were not ordinary people. If they lost one, it would be a great loss. The upper echelons of Tianji Hall couldn't make a decision and could only report it again. This matter was too important. If they waited until the Avengers established a second division in the Empire, then Tianji Hall would completely lose its influence on the expedition to the Empire. In front of the Avengers, the treasures of the Heavenly Secrets Hall could never compare in terms of quality, nor could they compete with the Avengers in terms of price. The Avengers walked the path of cheap goods, and the upper echelons of the Heavenly Secrets Hall had mocked them countless times. By disregarding the cost, they were clearly forcing the Heavenly Secrets Hall to its death. The expedition to the Empire was a place of huge consumption, and also one of the sources of income for Tianji Hall. No one was willing to give it up just like that. Who would have thought that the Avengers, which had only appeared recently, would shake the interests of the Secret Hall? If they had known this would happen, they would have sent a large number of troops to wipe out the Avengers from the beginning. Today's incident would not have happened. The Avengers have stretched their hands too far. They want to shake our foundation. In the depths of Tianji Hall, 6 groups of energy were discussing. A quasi-great emperor expert is nothing. However, the methods they have are what we are most worried about. I can confirm one thing, and that is that the Avengers must have obtained some technological treasures in the alternate dimension, which gives them an advantage over us. The 6 groups of energy discussed. Chapter 2608. Lin Fei still stayed on Emperor Peak. The construction of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce was also orderly. There was no movement from the royal family, which made Lin Fei less worried. He did not completely ignore them, and arranged for special creatures to monitor them, just in case they played any tricks. The royal family had always been shameless. On this point, Lin Fei had to be on guard. No one wanted to fail miserably. It was better to be safe than sorry. During this period, Lin Fei secretly went to the ancient wasteland world. With the long-distance teleportation formation, it was easy to come and go. His goal was also simple, to replenish the energy units. Even though he did not squander energy units that day, he still used up a lot of energy units. He used up 50% of the energy units. The ancient wasteland world became the replenishment station. First was the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. It was really making money every day. In South Cloud Continent, its influence had reached unprecedented heights. After trying out the technological treasures of the Vengeance Chamber, everyone gradually liked them. As the largest source of energy units, Lin Fei placed great importance on it. After extracting all the energy units, Lin Fei replenished a batch of resources. Other than that, he strengthened the defenses to prevent Tianji Hall from causing trouble. During this period, Lin Fei also went to the demonic poison tribe, a tribe that he had single-handedly supported. The Hu demons reported the situation. In the days when Lin Fei was not around, the Hu demons carried out his orders seriously. They used the power of the technological treasures to expand the strength of the tribe. They swallowed up the surrounding small tribes and had their own influence in Donglian continent. Lin Fei also obtained large amounts of energy units. The Lianyun continent was the place where the tribes and the human race fought fiercely for territory. This place was rich in resources. There were countless mines with hundreds of thousands or even millions of energy wall stones. The Hu demons had recently acquired 7 or 8 mines. Each had hundreds of thousands of energy wall stones that could be mined. The largest one had 1.7 million energy wall stones. After returning from the ancient wasteland world, Lin Fei replenished the energy units he had previously used up to 90%. Even though it was not completely replenished, 90% of the energy units was enough to satisfy Lin Fei. At the very least, he could unleash 9 quasi-great emperor-level attacks. It would be a nightmare for anyone. Time passed day by day. Lin Fei just stayed on Emperor Peak. Qinlan and Fanluyu would still bicker, but they rarely used their martial skills. It was unknown if they were frightened by Lin Fei's abilities that day. This leisurely and contented life did not last long. Fan Qingyuan, the eldest prince, brought a piece of bad news. After finding out that Lin Fei could unleash the strength of a great emperor, Fan Qingyuan sighed. He was secretly glad that he did not really offend Lin Fei. He could not do anything about the group of elders of the royal family. After all, the Milky Way pearl had always been kept by the group of elders of the royal family. After Lin Fei displayed his terrifying strength, Fan Qingyuan was released by the group of royal elders and released from house arrest. The first thing he did was to apologize. "Brother-in-law, what brings you here?" Every time he saw Fan Qingyuan, Lin Fei would change the way he addressed him. In the beginning, Fan Qingyuan was a little embarrassed, but after a few times, he became numb to it and responded with a fake smile. "Here comes your trouble." "Trouble?" Fan Qingyuan sat down. "The people from the Xiao family are here. You snatched Zhou Mei, and young Master Xiao is determined to get her. Now that the family is here, you have to be prepared." At the mention of the Xiao family, Fan Qingyuan, the eldest prince, still had a serious expression. There were only 8 ancient families. The Xiao family was not at the bottom of the ancient families, and was naturally worthy of attention. "Brother-in-law, you are too worried about this." Lin Fei did not really care, especially since this was the capital institute. No matter how powerful the Xiao family was, they would not dare to offend the royal family. "But I heard that the Xiao family has sent a great emperor to support young Master Xiao. They must bring Zhou Mei back. I just received the news, you have to be prepared." Lin Fei was a little surprised. "They really think highly of me. They actually sent a great emperor. They are ancient families. Which family doesn't have 1 or 2 great emperors? The 8 ancient families all have a real great emperor. What do you think?" Lin Fei was very unhappy. The Xiao family must have something wrong with their brains. They knew that he had the strength of a great emperor, but they still wanted to take Fan Luoyu away. Could it be that they had some secret? At this moment, Lin Fei was curious. "Brother-in-law, does your clan's 9th sister have some secret? Otherwise, why would the Xiao clan offend a quasi-emperor powerhouse?" Lin Fei said with a frown. Fan Qingyuan smiled bitterly. "This I really don't know. I am also puzzled by this question. But I just don't understand why the Xiao family is so insistent." "Forget it. She is here with me. If the Xiao family has the ability, come and take her back. Lin Fei was really not afraid of the Xiao family. The Capital Institute was not as ordinary as he imagined. If the Xiao family's experts came, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Fan Qingyuan did not stay for too long. According to what he said, as the eldest prince, he had to welcome the Xiao family. There were still many things he had to do. Don't hide. I saw it, Lin Fei said to a fake mountain. How boring. Don't you know how to pretend that you don't know? Fan Luoyu pouted and ran out with a face full of displeasure. She rolled her eyes at Lin Fei a few times and sat down angrily. Lin Fei picked his ears. Who asked me to be stronger than you? You heard it just now. The Xiao family sent a great emperor expert. That is a great emperor expert who can only be called a great emperor after reaching the pinnacle of Transformation 9. I was thinking if I should shake hands with the Xiao family and make peace. How dare you? Fan Luoyu shouted. After witnessing Lin Fei's prowess that day, a shadow appeared in Fan Luoyu's heart, which gradually became clearer. Compared to Lin Fei, the geniuses of the empire paled in comparison. There was no comparison. At that time, Fan Luoyu realized that she had fallen in love with Lin Fei. Women all admired experts. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was an expert among experts. Even her father's clone could not take down Lin Fei. Which other elite in the empire could be compared to Lin Fei? Why not? Lin Fei decided to tease Fan Luoyu. I am not related to you and offended the Xiao family because of you. But you rolled your eyes at me. Look at Qin Lan, how hard-working she is. Fan Luoyu was smart, strong, and a little willful. It was inevitable that she was from the royal family, and it could not be changed in a short period of time. I can't because I am your woman, Fan Luoyu said shyly. How can you give your woman away so easily? It was not easy for her to say something like that. After all, she was a princess. Then why didn't I see it? Chapter 2609. Fan Luoyu dove into Lin Fei's arms shyly. A fragrance wafted into his nose, making Lin Fei restless. Is it because I haven't had a woman by my side for too long that I have such a big reaction? Lin Fei felt the beauty in his arms and kissed Fan Luoyu's lips. Lin Fei, don't. We have just started. Very soon, Fan Luoyu could not speak anymore. All that was left were muffled sounds. As Lin Fei kissed Fan Luoyu, he greedily inhaled her fragrance. He held his waist with one hand while his other hand wandered around, making Fan Luoyu bashful and irritated. This was something unimaginable in the past. When that naughty hand climbed up her breasts through her clothes, Fan Luoyu felt as though she had been electrocuted. Her body trembled and she could only pant. Ninth Princess, I didn't expect you to be so sensitive. You are a masterpiece. Fan Luoyu glared at him. Just call me Luoyu. I'm not like what you said. Lin Fei did not think about Fan Luoyu's identity as the princess of the royal family, nor did he think about the powerful figures from the Xiao clan that were about to arrive. He just wanted to devour her. Behind the fake mountain not far away, Qin Lan bit her lips. Little slut, seducing Lin Fei so soon. I knew you were up to no good. In the beginning, Qin Lan had a good impression of Lin Fei, but not to the extent of liking him. As she stayed on the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei's image appeared in her mind every day. Qin Lan looked down on the sky prides of the demon god empire. Lin Fei was different. Human women worshipped powerful figures, and the demon god empire worshipped them even more passionately. Especially for a strong woman like Qin Lan, the saintess candidate. The person she liked had to be an invincible powerful figure. Only then could she conquer them and not just any ordinary elite. Qin Lan had witnessed Lin Fei's powerful performance time and time again. When she saw Lin Fei and Fan Luoyu kissing passionately, Qin Lan felt as if something she loved had been snatched away. Young master, are you there? Qin Lan walked over from afar and looked around as if she was looking for someone. Fan Luoyu was always thin-skinned. She blushed and pushed Lin Fei away, running towards the back of the fake mountain. She did not dare to stay behind to face anyone. Qin Lan, your method of destroying people is really not bad. Who was Lin Fei? Nothing could hide from him. As soon as Qin Lan appeared, Lin Fei knew what she was thinking. She wanted nothing more than to destroy his and Fan Luoyu's intimacy. A witch would always be a witch. She would never care about anything. Young master, how would I dare? Qianlong said pitifully. I'm really here to look for young master. Keep pretending, keep pretending. It had to be said that compared to Fan Luoyu, Qianlong was more alluring and charming. Is that so? Lin Fei looked at Qianlong with a faint smile. Qianlong did not think that his plan could fool Lin Fei. On Emperor Peak, he was the undisputed king. Being stared at by Lin Fei like that gave him goosebumps. Young master, I was wrong. Then come over here. Lin Fei hooked his finger at Qianlong. When Qianlong arrived in front of Lin Fei pulled Qianlong over and pressed her on his thigh. Her plump and perky buttocks were raised. He slapped her buttocks and Qianlong moaned. Young master, don't. I won't hit you. I'll let you continue destroying things. A heavy slap landed on her perky buttocks. Qianlong let out a whimper. Young master, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Fei did not think that Qianlong would admit his mistake. He spanked her plump and perky buttocks over 10 times consecutively. Qianlong kept making whimpers. Young master, I really know I was wrong, don't hit me. Her weak begging had a hint of temptation. Lin Fei stopped and was in a great mood. These two top-grade ladies each had their own merits. We'll stop here for today. However, you've ruined my plans. How do you think you're going to make it up to me? Lin Fei smirked as he looked at Qianlong. Young master, don't. In the royal palace, the expert from Shao clan had arrived. He was a quasi-great emperor expert. At the same time, he brought along 3 ninth transition job experts and a private army. They were armed to the teeth. Just by standing there, they gave off an immense pressure. Such an appearance made Fan Qingyuan, the first prince, feel pressured. The foundation of an ancient clan was truly unimaginable. Although the expeditionary empire's foundation was not bad, it was still lacking compared to an ancient clan. This would require time to make up for. In order to welcome this quasi-great emperor expert from Shao clan, the royal clan also sent an uncle from the royal clan's elder group to welcome them. It could be considered as giving them enough face. If news of this spread, they would lose their limelight. After a round of pleasantries, the group of people from Shao clan was arranged to rest in a side hall. Shao clan's private army rapidly secured the side hall, both inside and outside. The royal clan did not say anything and summoned them back, showing great respect. The expeditionary empire had no choice but to give face to the ancient clan. Ninth uncle, I didn't expect you to come. Shao Ran revealed a hint of joy when he saw the person who came. How can I not come for such a matter? You're the genius of our Shao clan. Your future achievements won't be inferior to uncle's. For such matters, I definitely have to come and seek justice for you. Our Shao clan is not a place that anyone can offend, not even the emperor himself. Shao Dongshui looked at Shao Ran amiably. Shao Ran's branch had a good relationship with Shao Dongshui. Upon hearing that a quasi-great emperor expert was coming, Shao Ran immediately thought of Ninth Uncle. As long as Ninth Uncle was here, things would be easy. He didn't want to work with those old antiques. Thank you, Ninth Uncle. Shao Dongshui admired Shao Ran. If he could marry the daughter of Fan clan, he would definitely be able to improve and reach a whole new realm. Within the clan, he would also have a greater right to speak. This was also the main purpose of Shao Dongshui's visit. Wait! Shao Dongshui's expression suddenly sank. He extended his hand and grabbed towards the sky in front of him. With a crackling sound, dozens of black dots fell down, accompanied by traces of sparks. Not good, we're being monitored. Shao Ran immediately reacted. What a great royal clan to actually dare to monitor us. Shao Dongshui was very calm. Shao Ran, you're mistaken. The royal clan doesn't have the guts to monitor us. These things have been here for a long time. It should be someone else. Shao Ran suddenly had an idea. Then it must be Lin Fei. Those who were knowledgeable would be able to tell with a glance that these were all technological products that were hidden so well. You're talking about that Lin Fei who has been causing an uproar recently. It is said that he is suspected to be a quasi-great emperor expert. It would be hard for everyone not to know about him.